And we are live. All right. Morning thoughts, morning thoughts, morning thoughts. Shout out to Rosalind Smiley. Thank you for being the first one in this morning. Shout out to the people going out to work this morning. Shout out to the people coming in from work this morning. Extra special big up shout out to the people who work multiple jobs. I have the utmost respect for you. Shout out to my entrepreneurs, my stay-at-home moms and pops, my retirees. Shout out to the drivers. Shout out to the Uber driver, Lyft driver, truck driver, taxi driver, food delivery drivers, round town and long distance truck drivers. Shout out to the crossing guards and the school teachers, law enforcement personnel, medical field personnel, military personnel, whatever it is you do for a living, shout out to you. Shout out to every single clean hearted, good hearted person who wants good for others as much as you want good for yourself. Don't let that go over your head. You're a good person. Shout out to you. Shout out to Great Goodies. Thank you for being the first one in this morning. Onika St. John is also there. Great Goodies are the first one in this morning. No, sir. Rosalind Smichael is the first one in this morning. Great Goodies is second. Shout out to Onika St. John right there. Audrey Wright, Virtuous Fire, Wayne Nathan, Unstoppable Josh, Miss Goldie Robinson, Sharon Spence, Lisa Watkins, Rasta Caribbean is in the building with us this morning. Virtuous Fire says, Morning, fam. And Reggae Girl is here, as well as Stoladan say, Up, up, up. You know our up, up, up mean already, right? It means up, 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 wake up, wise up, and rise up. Here we are on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Today is the 24th of June, 2025, and we are happy to be here. We're halfway through 2025 already. I don't know if I don't know it, but time is flying. Time is flying. It really feels like time is flying. Audrey Wright says, please hit the thumbs up button as you enter the live. I appreciate that greatly. The thumbs up button, you hit that, it tells YouTube, says somebody like the live. So they actually send out more notifications and place we in a better position. So when you reach over here at the morning time, you will see more people here and these kind of things. 563 says, afternoon, SouFlo and everyone else on this platform all the way from England with that British flag right there. From you here, afternoon and it's morning for us. You already know it's somewhere in that region. Shout out to our British family, our European family, UK especially. S Diva is in the building with us this morning. And Let's Bond TV, the right so with this morning. All right. We have a bunch of things to talk about this morning. I'm probably going to be a bit extended, so let me put the warning out from now. Every time we go extended, it seems like the internet give us a fight. So we'll be good for a while, and then you notice me get frozen. I'm frozen on screen and all them things. Yeah. If we do that today, just give me about 5 to 10 minutes. I will reboot and come right back, and we will continue where we left off. All right. May I tell you from now, I will reboot and we'll be right back. So don't bother guess if is he gonna come back or not. I will be right back. All right. Either way, them can't stop us. See, we are resilient people. The only thing is we have to find a way to work around, and that's life. Once you can't control something and you can't fix it of your own will, find a way to get over it, under it, around it, but you must keep on moving forward. All right? Right. So that's what we're gonna do. From them start do that, we just start reboot, come right back. And then it actually works out in our favor because if you notice when we do an extended live, right? Sometimes the extended live them go out 3 hours, 2 hours and a half. Most of the time, nobody is sitting to watch those. Very few people sit to watch one particular show for 3 hours straight. But when they break it up for us and we get frozen on screen and we say, damn, we have to end the live. We come back, picked up where we left off at, go again, and we end up having 2 to 3 different videos for that one day. One is 45 minutes long, one is an hour and 30 minutes long, the next one is 40 minutes long, and people watch them even more because they are shorter for some reason. So either way, it works out. It's called using the lemons they give us to make lemonade, right? Because we can't control it. All right. With that said, always optimistic, my friend. Life is short, and no matter how long you live it, it's still gonna be short for you too. So keep a smile on your face, keep a upful spirit, and keep moving forward. All right. here's what we have on the board this morning. So the Diddy trial is almost over. We have to talk about that. Keep everybody on abreast with what's going on. If you are like me, you did feel like, say, you did want to stop following the Diddy trial because every time you tuned in, it was pretty much the same thing. It was another woman that he was having an affair with or a relationship with, and them getting at some freaky things, and that's about it. And then another assistant is testifying the same thing that we heard before, XYZ. All right. We're going to put everybody up to speed on what's going on with Diddy's trial because it's really coming to an end right now. I know it's crunch time. Will he go to prison for a long time? Will he walk away from this case? Was this a solid case for the prosecution and the state or the government? Or was this a cook-up kind of case, kind of like somebody trying to drag him through and embarrass him? Or, you know, we're going to talk about all them things there. Iran strikes back. It was headline news yesterday that Iran actually struck or tried to strike two military bases, two U.S. military bases. Donald Trump's reaction to that was nothing short of hilarious. I know we shouldn't be laughing in a time of war, but we have to take serious thing, make joke. So somebody was bluffing and somebody was serious, okay? And then a ceasefire between Israel and Iran was announced. And then something happened right after that. So we're going to talk about that this morning as well. You know, it's good to know what's going on in the world around you. JAH CURE, we have an update for JAH CURE in his situation. You know what I mean? Behind these prison walls, doing my bases, doing my time. JAH CURE. We have some update from JAH CURE or his situation. Then we have a discussion here that should be lively, but I don't know if this is the right audience for it. I had a discussion yesterday with somebody. I get cuss out bad, but I'm sticking to what I said. There was an article that was printed yesterday that said that Vybz Kartel is the king of dancehall and Alkaline must be the prince of dancehall. And I said, no, Vybz Kartel is the king of dancehall and Masicka would be more qualified to be the prince of dancehall. Me don't know who tell me figure so. Boy, the amount of up under your mother and this. People still get like that derogatory over opinions about who is what. Before anybody say anything, if this is not your speed of conversation, then just chill out on the corner until you see an opportunity for you to jump in on a topic that you actually resonate with. All right. We don't want you better cast no judgment and start talk stuff like, oh my God, can't they just get along? Can't we all kumbaya and work together? And that's how it works. Dancehall is a very competitive space. This is a part of our culture. The clash part element of dancehall is dancehall. We're talking about roots and culture. A lot of people want us to turn our backs on our culture so that other people can take it and monetize it and manipulate and monopolize it and do them own thing with it. But it's ours. It's ours. And I'm a firm believer in loving every part of our culture. So I'm very much into the gun song them. I'm very much into the girls song them, in the slap song them. I'm definitely into the conscious songs. It's just a balance that I strike. I don't feel the need to be one way all the way left or one way all the way right. When we reach this, so we reach a church like Miss Ruby and Miss Clevie up here, so but we reach this here. And I don't even think I will ever reach there. I'm embracing our culture in a way that I think our culture needs to be embraced. So when I have these conversations about who is the king of dancehall, or which is not up for debate anymore, or who is the prince of dancehall, it stems from somewhere else. So we're going to discuss that this morning. The prince of dancehall, Masicka versus Alkaline. Who is the prince of, or who would you give the title to, prince of dancehall? Then there's another story here about 3 people that were found guilty in Jamaica for using the Postal service to ship cocaine. Of course, we're going to go through the story and the details of the story, but we're also going to give our little 2 cents, or our intelligence, or our opinion on the dummy, our opinion on so nobody else don't try this, right? Flying by those, you have another discussion about the public sex offenders sex registry, a probe. The probe into the sex offenders registry in Jamaica gets a nod. There's still politicians are still having discussions about should it go public, XYZ. We're gonna get into that as well. And that's that on my board for this morning. However, my phone is loaded. So it depends on how long we go this morning. We could get into some other topics because there's a whole lot of stuff. Let's start out like this. Yesterday morning, while we were on live, somebody called and said, SouFlo, remember the such person where you talked about from Orlando? They really wanted to say CMR. So I was like, from Orlando? Who? I don't know. I talk about a lot of people, right? As they come across the news. Well, she said CMR. I said, okay, what happened now? I thought it was going to be an update on CMR and the situation with their daughter, and it wasn't. She was telling me about his brother and his brother's girl and them doing their vlogging thing too, kind of like piggybacking off of CMR and his thing with Chrissy, or woman, his wife. And a thing that they said about a baby, and the baby bent over, must have pick up food off of the floor or something. And the brother start talk about, that's why you're not good pan backers. Look how she bent over. And said, no, this is a little baby. She sent me the video during the live. I said the video was too long. So I would have to view that whole video unless you could give me a timestamp, and I could go straight to like 10:01 to 10:05 in there, so I could go straight to it. However, another person covered it yesterday, and as I was scrolling through Instagram, it came down my timeline, and what that person did was they actually streamlined it right to that part where, and then of course they're sharing their opinions on it, and I got to see it. I can't unsee it, I can't unhear it. So we have that here as well that we might talk about. I don't want to give these people too much airplay. I just want to say, man, you know, anytime you hear an adult say anything about a child that have any terms that should be addressing an adult, especially of a sexual nature, just know that is a predator. There's nothing about a child that is sexy to a well-thinking adult. A grown person who are right in them head, they don't find children sexy. Them not find children attractive. Them not look upon picnic and think backers or any kind of position or anything like that. So for that to be a part of their conversation, and you can actually hear the female, who I'm guessing is his girl, like they said, it looked like these women are aware of these things being around them and who they're with, but they're still willing to be around these type of men, these people. I heard her in the video say, me will edit it out, or me have to go chop that out. And I thought, wow, you will edit it out. You're gonna chop that out. So you're willing to stay there, and the only thing you're gonna do is just edit that out and move along like nothing happened. You know that what he said was super inappropriate. But no worry, man, I saw him talk. We're just gonna edit that out. You know, fun fact, right? When Milani do that, especially when she was smaller and she bent over and look on the ground under her feet, what is the typical thing that us Caribbean people say? Let me stick to Jamaica. Come in and know if them say it in Trinidad and Guyana and Grenada, Antigua, Barbuda, you know, the rest of the islands, them. What we say in Jamaica when the baby bend over. May I look on the comment section? My thing is over here. What do we say in Jamaica when our baby bend over and look down between them foot? So thank you, Kaz Robinson. That's all you should be saying. That is cultural, and that in a way from we little bit. Even when we bend over when we did little, that we used to say, well, next one are coming up. See that? Look at the comment section. Somebody pregnant. Breed should breed again. Especially whoever had that baby. Right? So if it's a mother who had that child and that's one of her children, somebody in the circle would say, Tid, watch little Milani. I tell us one next one are coming up. And you will hear them say stuff like, me? No, sir. Me not breed again, but next one I come. Get up here. You better turn up straight and stop look between your leg them and bend over them way there. That's the most you will hear from well-thinking adults, unless you tell the picnic, get up before you drop. Where backers are go in a conversation? Backers? You look on the little baby girl bend over and think about backers, and that's why you know good pan backers so. That was friggin' weird to me. That was super weird to me. So as much as them want me like drag this out and talk long about it and everything, listen, man, I'm gonna leave that one by saying this. What I noticed with the Jamaican crowd is this. They will always support somebody who is super inappropriate. Sexual deviance is a part of our culture now. Like a lot of people, I shouldn't even say a part of our culture, because I don't want to style up a culture, and our true culture is not that. However, there are many people among us from our genre who are super inappropriate when it comes to children sexually. Not just men, the women them too. Is the women and young boys, and then the man them and little girl picnic, and you know, it's just adults that are super friggin' inappropriate. And it if you look on it, it kind of make you realize they've almost normalized this. They've almost normalized this to the point where now when we point out them something there and say inappropriate, who you think the audience shell down? You, the person who is trying to point out that that's inappropriate. They don't unsubscribe from, yeah. They don't go over there and say, yo, that's cringe. That's nasty. Where I said that for? Them go over there go chat about you, right? Right. So, and I witnessed that when I did the CMR coverage. Remember, I know all the years I've been on YouTube, I've never spoken about that individual. So for the people that who feel, oh, you did not do the video for likes and views. Nah. If that was the case, you follow the people that must forget views. If that was the case, I would have been talking about them all these years. I have never done a video on them, not even one. And we have like 5,000, almost 5,000 videos on YouTube. And of the 5,000, you can point out one that I did on them. So obviously, I took interest in that child and that child's well-being. And you would think that people would be like, boy, SouFlo, me not lie still. If I did my picnic, me would appreciate say yeah, looking in a situation like that still, because a lot of things are weird, you know. Let's rehash that then, since we're here. A lot of things are weird. Like, why would a father want a camera in your teenage daughter's bedroom? And we have these discussions where we hash out with each other. Like, yo, we're seeing stuff happen in front of our eyes, and we quick to dismiss it like them thing that not happen. That's how we end up normalizing the friggery and the foolishness. Oh, try a regular thing that, man. Or let the people them, man, alone, make them live them life, man. Or no big deal, moving right along. I saw a lot of people would say, why you so concerned about that one little girl there? Because you hate the man. No other reason why. Wow. No mention nobody about the little girl and her safety, right? Nobody about somebody choosing to speak up for that little girl and her safety, right? I don't follow them. I don't know the update. If anybody out there has been following them and been seeing any update or any weird behavior or anything, be more than willing to point it out. Because I'm still concerned about that little girl. I just don't want to beat the situation every day because honestly, you know, you say so much, you put it out there, and then you leave it. I'm not a stalker, so I'm not going to stalk people, right? But however, if you see inappropriate stuff, it's time for you to like say something before it got too far out of hand, that kind of thing. Well thinking people know why him do it, and we don't condone that. We don't condone that, says Audrey. Yes, Audrey, but you know, the brother that was doing the video yesterday, him here said that's how their bloodline is. Like the brother, them, the father. I don't know if the father passed away or whatever, but the whole of them, grandfather, all of them, the men over that side, they have a thing for really young girls and stuff like that. I don't know how much true that is. People get on the internet and say all kinds of stuff. I don't want to ensnare somebody's whole family, put members in there. I don't know. All I know is what happened with him brother, with him stepdaughter in Florida, super inappropriate. And them can't fix that all now. And I've also noticed that they look like they were on an upward trajectory, especially the mother. And it don't look like that upward trajectory is there anymore. But please remember that I said that in long term to come, this is going to come back to bite you. And the things that you were trying to build, they're going to crumble if you don't stand by your child. All right. Watch. Watch and see. I even told people, you know, people were like, let's call and get all their sponsorship deals taken away and all this. And remember what I said? I said, even if this man gets found guilty, him still have to go mind them, picnic them financially. So will she. She have to go take care of the household financially. I'm at a hard place where, you know, you attack somebody's income and you want justice in a certain way, but at the same time, you knock away all their income and then the children suffer, the same children you are trying to help suffer. So let me leave it right where it's at. And then come this, super inappropriate. So if something is a family affair and I that them do and I saw them go on, then that's a for them thing. All I'm saying to you ladies is, again, women, you hold the power. You hold the, and a lot of you don't even want to hear a man tell you that you're powerful. And it's weird. You hold the power. You literally hold power. What you accept is what goes. When it comes to a man, the behavior you accept is what goes. But I'll tell you if you're gonna be unruly in your relationship and buckhead with your man all the time. But I'm talking about super inappropriate activities like these. You accept these things, it become norm in your family. See? All right. And that way I see. Let's Bond TV says, I mean, for the brother to make such statement, it seems that there could be some truth to that family tree thing. Bro, like I said, right, it's happening in front of us and people are going to find some way to excuse it. I just had joke him, did that joke, man. I saw people talk. You know, everybody not perfect. And they go right on supporting the same material, the same content. Let me even look for the, you know what I feel like? I feel like some people, I feel like the content that you watch, I don't feel like, I know. The type of content that you resonate with is actually what your inner being actually is. You know what I mean? The type of content you resonate with is what your inner being actually is. If something irritates your spirit, you're not going to watch it. You're not going to prolong yourself and you're not going to find any entertainment in that type of content because it just irritates your spirit. Like me, I can't watch certain things. I can't watch black people act like frigate for too long on TV. I might sit down and say, let me take in this for like a 5 minute, 10 minute. Halfway through that, I'm ready to watch something that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing how you sit and you watch stuff like that and you return for more of stuff like that. And it says something about you. It says something about you and about what you are. So a lot of these people who back stuff like that, they are that themselves. They are that themselves. That's why them either defend it as if they're defending themselves, or they find no reason to tune away from it, kind of thing. Anyway, when you support nastiness, you are of the same character, says Kaz Robinson. Kaitaja Empress says they support each other. Right. Nasty people support each other. remember, I'll close off this segment and go into another one of our topics here by saying this. I remember when one of you ladies said your husband hate me. Not if my husband hate you, sister SouFlo. Him hate you. Him hate you so tell. But me watch you all the time. But every time me I watch you, him I just beer negative him have to say like, you know, you irritate him spirit or something. And when me ask him, this is a woman here. She said, when me ask him, well, what is it that he's saying that irritates you so much? He might tell lie, or he might diss people too much, or what is it? Him say, him no know. Him just can't stand you because you chat too much. I said to the sister, I said, your husband don't like me because I say it raw. And I'm putting you on to game as a woman. So when we put you on to game as a woman now, and him find out say you start resonate with the message I'm pushing, him knows that there's gonna be problem in the house at some point. You know? If your woman watch too much ratchet behavior upon TV and too much frigid, toxic foolishness, just know that is going to seep into your relationship in the way she reason with you, in the way how problems are solved or discussed, and all this other stuff, in the way how she address you whenever you bring up topics of concerns, in the way how anything, the same way. If you're over there watching reasoning all the time and it's constructive, intellectual type of calm reasoning with logics, just know that is going to flow over into your house too. Like I said, what you resonate with actually resonates with what's in you. You know what I'm saying? So once them hear me I talk certain way, like when me I tell woman say, you have the power. Me don't know, your husband may be a cheater. You probably take him back for much time already. And probably lift him hand like this, like him, hey girl. And you're there, they talk about, but you still at him nah lick me. And me over here I tell woman say from him do this one time. Don't wait for the box for land. Flee like a refugee looking for a new home. Flee, because box is coming, right? It's just a matter of time before box reach. Because no man to talk to them woman. Hey girl, me box. But someone will do that and stay there till the man, I don't know, I might be exposing something about him. And him just know why you get wind of it or start standing on your own square and put on your foot and say, not accept that no more. So I'm here to hear people like me talk like that. I will consider myself to be a well-balanced person. And fear. Can me throw all myself in it too when it's time for punishment. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If me wrong, me wrong. The problem is a lot of people don't know when they are wrong, or they know, but they don't want to say they are wrong. I don't have a problem saying I'm wrong. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Morning, SouFLo.
Morning, family. What going?
We're good.
Talk to winner.
You good?
Yes, man. Indeed. Good and
yeah,
thankful.
Yeah, talk about some abusive type of man.
Yeah. The one that wanna lick you yet, but the lick is coming.
The type of man where don't even want you to go to church because him don't want the pastor to influence you. Because them feel like the pastor gonna have control over them house.
Well, you know what, Marie. This is Marie's message for 11 TV, my fellow content creator sister. She's in the chat right there, so you can click Marie. Marie always come with some good points, but you know, some have a bone of contention with that part right there, because the pastor will have an influence about what's going on in your house. And if my woman listen to her next man more than me in my house, then it not gonna work. And me are the king of my castle. So she cannot take instruction from one next man. You know, there has been situations where pastor say 2 weeks without sex, you gotta purge your body. Husband no go to church. He's not of that denomination. He have to go hold it now for 2 weeks. Cause one man tell your wife say we are gonna pray and fast and she will hold her body from you for 2 weeks and all kind of something like that. Me no know. And then again, I also have a bone of contention where the Christian thing and the go church thing and the pastor thing, I've seen too many times. I don't know if you was listening to Andre. I wasn't listening to him, but they played the video and many people have shared it where the church sister said she and pastor ride regular. And she do it because her husband, who nothing wrong with him, them just married for too long, and the husband is not providing her with the whoopee that she desires. Him not give her nothing. It's like him not turn on by her no more, him not attracted, him not want it no more. So she went to go talk to pastor about it. And pastor is married and she is married. And she said them put on a piece of sweat work there in the back of the church. From that, she said, from that, it's just regular she and pastor just meet up and them know say them guilty and them know them bad, them say them all pray about it, but them put in the work on a regular basis. So them things they stuck in a man's mind when you talk about, you know what? Why imagine your wife tell about, you know what, we're having too much problem. I'm gonna visit pastor. I'm gonna be over there for about 2 hours.
So, we not talk about that.
No, but that happened.
Me understand where you are saying.
Yeah.
But me talk about the type of controlling man where it's like narcissistic.
I just said some of them don't even want to go out the door.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
So you are talking about the man where if him hear you or see you or watch a show, like your show, and him not like you, and him can't explain why. Me experience that enough time.
And him can't explain why.
And me learn say it's just that the man is being controlling because him have certain ways and him don't want you to get educated to where you're strong enough to stand up to him and leave him.
True.
So he tried to eliminate the people that you go around,
the information
you
receive,
hear, the information you receive.
Yes. Yeah.
And then the man they may talk about.
Right.
I understand the church thing where you are talking about.
Now, I like a man like me now. You see, not to cut you off, but I like a man like me now. Me not have no problem I explain exactly why me say what me say. You understand? So if me see you sit down and watch white man with shirtless white men on TV all day and me in the house and me is a black man, me I go say, yo, why you always watching these type of materials? You into white men? Because every time me look is a white man on the TV with no clothes on. You see what I say? Me go right to the point. Yeah, me go right to the point. There's no beating around the bush. Exactly. And
but
then
when
if you
have a man we can't explain
why
you not like the person.
Right. Me live raw and uncut.
Problem.
I agree.
And I saw some man controlling woman.
True.
By controlling what they watch, what they wear,
where they go, where they talk to.
They don't even allow them to talk to their family members if they find out say the family members have sense and can talk some sense into them.
Boy, yeah, madness.
I'll go back to that chat.
All right.
Later.
All right, that's Murray's message. Murray, feel free to call anytime you want to. I don't even mind if you call multiple times because your thing them always festive. I have upon a different level. That's no way to live, says Dorothy T. That's absolutely no way to live. Why would you want to give somebody that much power over you to where you can't even communicate with your family? There are women out there who can't even call them mother unless, yo, I heard one lady say one time, what she said, he gave her a cell phone. Now, I'm not tech savvy, but he gave her a cell phone, and him control PR cell phone, and PR cell phone is cloned to his phone. So every call, every text, every conversation, that she does on her phone, he has access to it also. I wouldn't want to do with somebody like that. Whether it's me or the man where I do it, or is the woman when me there with I do it to me, I wouldn't. Why the hell would you want to be with somebody like that? So, like I go like back to what I was saying before, y'all be accepting certain things, and that's why someone is so traumatized, you know, that by the time when you reach all a good man, I can't believe say him not do none of them something there. When you get bored, like this not exciting enough for me, man. We need some excitement. We need somebody at least go so me have to duck 2 times or something. You don't have to lick me, you know, but give me a little excitement. I've seen sisters like that. Give me a little excitement. This too boring. This too boring. Swing off on me 1 time. You don't have to really lick me, but you know, make me duck 1 time. I feel like say you love me or something. I don't know. Y'all be accepting some weird stuff. Imagine somebody clone your phone and them have, and you can't even shoot a text. Hey girl, what? Who is girl? Are your man, your side man, your this guy is a call about girl. And you're in a beer problem. And y'all accept that though. There are women out here who accept that, and more than you would ever think of are living under these conditions. So, yeah, Jerome said, Flo, what you mean when you say you like raw? No, Jerome, and that me say. Me say I am live, raw, and uncut. And that me say. Me not have no problem. I explain myself when I say I don't like something or I don't like you doing something, right? Me not like how this look. Me not like how you look when you do this. Me not like that. I don't have a problem explaining why I say it. See? So there is no guessing with me. Me not leave nothing mystery. I say it plain out as it is. If you want to honor what I said and take it into consideration, well, you know, that's a grave concern of his. So me I gotta make some adjustments, kind of thing. Then that's honored as well. But me not have no problem. Me not know where Jerome talk about. Me like it raw. Flo, what you mean when you say you like raw? Me just say I am live, raw, and uncut. Me personally. So yeah, back to what we did said before though. Certain things you accept, man, and once you start accepting them things there, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. One more time, ladies, you have the power. You don't have to be with these kind of men, and you need to learn to see things before they happen. Not for nothing. And no disrespect to women, because someone will real easily feel disrespected. I'm not singling you out, but I find that men see things before they happen more than women do. See things before they happen, kind of thing. If you check a situation, you will hear a man say, well, me could have said that I go happen long time. Remember when XYZ. Yeah, then that me that try to tell you from long, but then they are arguing with me. See it then now it happen, right? And it's more stories with women who are like, I never saw that coming. I can't believe say. So you know, if you start learning to see things before them happen, there are always signs leading up to. Always. You just ignore a whole heap of red flags along the way. See? Jerome, move to the back of the class. Let's move the TV. Jerome, come in deaf and late this morning. All right. We have on the board here. You see, since we have 679 people in here, we're going to knock out that one here. The Prince of Dancehall. Can we depend on that kind of wave here? The Prince of Dancehall. Now, let me first say that somebody called me bias. I hate when people use words that they themselves don't understand. You remember when we used to go to school and them say, this are from elementary, primary school days, basic school days, and you use a word and them say, okay, now put it into a sentence. I had to put the word into a sentence. So you demonstrated that you understood the meaning, definition of the word and how it's used in proper context, right? It don't look like nobody will bring them new age people who go to school no more or teach them how to put certain words in a context and put it in a sentence so we understand how it's used. Everybody bias. Oh, that's a bias, dog. You're biased, you know. Me didn't know so you're so biased. Kind of like when narcissistic was trending. Yeah. And everybody was narcissistic. Every woman man when them break up with he was narcissistic. He was narcissistic. They was the trending word. Bias. Them call me bias. So without further ado, all out there. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
SouFLo, my brother.
Yes, bro. What go on?
Good day, man.
Let's Bad TV is in the building. Talk to you.
Anyway, we all talk to a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, what you say? Masicka Prince?
If I was to give the title.
If you was to give.
Yeah. If I was to give.
Let me see if I can see where you're coming from with that.
All right.
Jerome, go back to class. No bother with it. All
right. Jerome later disruptive.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So, I assume say the 438 album when put out have something to do with your decision.
Classic.
And the other album when put out after that.
Yeah, where
King. Remember what other album name. However, though, me hear you talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
You never listen to the second album too much.
Oh God, man.
While I can agree with you that
bro, hold on. The second album you should have listened to it because it beat even the first one.
Then listen to it, but not like how me. All right. In my opinion, let me say this. If 438 a better album for me.
Really?
Yeah. If 438 a better album for me. Yeah.
Generation of Kings.
Yeah. Me like the 438 more.
438 bad. Generation of Kings.
That's just my opinion. That's my opinion.
Okay. All right.
See?
Yeah.
All right. Boom. Alkaline not drop an album in a minute.
Right.
However, him drop a EP album a couple years back. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And leading up to him doing that, he have a place. I think fingertip. He run a place. So he have go on.
Yeah, him did a go on with him thing. Me wouldn't say him did a run a place. Him did a go on.
Me, in my opinion, me go say
him did a run a place. Him did a run a genre.
14, 15.
Yeah.
14, 15, Alkaline run a place, yo.
Him did a run a genre.
Yeah, man.
All right.
My opinion still.
Yeah. True.
Anyway. You realize that a few years after that thing got a boom now and started New Rules thing.
The New Rules concert, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And after that thing I really put out no much music.
Right.
However, though, the one album that I put out, you know, says a classical album, the album there.
Bro, if you got
the album that changed the game in our way in terms of how artists put out music. Alkaline changed the game that way there.
How?
In terms of knocking out all the middleman and MIM, say you can upload a thing on YouTube and some style.
No man, but them had do that before him.
Yeah, but he was the one who kind of more bring it to the forefront that you know say you can do that and hit on a large scale.
Cartel did not do that before. That is a full copy of Cartel blueprint, bro. Remember, I know, bro. The whole time Cartel they are prison, you see, I was saying it to this audience right here. So I say, how come he's able to put out an album from behind bars and I put out multiple albums? Remember, to Tanisha, I think is a super classic that could have crossed over. It just needed more representation, videos for the song, them and all these things.
To Tanisha around about 2019, 2020, somewhere around there. So.
Yeah, but
after Alkaline start pull out.
But before that, Cartel put out work.
That's the name.
On YouTube.
Put out.
Yeah, on YouTube and social media, but on YouTube where him put out the album and have the album hit song after hit song come off of that same album there. A Cartel first do that. It wasn't Alkaline. Alkaline just followed the blueprint. See, this is one thing me not like either. I don't like. Yes, man. Me not like.
Remember, I get this up in a year, you know.
Bro, you see, what me not like is when time everybody are gonna say Alka do this, but them can't say Cartel do it first and Alka follow it. Cause that's the truth.
No. You realize, me not debate you.
But the truth. I the truth. Me realize, but me make you say what you did not say.
I'm 100% sure.
But I truth, man. Ask anybody.
In all honesty, you know, I'm a fan of Alkaline. I'm a fan of Starter music.
So am I.
See?
So am I.
So, we can't fairly say, when it's an angle like this, but I don't do print there, follow, and do what I do. That's why I'm able to do it and do it. I aim first peep and see how teacher do it and just do it.
That's true. That's true.
See?
That's true. In carbon copy, content.
And
right. And that people have him up for. But, all right. So, we are talking about Masicka versus Alkaline. Cartel just in there because we did a user example. Right, so subtract the cartel thing and go back to Masicka versus Alkaline and the Prince title of Dancehall. Because none of them can be king right now.
No.
The Prince title, the Prince title of Dancehall, you would have given it to Alka instead of Masicka?
I would say the two of them up to the running. Because I guess one, Masicka just know what to do the work.
All right.
In my opinion.
In my opinion, him not just know what to do the work.
In just 2 decent albums back to back, it work I put in because I see the growth and everything. He's definitely a top contender.
In a my all right. So Alka you would have given to them at this time. If you were to give it to one of the two at this time, it would have been Alka. Or who else would you?
I would give it to Alka, and I'm gonna tell you why. This is between Alka and Masicka, because there's somebody else who really forget it still enough.
That's why I'm not asking now. I'm saying if there is somebody else, who would that somebody else be? Oh, blood clean. Yo. All right, no disrespect. We can't do that. All right, bro. You're done my argument. You're done my argument. We can't say no more. You're absolutely right.
More than Papa.
Yeah, a big disrespect.
But two they are used.
Yeah.
I the one them would have worked. But guess what? If I didn't train it, them and the head I game long time.
Yeah,
arena and baiting. You think that it come and eat now.
Yeah. No argument. No argument.
No disrespect to Masicka, but when you start Masicka, so arena show you know one there thing. Alkaline I do. Fuck kind of do it. Him can get to that level and then you can say, yeah.
You know what? I know some Masicka will do it easily.
He will do it.
Did you see his birthday? Did you see his birthday party?
No.
All right. The man's birthday party was held. I don't know if I remember if it was Canada or in the US or somewhere. But
I think he was in 3 places.
The one when they come out in the puffer jacket and all white and sitting that was a huge venue. The venue packed from like sardine pan. And when a crowd like that turn out and a word for word him sang them, that's when I saw that him can actually do it, and him probably is gonna do it, right? It's just timing as far as he's delayed in the game. So of course Alka ahead of him and I go do it. But when I go say when him reach panda level there. My thing with them is this, you see, between Alka and Masicka, my thing is this. I remember when Masicka did a shoot off of Alka. Alka was ignoring him. Alka actually said, it was like, you're not on my level yet. Like, me not say, me not say no sweat. You have to stay down there first. Fight somebody down there first. Call me up here.
Did pass him at that point.
Right. But yes, he did. And that's a undeniable. But I not pass him, him did already there ahead of him. And him get the big boss there already before Masicka. But Masicka did not do the work. And he was on his way up. So when Masicka finally bust way, that's only what, 2 years now? Probably?
Yeah.
Yes.
About 2 years now, yeah.
When Masicka finally bust way, Alka was silent. And he was silent for about them 2 years. So it did seem like say Alka fall off or Masicka take the space. And that's the only way they came into this kind of, okay, so who have it now or who pass and gone and lead off who and all that other stuff. The only thing that Alkaline has that Masicka doesn't have to me is this new rules concert thing. But I suspect that Masicka will be putting that together for himself soon. Yes. Yeah. It's just the new rules thing.
When you do that, the conversation would have made more sense.
Right. Right. But you said something will end my conversation. Me no have no more debating on this.
Yeah.
The Prince title is Poppy, yes, and it's a disrespect to say any other. It's Prince, it's Popcorn, for sure.
Yeah, man, from prefect to Prince, bro.
Yeah, from pref to Prince. Yo, yes. From let me write that down, cause I like that one there from remember say I use it, you know, from prefect to Prince. I true man, I am a Popcorn. Yeah, can't put no other. All right, my bro.
Next topic.
All right,
man. Everybody in that chat.
Big up, man. Oh, that's Less Bond TV. We call him 5 Up. he put everything in perspective now. Me can stop. I can stop with the back and forth for that one because that's not even worth the argument. It is definitely Popcorn. It's definitely. How could I forget? Popcorn. People in the see. You see how the world steer. You see how you put in great works. You put in lots of time. You know, you make your impact, and so easily people have to be reminded again of who you are. I know, so me I disrespect Popcorn, you know, me just completely forget in the moment of who's shining now. Because Popcorn kind of quiet right now. So because him quiet, no means him disappear. He's busy. I see him. I see where he's at. Him out there. Actually, me just see him sit down on the back of, I believe, is a Lamborghini. I get a haircut. Somebody behind the Lamborghini in a Rolls Royce, like jump out to give him a haircut out in the open and thing. So Popcorn out there living life. He's moving about. He's doing his thing. It's not like he's stagnant, and he's constantly dropping projects as well. You know, I think up to a couple of days ago, him drop a new piece of project again. So yeah, it would have definitely be Popcorn. A lot of them haven't touched the heights of Popcorn yet that Popcorn has touched. Definitely Alkaline has not touched the heights that Popcorn has touched, and definitely Masicka not reached there yet. So yeah, Let's Bond TV, big up yourself and thank you for putting that one in perspective. No argument. We can just go ahead and move right along. Hands down, Prince of Dancehall. If Cartel is the king, Popcorn has to be the prince. No other way around it. All right. With that said, let's talk about. We have so much on the table. We want to talk about the Diddy trial and the Iran strikes back and all that. But before we get into all that, let's stay in Jamaica for a while. So we're going to stay in Jamaica for a while and let's talk about the 3 individuals who recently got arrested and tried and found guilty for using the Postal Service system to transport cocaine. Somehow no we do anything but work. Anything but work. You know what's funny? I realized a whole heap of Jamaican left Jamaica a long time ago, you know, so them feel like when you say work, them things you mean like go cut bush down a Masaki bush and follow Masaki go bush and them kind of something there. There's a whole heap of work in Jamaica enough if those who want to work. Not saying that it's work that you can live off of in a nice exclusive community or pay bills and don't struggle and all these things. They work them not pay too good. But it is better to be free and you get a little bit of pay and you go and make your every mickle make a muckle than you lock up in a somebody prison because you try to get rich quick. Right? Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
SouFLo people, them a try to get your attention for sing happy birthday for Raddy daughter.
Oh my God.
Chat.
All right. But you see what I go on with me now? My chat up on the screen where my story them pull up. YouTube now give me my chat on my other screen this morning when I can see the chat. So when we pull up the story to block the chat, so I can't see who in the chat until me done the story. All right. Okay. Now I'm gonna jump back in there real quick.
Let's say a word.
Thank you, bro.
Let's go.
All right, manners. All right, let's go into the chat real quick. Birthdays are special. See? Let me see. Happy birthday, Raddy's daughter. Let me see where me have to say the name. Radfyz. Radfiz's daughter. We always say Raddy's daughter. Me never say a F in it. Radfiz's daughter. You know, say Raddy's daughter, me I'll call you anyway. Because I'm a Jamaican and that's what we do. We just take a name and turn in where we so make it where we think it like it sound like. Radfiz says no F. Oh, wait there. Raddy. Raddyz. No man, Raddy's daughter. See Raddy's official thing here. As somebody else I tell you happy birthday and I say Radfiz. Okay, Raddy's daughter. Raddy's daughter, big up yourself, my friend. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you greatly. Thank you for being a part of this family. And on days like these, because it's your special day, one more time again, round the sun pan or round the universe pan them. I saw it go. Yeah. We say happy birthday to you. Don't worry, we're gonna sing the next one. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Raddy's daughter. Happy birthday to you. And we wish you many more happy, healthy birthdays. From your happy and you have your health, everything else is a blessing that's added onto that. So make sure you take care of your health so you are around to be healthy for more birthdays to come. May you be blessed with many, many, many more happy, healthy birthdays. And then, big up to Busy Signal. One more year, my friend. What I say? Happy birthday, my friend. One more year, pandem. One all the vibes. Give thanks for life. Next year, we're doing it again. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Happy birthday, my friend. One more year, pandem. One all the vibes. Give thanks for life. Next year, we're doing it again. All right, Raddy's daughter, have a wonderful birthday. My friend, turn up, but don't turn over. And that's right there. Manners and respect, and thank you again for being a part of this family. We appreciate you greatly. All right. And I see the comment section is full of your family members in here giving you your happy birthdays. See? Give thanks. Bless up. All right. Now we can proceed to this. If there's anything that I'm missing in the meantime, please don't feel no way about calling. YouTube have a thing where they give me a monkey on the screen. And the monkey on the screen takes up the space of our chat. So we can't hear, you know. I mean, I can't see who's in the chat. So if you're saying something to me, just know say I'm on the other screen where once I pull up a story, the story blocks the chat. Once I'm done with the story, I'm going to take it off of the screen. Then, so the screen now looks like this. Let me show you. This is what our screen currently looks like. So we can't see, you know. Like that. So you see which part the monkey there? That's where our, I don't know if they're being racialism, like my auntie would have said, them and them racialism. And like my auntie would have said, but I don't know how I go on, but a monkey a pop up on my screen right over here. So where my chat is supposed to be. So usually I'm able to be on screen and read the chat right beside me, but them give it monkey. And they've been giving us the monkey for a couple of days now. So we have to pull up our next computer over here. So a racialism a go on, my friend. You see them something here? So we have to pull up our next computer over here. So that's why you see me turning this way to read the stories and read the comments. Because you're over here on this screen, but my comment section now over here, so on a different screen. I don't know why it's doing it that way. You can go live, but you can't have your comment section on the same screen. Lucky say me have multiple computers, so me can actually do it same way. Anything them throw in our way, we're gonna find a way to get over it, under it, or around it. That's what me I try telling you, right? So when they don't notify the people like they're supposed to notify the people, we just have to ask the people them to remember that they're not notifying everybody. So tune in every morning, else you won't get your notifications. When them cut the live them earlier, freeze we in the middle of the live, we just have to start over again, or pick up where we left off, reboot and come back again. When them give with the monkey on the screen and we can't see we chat, we just have to go over here so and open up one next computer and get it on that one day. I saw it go. We're just going to have to work with what we have. All right. And in all, we still give thanks because we're still here and still able to do it. Them not dash for the whole platform off of the platform yet. All right? All right. You're not being racist. You're saying the truth, says Karen Notice. Boy, I know why the monkey. Yo, you ever said the monkey? Monkey, you ready to go live? Monkey. No live. Hey, anyways, let's get into some behavior. So, SouFlo, it's safe to say that you are going with monkey business over there. I never try to tell me say I'm a monkey. I will try. Me I go on with monkey business or never try to tell me say me's a monkey. I don't know. But they look away. Yeah, it look away. And I would prefer for the monkey to never show up again. But the monkey constantly keeps on showing up. We have to laugh, you know. We have to laugh. We can't do nothing else but laugh. Because we can't fix it. I have to stay here all morning and look on the monkey there every time I look on the screen. Right now, all me I see are the monkey. It's a reminder you are a monkey. I guess. Anyhow, in the fine print it says you can't say nothing bad about the boss. So me feel away, yes. Kaitaja Empress, I definitely feel away. The first time I saw it, I was flabbergasted throughout the whole live. I never know. But then I tried to do the live, I couldn't even keep my thoughts together. Because I said, is this deliberate? Why a monkey of all things? You could have used one robot if it says something gone wrong or whatever, but why did you use a monkey? You know what I mean? But of course, you know, they're going to say, well, when things go wrong, that monkey pops up on everybody's screen, regardless of what their orientations are. So you have an argument on your hands. I just feel like somebody that tell me that he's a monkey. But you know what? It's all good. It's all good. We skin nothing, and we've been here before many a times. Oh, let me give you a joke before I go into the next topic. The next topic is gonna be the 3 idiot them where get catch using the postal system in Jamaica to ship coke. I get a job one time. See, this is way back when. That's why I said we've been here before. I got a job one time at Publix warehouse. And them time there, you know, I said to myself, say, yo, I want to go drive the forklift them over the warehouse at Publix because all the guys that I know that was getting them nice car, Cadillac, put on rims and all these things are over the Publix warehouse, them did a work. So and you can work double shift or you can do straight night shift with them pay you time and a half for the night shift. And I say, yo, me fill out my application, you know, me go through the whole process. And I got called for it. And it was in a place called Davie. Anybody who live in Florida, especially South Florida, you know about Davie. If you don't know about Davie and you don't live here, you can Google and find out where the KKK was first started. It was started in Davie, Florida. So they hold roots in Davie. Poor little immigrant me at that time never know them sitting there. All me know say, boy, me just have to take 2 bus and boom, me reach. So me I go for the money. Me reach up at Davie. Me I realize how Davie look different at the time. Me do my interview anyway, because you know, we don't make nothing stop with. Not true, so we do an interview. We do an interview anyway, went in, suit, shirt and tie, well tucked in, pants, neat, haircut. You know, handled the interview well, got hired, got my start date. Me I say, yes, left the Publix. I'm going to stand up at one bus stop down the road. Because bus me take go there. I'm going to stand up at a bus stop down the road. And a truck, a van, then, drive past with one big flag on the back of it. Big Confederate flag on the back of it. I'm here. Go home, niggas. And then fling a bottle. And the bottle mash up right in front of me. My cousin, who was in the Navy in Canada, had just got out of the Navy and had a basketball scholarship in Miami. And we were going to Florida Memorial University at the time. And him did there with me. That incident caused my cousin, Richard, to leave the United States of America immediately. Richard said, I'm not staying here. So I said, man, what about your scholarship? You know, he was like, no, I'm going back to Canada because we don't have this in Canada. I mean, think the man did that joke, you know, the man left, you know, him pack up and left. Me, on the other hand, I'm still here. But did I go back for the job? No. Starting date, me not even did have the wherewithal to call the people them to say, hey, I experienced XYZ right after I finished that job application, that job interview, and I don't think that working in that area is safe for me. Because I remember, I know at nighttime, me would not work, you know. So I would have to get up there late evening, do night work, and come off early morning hours, dark hours. Me not answer the people them call or nothing. Them a call me if ask me why me never start and all these things. Me not answer them call or nothing at all. Me just left it. And I realize now that because me did afraid too. So it scared my cousin enough for him to leave the US. Me never have nowhere for run. Me just know that I wasn't going back to Davy and I wasn't going to take that job at the Publix warehouse. Me would have know you. Me wouldn't know you, says Missy Brown Brown. I used to work at Davy a lot. Then I was working as a CNA. Let's ban TV. Let's ban TV. Yeah, Missy is a work. It's just a work, you know. Me work at Walmart too already, you know. Hey, me tell people this. You see something about me? You see when my bills them have to pay? You see when my picnic them have to get take care of? You pull up at Burger King. You'll hear, hello, welcome to Burger King. May I take your order? Me sit there that day. $27 and must be 90 something cent. Me round that off to $28 an hour, starting $28 an hour at a McDonald's that's in my area. I said $28 an hour at McDonald's. What me have to do? You must think say if my bills them have to pay on my pay. You see some people too, like them think them too good. Figure me no business about that. Me not afraid to get greasy and all that. Me know say me I earn my money because me afraid of prison like what, right? Now, we pass certain levels now in our life to where, but you know how life go already. You know what I mean? One day you're up, or a couple of years you're up, and then boom, things happen. And next thing you know, you have to go hold something until you can get back to where you're used to being. I'm one of those people that don't have a problem doing that. Me not care what people think. But most people, they'll be like, Lord, me can't make nobody see me run and know McDonald's window talk about welcome to McDonald's or welcome to Burger King. Me can't work at them place there. So them prefer go thief. Or them prefer go rob people. Or them prefer go transport drugs. Or them prefer go get caught up in a, or them prefer go sell them parts. Front and back and mouth and all. Me not in a none of that. I don't mind working 2 jobs if I have to. If me I work 1 minimum wage job because of that me can get right now and it's not working out, me will go work a next one and end up I work 2 of them. I'm tired, but me tired and free. And me tired and carefree. Because me not fear who for sitting me teeth where come kill me, who for drugs me last, who for which police or kick off me door. Me not worry about them something there. You know what I mean? So there's a principle to the thing. McDonald's are pay better than some desk job, says Audrey Wright. And come with benefits too. Walmart I pay better than some desk job and come with benefits too. There's a youth that just started at Walmart. Yesterday, I did at Walmart or day before yesterday. And David said the new youth will start at $22 an hour him get. Starting. $22 an hour. When me did not do them kind of job there, you see, it's $7 and change was starting. $9 something was a flex. Anything over $10 an hour, you were balling. So would I not go for 22 an hour now? You must be rotting mad. 22 an hour, me hinder. That's why I feel sorry for me Jamaican people them because when you there Jamaica, my friend, I work at McDonald's. It's not the same as when you're in the US, I work at McDonald's. In the US, I work at McDonald's, you can probably eventually afford to buy yourself a car, you know, end of year come. If you have 2 picnic and them thing there, you file your taxes and boom, bang, bang. You know, there's something going already. Jamaica don't have them opportunity there. You know what I mean? $28 an hour can buy a block and finish the room. And Jamaica says, Mervyn the Point, Jamaica Cure. You think a joke. You think a joke. I told you all about Razor B. I have to say this again. I have great admiration for Razor B. You know Razor B, right? The singer. Mr. Razor B on a video. And Razor B was jerking chicken, seasoning chicken in a kitchen somewhere in Europe. And him say, yeah man, bring the camera closer because enough people afraid to talk, but me not afraid to talk. And he was like, when you think when we leave Jamaica and come a foreign and play, we come for play. No, we're there we're hustling. We come for make money. Of course, somebody in the comment was like, please show them your nice house and your beautiful cars them in a Jamaica and make them know say a chicken you go sell a foreign plus singing and stuff where get afford you all these things. See, a lot of people now look on the grand picture of things. You know what I mean? Them just are concerned themselves with who's watching you and their opinion of you, and you know that. So Razor B in the back and season up the chicken and thing, and I thought he was joking. The man dead serious himself when we are not shelling a stage in Europe. We are shelling a kitchen. Yeah, we cooked up and we're not afraid to talk to. Turn around the camera and make them see it. And then the next video I saw was them outside of the kitchen serving the food outside. A man have on him apron and them something there. I say, you see, a lot of us would have been like, Razor B, big singer like Razor B. Razor B not take no talk on that. He's letting you know, leading by example. My youth, better hold up your head and go through. Yeah, however you can get it, you can get it that way. Because at the end of the day, nobody care if I jerk or fried chicken, forget it. Nobody care as long as you got it. That's what people care about. Sometimes them don't even care if you get it illegally, as long as you got it. But here what? You want to steer away from the illegal part because we know the consequences will come with that, right? Most time you do illegal stuff, you have to go, you get mashed up after you bill up. And it all crumbles down and you have to start all over again. That's the problem with illegal activities. When you're there and you little make your muckle and you slowly bill and bill. There's a brother in my area where when I drive past his house now, I show my sons and I say, you know, it's a garbage man live over here. That's a garbage man house. Because I've lived in this city now for quite some time, going on 2 decades now. So I remember when him did first start work as sanitation, one of the youth them we used to jump off at the back of the truck and pick up the garbage them and run down the truck and fling it in there. That was him. Now he graduated throughout the waste management company. Him drive the truck them now. Other people jump off at the back, or they have the machine where come down, pick up the can them, empty them in a truck. When you see them, put down back the can them. The man there want a whole different level. If you see him piece of house in the city where me live, one nice 2-story house, me see one boat park up in the front. Me see he's looking like he's ready to retire sometime soon, right? Boat park up in the front, a Hummer. The Hummer is always there, one big Hummer Jeep and some other vehicle around the place. And the man house nice up and thing. And you gotta think, garbage truck him used to jump off at the back of garbage truck, you know. And look where him reach with it. So imagine if all that the man there now when him hear people I say, garbage truck you work on? Yo, I foreign there work on garbage truck now. You should have started Jamaica, yo. You have to stop worrying what people have to say about you here. Stop worrying what people have to say about you. Most of the time we're there, I try impress broke people. Them broke too. That's how we broke. What me I try impress you for? It's how we broke. Not true? All right. You're not afraid to get greasy. No, Jerome, you're not afraid to get greasy, but not the Diddy greasy. Not the baby oil greasy. We're afraid to get greasy, as in our kitchen. See? Bunches I know where that public says I go there often. Mary's message, easy come, easy go. My stepfather, dad was a sanitation worker for Surfside for many years, retired now with good money. Yes, sorry, not stepfather, my dad, just my stepfather. Okay. All right. Let me talk about them people here since we're on the wave. They have stopped trying to impress people. They look at work and buckle down and put your mickles to muckles and make something out tight. 3 people were found guilty for using the post office to traffic cocaine. With the help of the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency, MOCA, 3 persons were found guilty on Wednesday in the Kingston and St. Andrew Parish courts of mailing cocaine packages overseas from Jamaica. Wow. Who think about that? Overseas? This must be people who never traveled before. Yashika James, Leroy Adamson, and Ashayan Bennett. They were, so Ashayan, Leroy, and Yashika, none of them couldn't look at each other and say, you know, say it's not a wise idea this. Make we try something else. None of them. Out of your group of 3 friends, none of them couldn't talk sense in the rest of them. They were convicted of 2 counts of conspiracy to export cocaine, 2 counts of taking steps, preparatory measures to export cocaine, and 2 counts of attempting to export cocaine, and then 4 counts of using the Postal service for drugs. In a release from MOCA, the 3 of them were convicted before Senior Parish Judge Mistress P. Blake Powell on multiple charges that were related to the illegal exportation of cocaine through the Jamaica Postal Service. Facts are that on June 8th and June 9th of 2020, Adamson and James, now them do it way back then, them case just go before the courts in 2025. Adamson and James conspired to export cocaine through the Mandeville police office, post office, rather, not police office, through the Mandeville post office. And James and Bennett repeated the scheme at the Santa Cruz post office in St. Elizabeth. The packages of illegal substances were mailed to overseas addresses. And according to Major Basil Jarrett, Director of Communications at MOCA, MOCA agents staged an operation at the Central Sorting Office in Kingston, and they intercepted the suspicious parcels. A subsequent forensic analysis by the Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine confirmed that both the packages were containing cocaine. The Crown was represented by Mistress Kamara Sterling of MOCA's Legal and Prosecutorial Services Unit, acting on fiat from the Director of Public Prosecutions. Attorney Kamara Robinson and Teresha Grant represented the accused individuals. This conviction highlights the increasing sophistication of criminal networks, underscores the critical role of interagency collaboration in dismantling drugs and drug trafficking operations in Jamaica. It also sends a clear message that exploiting the public infrastructures for criminal gain will be met with the full force of the law, and the date for their sentencing has been set for the 29th of September of 2025. So them just get convicted just now, and their sentencing date is set for September of 2025. You must be either really, really dumb, really dumb, or you probably never traveled before and you think so. That's why I love watching them show there. There's a show on that is called Border Crossing or Border Protection? Something, them have Border Protection Canada, them have Border Protection USA, them have Border Protection UK, or Borders something UK, Canada, USA. When you watch those, they have a unit. All of them have a unit. And the unit not border security. Let's Ban TV. Thank you. The units don't only deal with just people, my friend. They have a whole section dedicated to what comes in the mail. Live on the air with SouFlo. Good morning.
Oh, I didn't know you were on the air.
Live on the air, my friend.
Oh, I have to call you when you're not on the air.
All right, then.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so just a word to the wise for those who don't know. You can't mail cocaine into. It sounds good. It sounds good. So I'm in Jamaica and I have 2 kilos and I'm gonna chop it up and figure out how to send it. I'll send it in packages and you can collect it at. It's not gonna work. It's not going to work. You're gonna get catch. The only thing for them is they got caught in Jamaica. If they had gotten caught in the US, they would be looking at a lot of time. You're tampering with the mail system makes it federal. So you would be looking at a whole lot of time. But them get caught in Jamaica, so them probably won't get a lot of time. They'll probably get fined. They probably won't even get time. They'll probably just get fined. Because I've seen in Jamaica where people got caught with kilos and kilos of cocaine and they got fined. And you pay the fine or you do the time. So them pay the fine and them go about them business, right? Why do people travel with drugs and everything is X-rayed? That's crazy and foolish, says Karen Notice. Audrey, she now watch. She does a call. A guy dismembered his boyfriend and mailed parts all over Canada several years ago. Be prepared to go to prison. In Jamaica, they won't get a lot of time in prison, but you're still going to get time. So the warning of the day is this. Stop it. Go look at work. All right? The world is closing in on us. Far gone are the days when you can actually do things and get. You see, back in the day, you could have really thief, you know. Listen, when I was living in Brooklyn, right, they have booster teams. And you be in a barbershop cutting hair. I don't know anybody else from Brooklyn in here, but you be in a barbershop cutting hair, and them boosters, well, them boosters working like them work like how you work. Them get up early, them wait for the store to open up. And as soon as the store open up, them lick the store early in the morning because they would already plan their day and be like, all right, you're gonna be a diversion. We are gonna go this way. Run through the JC Penney store, run through the Uptown store where the Louis Vuitton store, run through the Boom Bang. And by the time 2 hours, 3 hours into starting the day at the barbershop, they're already back with a van full of goods outside. Yo, I got this Louis belt. Still got the tag on it and everything. I got this Versace shirt. I got this new pair of Timbs. What size you wear, Dread? I'm like, I wear 13. And like, boom, I got you. It's 150. I'll take 75. You know what I mean? And your daddy and your bargain, your thing. I said, I got 50 right now. I'll take it for 50. Sometimes they'll be like, man, you hit me in the head, but it's all good. Give me for that. And then, you know what I'm saying, a haircut on the side and whatever. And we call it even. Or, so, them used to thief enough. Them can't do that again. They can't do that again. It's not the same anymore. The world has changed. The world has changed. People used to literally walk through the airport with drugs. And it was just a matter of maybe you will get caught. Can't do that no more. Now you're guaranteed to get caught. I'm telling you something what me do. Long time ago, nobody don't come for me. You know your Walkman, you know your headphone. I probably should say this. What happened many years ago. I think if I say it or not, you know. Me say it. I get ready to fly I was getting ready to fly from New York to Miami. And I get a strain of herb in New York called chocolate, right? And Miami side, them never have chocolate. Them used to have like some other something. So hear me to myself now. You see, when you're young and dumb, hear me to myself. I say, man, I try to figure out how to take the chocolate with me. Because I want the people them when I go around in Miami to taste the chocolate. Because when I one of them wonder when you draw it, you know, it tastes like you taste the chocolate. You know, it tastes very chocolatey. And it give you a nice, you know, a nice, your float gone up and thing. Mellow and thing. So I say, I'm getting ready to go to the airport. I mean, I try to figure out like when me I go put it, how me can. But I'm afraid that prison's still enough. So me I said, no, me can't. You can't transport. And me pick up my headphone. I said, Ross. Same way, so. I had a $20 bag. I take off the covering of the headphone, put it in on my headphone, put my headphone on my head. I go right through the airport. You say Milan, Miami. Go right through, come out. Take it off. Roll up. I may say the nicest herb me ever smoke because when we go through, forget it to which part it did there. You can't do them something there again. You can't do those things again. Times have changed, my friend. They have stuff now. Somebody was telling me the other day they don't have anything that can x-ray your body. That's a lie. They have stuff that can x-ray your body. I don't know where you come from with that, because the other day I put in a comment, I said that they have stuff now that can x-ray the walls of a house to tell how many humans are in the house, where you're at in the house, if you're moving around or not. Law enforcement can literally size you up from outside and tell how many people in the house. Okay, them see the dog. So we have one dog, we have 2 males, 2 females, and 2 children inside. One's here, one's there. We're gonna hit the front door, keep Bravo team at the back, blah blah blah. There's a male running from. Them know everything because them can see through the walls of your house. If them can see through the walls of your house, where you think you're going with anything? While you are walking at the airport, when you walk past certain things, them scan you already and you don't even know it. That is the precursor to you getting pulled out the line. So anytime you see them come to you and talk about, come this way with us, please. Even if you don't have nothing on you, just know so you get scanned already and them see something will look suspicious. One time I stuff a shoes, I have 2 pair of shoes, and my stuff which is 4 feet. So my stuff food. It was food. Wrap them up in a socks, stuff them down in my shoes. And I got one of those, come this way with us, please. And I knew immediately that's what it was. The time I got pulled over when I was coming from Jamaica and them car going at the back door, I said me I got prison because somebody set me up. You know when they start asking you, did you pack your own luggage? And I said, why the woman asked me if I pack my own luggage? Yeah, I pack my own luggage. And I put a lock on it, and the lock did lock. Okay, come on, come this way with us, please. I see 2 more men come back at me. And them I walk behind me, and this woman I lead me. I go this way, and I say, Ross, I got prison for sure. Somebody set me up. It turned out it was my food. It was my food. And the woman I go on extra. Aha! We found it. I was so friggin' mad. Them can go on with the food. As long as nobody never set me up with drugs. But in times like these, my friend, leave that alone. Here, go do something else with yourself. Yeah, them all see what kind of drawers you have on. If your drawers holy and everything like that. Like my granny, Miss Ruby, used to say, when you go outside, put on good underwear. Wash your crotches good and put... Miss Ruby said to wash your crotches good and put on good underwear because you don't know. You might go out the road and drop down. And you know, I'll give you a joke. I never think that was anything to even learn or think about until I was grown. You know, when you see emergency happen in public, like I see people get shot in a public, and the medics, when they come, the first thing they do is what? Them cut off the person, clothes off of them. I say, Ross, now this my granny, Miss Ruby, did I tell me about? Miss Ruby said, wash your crotches good and put on good underwear when you go out the road, good clean underwear. Because you don't know you might drop down out there and then have to go take off your clothes and people are going to see you in your doodle-up drawers and them something there, your holy drawers and them something there. That's true. That's true. But them can see through everything, man. Look, me gonna embarrass my granny now, Jesus. Yes. Yes, I look on you, you're gonna embarrass your family now, you're gone to prison now. Nan said they did that to me the last time that I traveled to Jamaica because it was suspicious for me to be traveling internationally alone. And I was living. Why would it be suspicious for you to be traveling internationally alone, Nance. You're an adult, right? They'll give you all kind of reasons to search you. That's another thing. And you can't say no to any of the search of them. If they want to pop off the back of your computer, if you have a laptop on you and they want to open up your laptop, like separate the screen from the, and you there talking about, but you're gonna destroy my stuff. They're doing it anyways. Me see them get a drill and drill in a one man suitcase. But guess what? When them drill in the suitcase, as them drill in the suitcase, the drill come back out like this, beer powder upon the tip of the drill. A man drilling on next part of the suitcase. You know that handle and the collapsible handle on a suitcase where you can pull it up like this and walk with it, and you can push it back down when you're not using it. That. They masked his cocaine so good. Them open up the seams. Them take out the whole structure there. They open the structure. Then pack the cocaine in it, put it back, seal, stitch up back the suitcase. So the man come off at the airport, you get your bag and you pull up your handle like this by your suitcase and you're gone. When them pull him over, the brother sent for a drill because them look all in the suitcase. Him rip out the inside. Me I say, how them a tear up the man's suitcase? So you know that silk looking lining inside, rip it off and look under it. The man say, I'm sure there's something in here. At this time, them call the dog already, and the dog keep on hitting on the same suitcase. And he's saying, okay, it's here, because this dog never misses. Where is it? Because I'm not finding it. And hear me, I watch the video. May I say, there's nothing in the damn suitcase. Left the man, let the man go on, man. Because the whole way are looking at suitcase. The empty. The man goes so and pull up the handle. Him say, get me a drill. My boy run, go get a drill and come back. So when him go so, and pull out back the drill, beer white powder come out on the drill tip. He said, clever. Beer white powder come out on the drill tip. And pop off the drill, it's sitting, pop it off. When them pop it off, that thing was loaded with cocaine. And it was a good amount of coke too. And them find a good way to put it in there, but them never smarter than the people them who work there. The guy said, I do this for a living, and I've been doing this for years. Any way imaginable that you can think of, people try to hide drugs to bring it into the country. So I'm gotten used to that. Like, you have to look everywhere. Did y'all see the Jamaican grandmother who had the coke taped to her head top, and then she put on her wig over it? And our wig well nice and style. On the sit that one there. And when they took her, yo, like people try everything, but they're gonna find it. That's the story, right? I still get caught. I'm good. Prison isn't for me. Banches said. Mervin the Point Jamaica Curse says one time me and brother traveled to a course, and the man take out an eyeglass and start examining the brethren passport like him a look for diamonds. And they held them a while. Yeah, they do that too. Them take out the magnifying glass and go so. What do you think them a look for? Remember one time gone and enough people used to travel like this, you know. Older Jamaicans will tell you this. You see the older passport them, man used to just fly down and say you are go up next. Fly down and slice out them picture out tight and slide in your picture and gone. And it used to work. It was that simple, literally. So when you want to reach up, and a man said, boy, I'm gonna like to fly up by next week, Friday, still in. I'm saying, all right, good, come down Wednesday. So you're like, yeah, come down Wednesday, so I'm gonna fly up Friday. Okay, we don't know where we're going, we're picnic. It's when you get older, you realize where the racket was. And whole heap of Jamaican can tell you, say, them do it. Cousin fly in, you take him passport, you have to slice it good, them slice it, thin slice, pull out that, put in your picture, put it back together, walk through airport with confidence too. Are you Chanel James? Yes, I am. Go through. Gone. I have the nerve to fly back down to, you know. So the next person can fly back up with him own passport. Oh, me know somebody will come up, so Audrey, we know a whole heap of people will do them something that back in the idea. But that's what I'm trying to show these people, that those days are gone. It used to be able, you could have run any racket. You can't run them racket there again, because security is of the utmost now. Now you have to be like them, have a silver line in there and a water mark in there, and them have a mark where you can't see it with your regular eye. That's why they have that light that you see them slide. You see when them slide, there's something under that light there. It's only with that light you can see it. So you can't even see what it is to replicate what it is. So you can't falsify the paper no more. You know, those days are over. So anybody out here who's thinking about transporting drugs using the mail system and mail it, go yaso and go deso, and you just begging. Anybody who thinking about going through any airport with anything, you just begging to go to prison. You're just ready to go sit down because you're bored outside. That's it. With that said, and using that as a warning, we're going to move on to something else right now. The sex offenders registry in Jamaica. Bone of contention there. The sex offenders registry in Jamaica, they're still, first of all, let me say, I saw videos where they are saying that the crime rate is down in Jamaica, which is a good thing. It's worth a round of applause. Of course, people like me are still saying that, why didn't y'all do that like 10 years ago? I asked one specific question. A whole heap of people cussed me, but nobody has answered it yet. From what I have gathered, the only thing that has changed was the police got the right to kill indiscriminately. And because of that, the man them who said them a real bad man, them kind of like a whole off now, because them know so them we get dash way and nothing will come of it. So if that's the strategy that's working, then it's working, right? Year-to-date comparison has slashed our murder rate in Jamaica to a, believe it's below, it's a 40-something% lesser number than this time last year, which you have to applaud that. However, police killings have gone up over 100 or 200%, so to speak. So with all that said and that agwan, we like what go on as far as ain't too much murders happening compared to last year. However, I do still think that it's politics at play. And all I want to know is, because our Prime Minister and others have said that it's a couple of things that they have put in place. Strategic investment in X, Y, and Z that has brought us to this place. As if to say they have a real crime plan. Here is my worry for Jamaica. My worry is that when the election phase is over and they are re-elected, we go right back to what we had before, right? Because now the pressure will be off. So we go right back to what we had before, which is the murder rate skyrocket again, and the people them afraid again. And, you know, everybody is crying about the murder rate once again. Hopefully, there's a real strategy in place, and hopefully, we're looking at something permanent. I saw Cliff Hughes yesterday. Cliff Hughes almost looked like he wanted to cry. But in my mind, I'm like, they're all connected to the machine politically. So everybody is touting this new improvement, trying to win this election. You know, I never thought I would see this in my lifetime, he said. I never thought I would see this in my lifetime. Crime has gone down significantly. Not just murders, but crime period has gone down significantly. I'm celebrating it too. I'm celebrating and I'm welcoming it too. And I'm giving big up to the forces we have on the ground who are making things happen on our behalf too. However, I'm super concerned that this is just another political thing. You know, everything have to right when election time come. and I saw you win the election. If we did it, let me tell you what the strategy is. The strategy is if we lowered the crime rate 2 years, 3 years before election call, the people them would have forget say we lower the crime rate. If we give them water in these districts that don't have water, 2 years, 3 years before election call, then we forget say we did give them the water. If we fix the road them 2-3 years before, by time election call them we forget say we did fix the road them. This is why you see when election time come around, you say road get fixed, water get into communities when I have no running water, everything I get, you know, people I get free house, this, that, and the other. All these projects are just busting out the seams. It's because it's a strategy that they use against us all the time, right? I'm going to make you vote for me because I'm going to hold everything until it get closer to election. So when we do it, right when election about to call, it's fresh in your memory, so you can say, well, I them fix the road, you know, and I them give a running water, and we don't have running water since for the last 5 years. But what you are forgetting is that you were under the same regime. You were under the same political party. All the years you never have the water. You used to have it and it cut out, and it cut out from 2016. Well, of them did inner power from 2016 till now, right? A whole decade gone, and you just get water when election are call again, kind of thing. They miss you the last election, you get it this time. Vote for them. So I hate that strategy, and I'm starting to see that most Jamaican people, it's like them don't really see that strategy there. At the end of the day, I just want better for Jamaica. So if anybody out there knows what strategy it is and what have they invested in, because the Prime Minister keeps saying they've invested in, it is skillful investment and whatever in certain things that are working. I want to know what it is. When them investing in where work so good, that has caused our murder rate to drop 40-something%. I welcome it. By all means, I welcome it. Because if it dropped 40-something% this year, if they continue the way they are going, it will drop 80-something% next year. And I can't imagine by the year after. Could y'all imagine 3-5 years from now, we're looking at each other saying Jamaica had 100 murders this year. Jamaica had 80 murders this year. Jamaica had 35 murders this year. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Our Prime Minister, the leaders of all these sectors, tourism, the tourism sector, Edmund Bartlett, all of them, our Minister of National Security, our Commissioner of Police, all of them know this. I've been saying for years. Jamaica is the gem of the Caribbean, bar none. Jamaica is the gem of the Caribbean. Everybody want to go to Jamaica, but we're not doing 10 million a year tourists because of our murder rate. And a lot of people would say, I lie tell because people come anyways. Of course, people still come. Jamaica nice. But we're not getting the numbers that we would get if we were way safer. The Bahamas is over there, so I do 10 million plus a year. And we are brag about 2 million, 3 mil. And Jamaica more exciting than the Bahamas. And me not say that because me a Jamaican and me bias. Jamaica is Jamaica. See? Those people would love to be going to Jamaica instead of the Bahamas. If you ask a lot of them, I go to the Bahamas because it's much safer. That's what you will hear, right? It comes a time now where they had to pay attention to it. And if you don't think that is worth something, look at how the Jamaican government reacts every time the US government puts out a warning to its citizens, a travel advisory, and them rank with too low. Don't you notice that everybody gets flustered? They all get flustered because it means something to them. It means something to them. So may I look upon the day when Jamaica is going to get her glory. Anyhow, they can, please don't listen to this. Anyhow, them can get the murder rate there way down. We will see a new Jamaica for real, because our tourism industry will be so booming. Have y'all ever been to one of these all-inclusives and seen it packed? No. No. I wonder how they even stay open. The all-inclusive, them nice. Them building up more. They're all over the island. Me never see them pack out yet. I've never seen them packed out. I see a lot of people in them, but me I talk about packed to max capacity. Me I talk about every room book out fully. And I'm talking about the big ones, right? When Jamaica lower her murder rate, I know the other crime them, you know, my friend. Because people don't mind your teeth, them things. They'll just cry about it for 5 minutes and go replace it. You know what I mean? That's how it still. And the murder part. And although we scream, tourists are safe, it's only Jamaicans killing Jamaicans. Anybody who have sense knows that you could easily get mistaken for a Jamaican, especially if you're black and traveling in Jamaica. So that puts you at risk. Kind of like why I don't go to the Dominican Republic, because I could easily be mistaken for a Haitian, and next thing them kick me down and mash me up and then find out that me's a tourist, right? Right. So with that said, any day Jamaica reach, whatever crime rate reach super low, murder rate, you'll see a Jamaica unit. Oh, mommy. Hi, Mom. Come here, pretty. I thought you left. No. No? Say hi, everybody. Hi. This is Milani. Milani is now 5 years old. She's no longer 4. She looks super tall. You see my chats over there. See the hearts over there? Yeah, because they gave me a monkey over here. Look. Monkey? Yeah, they gave us a monkey. Why? That's what I want to know. I don't know if they're trying to tell me that I'm a monkey or something, but they gave me a monkey, mommy. But look at the hearts right there for you. Look. Say thank you. Thank you. All right, so Melania is off to school. This is her last week. Kai been out of school like 2 weeks ago or more. What's that? Oh, the dancing girls. The dancing girls. You want to show off your outfit? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's do a little outfit check and then get mommy on her way. Today is water play. Today is water play, so she's dressed for water play. So she have on one bathing suit, swimwear type outfit and shorts to cover it with her Crocs and socks and her bag on her back and these kind of things. Stand up on daddy. She see how tall she get? Out of nowhere, yo, these children, lift up your foot, mommy. Show them your Crocs. Show your Crocs. Oh, you gotta keep it in the screen. That's her Crocs right there. Her bejeweled Crocs. And put your foot down. And that's the outfit we rocking today with her bag with the ears. You're so tall now. When you sit on me now, you just look, you're out the screen. Well, that's what we're working with today. Because I'm taller. You're taller. You turned 5 and you got super tall. I'm the tallest there. You are. Yes. You're a tall girl. Daddy, why you got this on? I wrote in the middle of my hand so I could remember something. Got me, I get all on my head. I go, you know, so me they try and remember things. Give me some love up. Oh, I love you. I'll see you later. Pop off my microphone. Say have a good day. Have a good day. All right. Wave bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right. See you later, pretty. All right. All right. So Melania is off to school. Papa, you staying? Okay. Whenever your computer is having issues, it's called a monkey wrench. So I'm guessing the monkey is their icon for monkey wrench. Yes, Kataja, we know that. That's what we were saying earlier, that them put the monkey there, but there's no point in arguing with it saying it's racist, because it shows up on everybody's computer who's having a problem with the computer, who even if you're not, you know, of my persuasion. However, it show up a little bit too much on my computer. And it's not my computer that's having the problem, it is them and their system that's having the problem. Something I go on when me not know. Because how come I'm able to get my chat on another computer, but I'm not able to get it on this one? And then sometimes me get it on this one and I get it on the next one. So obviously it's not my system. You know, these babies don't babies for too long. Let's ban TV. Boy, bro, you see how tall she get? Just like overnight. You know, my son Jaden, I used to think Jaden was, I'm like, Jay's gonna be short. We used to think Jay was gonna be short and stocky. And one summer pass, and me tell the youth, I said, yo, if you wanna grow, you have to sleep. Cause him and him brother stay up all night. A lot. On their devices. I said, if you wanna grow, you're gonna have to sleep. Go to bed. Give your body a chance to rejuvenate. Give your body a chance to grow. The brother take it to heart, you know. I mean, I talk about every evening by 7 p.m. that in bed, you know, wrap up from head to toe. You see, from the end of the summer there to the start of school into the next year. One day, me walking in the kitchen and I realized that, I said to myself, did I just look up at Jaden? I'm 6'5". I said, did I just look up at him? Somebody said, Jay, come here. Stand up right there, so. Me and the youth, the right there, so rotted out of nowhere. Yeah, man, these kids, they ain't none of them staying small. She literally grew out of the screen. Let's go on TV. And when you used to see me hold her right there, so down, I'm sitting on the same chair. I have the same computers in the same position they always been in. Y'all witness this little girl just pop out of my screen. Time flying. And they not staying small. That's why we up at the power we think too. Yeah? All right. So with that said, let me see. It's a beauty watching the children them grow though. I don't know how some adults could like hurt children. You look at a child and you look upon like a person that is a little person. Is a little person. A little person that don't have it all figured out. A little person that they kind of remind me of how I must have been, kind of thing. Every time I look at any youth, that's how I think, like, damn, that's how I must have been. Every time I look at Kai, and how busybody Kai is. Kai do some stuff, right? Sometimes when we get up and just go out of nowhere, and then him do two mad laugh and go right back to doing what he was doing before. I mean, I said that youth genes are something weird because me do that. I used to do that. You know, so you look on them and you're like, damn, that's me, yo. That's how I used to be. Like, I see him size. You know, you have your chat enough. You're full of energy. People are telling you, go sit down. Pick up a book. Learn something. And that's how me do them, you know. Yesterday, I was like, Melanie, come here. Because she does a buzz roll like a bee. Daddy, can we go to XYZ? Daddy, why did you do Daddy? I may try clean up and put some stuff together. So I said, Melanie, you know what? Come here. Sit right here and don't move. I'm going to turn on the TV and put it on the learning channel and put her on a teacher. Where them have to interact with the teacher. Yes, Miss James. No, Miss James. And stuff like that. And Miss James, I going to teach them how to read and how to break down words into syllables and how to make a word out of a word you can't really understand how to pronounce XYZ. So we put her up on the couch for that. I saw me get her quiet for a little bit. Because I see them when we talk to them. Why are you all buzzing around so much? Go sit down. Find a book, man. Kai, come here. I need you to do some maths. Give me your maths book. Because that them used to do it, don't? Right. Full of energy, man. Full of energy. Yeah, in my exercising parts, Audrey. The man get up and say, So what a mad little rotted. Yo. Yo. You mean that's why I don't grow up past 5'4", me lack sleep. Oh, you a 5'4" you reach? Oh my. Yeah. Oh my. No, no forgot sleep. Well, you know after you reach certain age at that height for you, you can't grow no more. Yeah. I think mine have to do with not only genes, but they have to do with the food. The kind of food them when we get start off pan in our life. And like I said before too, up which part I come from there in a Clarendon, even now when I go there and look, you know, when me there, me joke with Shakira and say, whole heap of eye candy there for you. Cause she always when she go Clarendon with me, Westmoreland she come from. So when she go Clarendon with me, she say, a beer man live up here so. Cause you will see more woman than man in a them area there. And I say, yeah, all of the man them tall to not true. You barely see a little short man around there, not true. She said, yeah, all around the tall up here. Like some of them are 7 feet tall, 6'9", 6'6", 6'5", me a 6'5", right? So me I say, yeah man, because we eat good food up here, you know, and we have clean air, and we wearing at the hills and them something. Enough eye candy up here for you, not true. Beer tall man. She said, no, when them call Clarendon, them have a name for Clarendon, and then Manchester, them call disease collector. I mean, I say, yeah, we collect it from the girl them from Westmoreland. That cause them come up here, come look tall, man, and end up bring disease with them up here. We back and forth bantering like that, you know? Why you have to say it so? It's too late, Audrey. You can't grow no more. The growing done. You have to just settle with your little 5'4" where you have and go on. Nothing wrong with that still. Nothing wrong with that at all. You are what you're made to be. All when them eat them bum flick all over the place. Yeah, I'll put 2 foot up on the wall and the upside down. I see my daughter read, and my daughter put on the book on the floor flat and put 2 foot up on the wall and go up until she upside down and stare right there upside down and read. Or watch her tablet. I say, how is that even, like, what part of you make you want to do that? Like, climb up the wall, climb your feet up the wall till you're like this, and your head down here so, and your foot up there so, and I watch your tablet from there so, just so. You know, you walk through the house and you do your thing, and you look over and you see it. You have to think like, where the backside? So I call our mother and I say, yo, babe, come here. Look for Melanie. She said, oh yeah, she do it all the time. She do it all the time? Something wrong with her? That's just how they are. Just how they are. I'm so glad my parents allowed us to do goofy things and be free as a bird, says Mel. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I won't say I struggle with, but I'm more of that type too. Like allow them to. I'm a super neat, clean person. So it's hard for me and it took a while. My older kids probably went through the part. Remember, I know when your parents are growing, you are growing too, right? So of course I was much younger with my older children, and we didn't want my house neat all the time, fixed nice all the time, and all these things. So I don't know. Them never get the best of that. But they were quartered off into their rooms, like you play in your room, designated area, nowhere else. Clean up the rest of the house, kind of thing, or go outside if you want to play. With these kids, me just look and me see glue all over my kitchen floor and all through the house. We make sure the house stay a certain way, because them have bike where them all ride through the house. Mr. Malani and Kaya do racetrack around the kitchen island. She upon a tricycle, him upon a trike bike, and a through my house. And crashing at the counter, them bow, and I gotta ask myself, am I going too far? Am I letting them do too much? And when them done, him go find scissors, and the thing him find, him cut it up all over the place, and him a glue stuff together. And before you know it, him come out with something nice, like a nice piece of art creation. but him not clean up after himself. So this aware as a parent now you have to say, don't stop his creative process because you might stop his creative flow, but teach him to clean up after himself. So that's where I'm at with it. As long as them remember to clean up after themselves. Why them a picnic? You turn your head for 30 minutes. Every room in the house hit. Every room. I go in one room over there, so we call the boys' room. When we go into the boys' room yesterday, me I said, when did y'all come in this room to tear up this room like this? Because me no see it. Living room, tear up. Next room, tear up. This is a room where I have all Lego stuff and everything in a Lego everywhere. Lego. Next over there, so we prioritize them the tie area, mash up. I can't even get upset. I'm just like, you know what, I have to take a deep breath and say, hey, y'all come help me clean up the house. Come help me clean up the house. When you say come help me clean up the house to them, they are too mad, you know, them just start run so. I listen to them, I go, zing, zang, zoom, them take 1 foot of shoes. If you got a pair of shoes sitting at the front door, which is their shoes, and I'm like, clean up, help me clean up the house. Put everything where it's supposed to go. Your shoes, where do they go? They go in the closet where the shoes are. This. You will see them take 1 foot of the shoes and run go so with it. Them put it in the closet. Them not put it down properly, you know. Them up in the closet and fling it in there so. And run back so for your next foot of the shoes and run back so with the next foot of the shoes. Fling it in there. Now I got to go over to the closet and say, this is not how the shoes supposed to be in the closet. Why are your shoes way over here and then over? Don't you see how this parenting, man? Parenting. Enjoy it. The house will be empty in 2 decades. Yes, Mervin, the point Jamaica CURE, and that's the point. That's the part. That's the part that I won't forget. Because I know a lot of empty nesters right now. And they miss it. While it was a lady, one older lady, she said to me, she said, you better enjoy it. My house is lonely. Our husband passed away not too long ago either. And our children, them gone already. She said, my house is lonely. And sometimes I wish I could just have my kids like tear my house up, you know, enjoy it because it's very temporary. And when they're gone, they're gone. They're going to go off and have their own lives. You know, they're not going to be having time for you anymore and all that other stuff. I mean, I said, damn, you know what? Let me enjoy it while I can. Because the day is going to come where I'm seeing it right now. My oldest is in college right now. We go see him every 2 weeks. This weekend past, we went to go see him. Ask him when we cook for him when we come. Because he might live the college life, you know, ramen noodles and them kind of thing the life. And eating out of wherever. I don't want him eat too much frigger food, but he has to learn independence. So he's going through that. But he lives on campus. You know, and already me miss him. And already I'm like, when are you getting a break? When are you coming home? Kind of thing. And him just left. I mean, asked, when are you coming home? Like, me just want him home. But I understand he got to be there. And then next year, his 2 brothers gone. So my daughter, my other daughter, not Milani, she's going into the 6th grade already. And she's like, yeah, Dad. And after that, I'm a teenager. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for you to be a teenager. I'm not ready for you to go 7th grade. None of that stuff. I'm not ready for you to leave home no time soon. But that's how I go. That's how I go. Yeah. Want them to come get... Yeah, you want them to come get on your nerves. You want them. I was talking to a Haitian lady that owned a beauty store. She have a barber shop next to the beauty store right here in the city. And she said she have 2 kids and they're both away in college. She have 1 boy and 1 girl. She said our son call her regular. You know, mommy, you all right? You know, I miss you, son. So she said our daughter is the one that, she said my daughter is my heart. Because our daughter, she see herself in our daughter, so she hold her near and dear, you know. She said boyfriend or daughter left and she drop her off at college. She lucky if she get one phone call. She said, I'm the one that have to call her all the time. Like, you don't remember me, you can't call me. And she said it hurt our feelings, you know? So enjoy. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Hi, SouFLo. Good morning.
Good morning, family. How you doing?
I'm all right.
All right. Talk to me now.
Your judge said something. The teen nearly burned me up when you said.
In here, what?
You're not ready for your daughter to be a teenager. What are you going to do to stop it?
No, I'm not ready. Me can't do nothing to stop it, but me not ready. If I could have done something, I would. If I could, I would.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You're not ready for her to be a teenager. So boy, look like you have to be the teenager, I know.
Boy, I'm not ready at all. I'm not ready. But, you know,
yeah, man, ready, man. Change up, just keep your mindset and Father God to make them do good, you know?
Yeah, man. We'll work on that part there, but we're still not ready. We're still not
ready. Yeah, ready up yourself, man. Ready up yourself, man.
I will try.
Yeah, try and do that. All right?
All right, my friend.
Bless up yourself.
Bless up. We're not ready at all. Especially me not ready for the part where she reach any kind of age where she gonna start talk about she want date or she have boyfriend or none of them something that me really not ready. I be talking to my daughters like this. And poor Malani not even understand half of me. I say any day you get to the stage where you start talking about you like boy and you want, first of all, I have to meet whoever it is you're talking to, right? Any day you bring any idiot come cross my lawn, come stand up on my front door about you're trying to introduce, just know, say, may I flick that back across the lawn. So don't bring in here no pants off your ass, inarticulate, dunce bat come on my door, raggedy looking, nothing. I have standards for you. And you know how life go already, right? They be liking the exact opposite of what it is that you have as an idea for what them supposed to like. They do. Most girls be liking the exact opposite of what their mom or dad would say that's ideal for you. First. Eventually down the road, it kick in. And them start look and say, I can't take you home. You just all over the place, blah, blah, blah. But first, them go completely opposite of what it is. So me, I think to myself, maybe me want to start out. I try use some reverse psychology upon them and see if it work. You know? But then if we use the reverse psychology and it backfire upon me, them are going to say me did approve of that type before. I'm not too clean cut myself because as you can see, I have a whole heap of tattoos all over me and them kind of something there. So I can't tell me picking them nothing get tattoos. I can't tell them nothing there with man who have tattoos. Tattoos don't make you or break you anyways. Well, it depends on what the tattoos say. And depends on where they are. Why? I have a lot to think about still. I have a lot to think about. I have a lot to deal with, man. This now go down good. Yeah, me I boom flip that right back across my lawn. Boy, come up on your door with them pants off, I'm off. I come talk about, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Mr. Mac? Hey, man. I just trying to tell you for real, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling your daughter like that for real, though. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even look at him anymore. I would just straight stare at my daughter. All him talk him over here, so me I just straight I look at my daughter. That is the this car come and get. Look. That is the get this away from me quick. Look. I hope my daughter don't do me like that though. Hope some daughter now so for contemplating life right now. You know, me never really yes, me I contemplate life right now for real. I am. My daughter is 30 and she has never introduced a man to me. Never. She keeps her circle tight and private, says Reggae Girl. That might not be a good thing though. That might not be a good thing. You know, as a man, right? when a girl carry you go at our yard, I remember I was dating one particular girl, and when she bring me go our mother, because her parents were separated, she bring me go our mother, and I remember her mom said, our mother called me one next name first of all, like she would have said, Kevin, you're back. Like, our mother said, Kevin, you're back, and I'm like, Kevin? Who's Kevin? By the time I said who's Kevin, she grabbed our mother and gone in the kitchen with our mother. And I was sitting in the living room. I was like, wow. But our mother did load. And so our mother was like, so that's not him? And I could hear that that's not him. They look alike. He looks like the same one that was. Somebody else said to myself. I was like, so that girl can't tell me nothing now. So when our mother left, I asked her, I said, you bring different guys around your mom? Like introduce your mom to different guys? She was like, no, that's like somebody who, a friend of mine from like a long time ago, that her mom while she was there said she was over there last week and Kevin was there. Kevin may I use coming a member name, what she called me. But I'm just using that name. She was like, she was just over here last week. And Kevin looked like me, and me look like Kevin. You sure that's not the same person? Because damn, they look alike. I said, wow. And then I dated where, you know, a girl carried me to our yard, and our father is like, my daughter has never introduced a guy to our family, ever. So for you to show up at our door, you must be somebody special to her. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm stay around the family for a little while, and the father watched me with the utmost scrutiny. You know? But yeah, so it was a difference, you know. The girl where our mother tried to help her, I wouldn't even say her mom was trying to help her because her mom was loud. Even when she that tried and Kara go to the kitchen, her mom was still, even from the kitchen, she was like, but I was just here last week. You sure that's not the same person? And she kept going too. She was like, we're probably mixing them up, but I'm pretty sure that's him that was here. How many guys are you having over here? Blah, blah, blah. And the more our mother talk, the more me did I look on her like, you're dirty thinking girl. Because she swear Jesus off of the cross, say, you're the only man we are coming here, so. You know? And our mother come expose her. So you have a difference, man. You have a difference. It might not be a good thing that your daughter has never introduced you to a guy. Depending on how old she is, you know, maybe she's not into guys, or maybe she's into many men, and she don't know which one to come introduce you to. You know, there's a lot to think about here. Come, I don't want my daughter to be into many men. You know, I would have liked her to lock in somewhere. Truthfully, I would like her to practice celibacy until she's about 30. You know, she has solidified herself in life by that age there. Live on the air with SouFLo, good morning.
Yeah, it's me, SouFLo.
Yeah, family.
Yeah, talk about daughters, right? And me did want to share something with you. When me did I go through with my daughter. And it's not the same, because I have son, you know.
You have
but
son.
It's not the same with your daughter.
Talk to me.
SouFLo.
Wait, how old your daughter is?
My daughter is 23.
Okay, so you can talk to me.
She's the one that just had my grandbaby.
Okay, you go through it, so talk to me. Wait, you say?
So you have son and you have daughter. But SouFLo, you're not going to feel it till your daughter pregnant and have baby. It's not the same as when your son get a woman pregnant. It's different when it's your daughter having a baby for the first time. You know, so my daughter texts me one day and said, Mommy, I'm trying to figure out a way where you can have this baby for me so I don't have to go through the pain. And I start crying when I see the text. It was actually a post. Because I said, baby girl, this is the first time in my life since I've given birth to you that I can't do this for you. This is something you have to do for yourself. So cherish your daughter then. Because it's going to be painful to watch them go through something where you can't stop and you can't control.
You can't save them from that one day.
You can't save them from that one day. They have to go through that pain themselves. She said, Mommy, I'm trying to think about where you can't do this for me, so I have to go through the pain. I'm going to feel it in my belly button. For the first time, child is going to go through something where me can't stop, me can't control, me can't save her from.
I want to tell you something though. You know, some man and woman look on life differently. So you see that having the child there, me not gonna feel no way about it when I'm a daughter time for have it, because me wouldn't want to have it, and that God create woman for. So me not gonna feel like I want to save her from that pain, because
the thing is,
it's a rite of passage.
From baby.
Yeah, true that. But
and you've been able to protect her.
What I'm more
pain and hurt.
Right. So what I'm more as a father, what I'm more concerned about is, like, there are women out here who go through abusive relationships, but them hide it from them parents. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, my worst nightmares for my daughter end up with a boy where she's so into, for whatever reason maybe, and this be that boy, I do all kind of something to her under the quiet, and she trying to play it off for me like nothing happened. You know, come on, we got to go over to my dad's this weekend because we're having dinner at dad's. And then come over my yard, come act like it's all hunky-dory and lovey-lovey. And then when she leave me yard, man, I beat her up on them kind of something there. Them are the things that are going to worry me. As far as her having a baby, I think that's God's creation and God's design. Me not going to feel no way about that. And
definitely, you're a military man, so you look on it from a different aspect.
Yeah,
and me think
it just rolls in life, kind of thing.
Me think like Shakira, she might understand with me and say
yes
more than you.
Absolutely, she will, because she have children already, just like you, and y'all are women and motherly, and them instinct that is different from the instincts that are wired into us men.
Well, just imagine being there when your daughter actually give birth and you see her go through the pain.
Me not go under there, no.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be there. I just think it's too invasive.
What's your daughter's name? Aneka?
Yes, Neka.
Just think of Aneka being an adult, and this is her first baby.
Yeah.
And she's daddy's little girl.
Yeah. That's gonna be you. That's gonna be a super emotional. Yeah, me not gonna do it.
Stop her from go through it.
Me no want to do it. I don't want to be there. Yeah, I don't want that to do. I mean, I think me are gonna
go back in that chat.
All right, manners.
Yeah.
Boy, where we gone with that conversation this morning? Cause no have me over here think all kind of something. I wouldn't want to be there. I wouldn't want to be there if my daughter was having a child, because me dead for the birth of the children them. And I've seen all my children come to the earth. It's just super personal. Like, me not even want to see my daughter. So as a big woman, me I go see her skin out and me I look down in between her leg them. Even if I'm waiting for my grandchild to come out, I don't care. I still see her underneath and all them something there. Remember, I know, me as a man, I won't even change my daughter them diaper or nothing like that, you know, because I try to instill something in them from they were little that not even my dad removed my underwear. So no boy can't just come take off my drawers like that. Or, you know what I mean? And I purposely did that. I purposely did that. I'll change the boys, I'll bathe the boys, I'll do everything. The girl them, we'll fix them up as best as we can, but then mother have to take care of the rest when time she reach in. Or the woman of the house has to take care of the rest when she reach in. So, and that's always been my principle. My daughter can't tell us that me bathe her. My daughter can't tell us that me take off her underwear and change it and put her new underwear upon her. Them can't tell you that because I never did it. That's why, you know, me did taken so much to the story about my boy there with Fame situation with Fame daughter and camera in a room and all them something there. Because not even at 4 or 5, like Milani even, I'm like, babe, when you come home, you have to go clean her up and change her and stuff. Only when I have absolutely had to, and if I piss in another diaper there, it's still till the mother reach here. Right. So when them get big now and them start say them I have baby and them something there. Me no want in the room there. I'm there when my wife having the babies and me see how them skin her out. And same thing for all my others. Me see how them skin them out. One foot over here, so one over there, so one push, and yeah, me not go on do that. Her husband's supposed to be there. And I hope that's what it is. You know, I'm trying to raise daughters who recognize that not that marriages don't end in divorce and all that, but at least you did start out on the right foot kind of thing. I mean, I raise my daughter them figure have one bag of picnic by one bag of different man and all them something there, or just breed for man cause him cute or, you know, accidentally breed and all these things. I think I'm trying to raise more stable, mentally stable and adjusted, well-adjusted young ladies so that they know them put things in perspective as they grow to the point where, yeah, it's gonna have to be a deeper connection and a deeper commitment from an individual before she give herself like that to use even her womb to bring life into the world for this guy, right? So yeah, that's something there with it. SouFlo, I came in late, but that what triggered this discussion, Lulu Ridges. Oh, my daughter Lulu, my daughter did her morning get dressed and show off her outfit check and go off. And she stood on me just now and she was out of the screen. So I was saying, you know, Lesbon TV said, look, she literally grew out of the screen. Because when she was standing on me before, you could see her head and you could see the rest of her. And just like that, she turned 5. Y'all haven't seen her on here in a couple of weeks. And I just realized with everybody else that she grew out of the screen like that quick. When you're around these kids, you don't really realize how fast they're growing because you see them every single day. But seeing her on screen and knowing where she was before, it kind of took me by surprise just now. So we started talking about these kids are not staying small for long and, you know, expectations of them growing up and so on and so forth. That's what brought us here. Live on the air with SouFlo. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
Morning, my brother. I want to go out. I see you like coming. You know, John can't come uptown, bro. I saw. What go on?
I was listening to the conversation that when she tell you say just imagine you're watching your daughter give birth.
Yeah.
Then what kind of graphic you should have seen? Certain things you just don't want to do when you come on to your child.
I won't be doing it. I know some fathers do it. Some fathers stay there and hold their daughter's hand while she push out baby. Me not gonna do that. I would hope that the man who she choose to breathe for, I go dead to hold her hand and stuff. Me would do the walking down the aisle part. Me would do the, you know, me don't know, probably end up I'll pay for the wedding part if I that them want all that. But me definitely not doing the staying there looking at baby coming out our hole. It's just not.
I don't think about that part, you know. You know the thing is that some women will start fantasizing about their daughter finding a lawyer, a doctor, and these things. The guy start prepare to buy a pistol because nobody now come around his daughter. So I think the father is always more protective of the daughter.
Absolutely.
Than the mother.
Absolutely. Well, you said them hope them daughter find like a lawyer, somebody with a good profession. We over here buy guns and bullets. If a boy ever I say, I don't know, joking, bro. It's true. Yeah, so if a boy ever I say, yeah, man. Me look for my daughter, them man. Me definitely. I think it was a couple of nights ago. Me I look for my daughter. And I said, "Boy, Milan, you beautiful. You know." She probably not even know why me I tell her that because I always do. But she had her prom. She had prom. Even my sons were like, "I've never heard of a child 5 years old having a prom." But she had her prom, right? And me I take her picture of them and stuff, and the way her mother dress her up and stuff. Me I say, "Boy, Milan, you beautiful enough." And me I say, if a boy ever. And I look for my daughter and I said to myself, say, you would definitely kill for her. And I answer my own self, you know. And I say, in a heartbeat, you know, in the blink of an eye.
Because I met earlier, I was saying, "Flo, you always have rub this in my face every man about your daughter, this." Yeah, that girl, then I just can't stand this no more. I'm going to leave your platform.
Hey, think I joke.
You see the thing is that, like, there's many times you're having daughter relationship and father. But the love I have for me, especially my daughter, he always just make a strong man get weak. So sometimes me just avoid these conversations.
See it.
Because when you love your, especially your daughter, and the relationship, like, I've done many things and I realize the love of me for my daughter is just different compared to any woman in this world.
Yeah, bro.
Very protective.
Very, very.
And I treat her like a princess in the way that they don't even try to discipline her in anything. I even remember like one time I tell her, because you know when I'm going to basketball, 1 hour them take I in the back school to go. I mean, say, yo, you can take him 5 minutes beard. Them not believe that. I'm say, yo, you just wake up and order up and soap up. I say, one day, mom, make you put on your clothes, I'm going to just come in there and show you, say, yo, you still can beard within 5 minutes. And that's in that. But certain things we just can never do when they come on to my child. Like try to find ways to discipline them, but me, especially when them smile and them things that them just these kids know how to just play, and especially them father.
Especially your girl. Cause that's me with my daughter them. I'll be trying to talk hard to them, but I can't. Especially like my two daughter. Nika Malani, she have a thing where Nika just knows that she gonna get what she gonna get. Malani knows she have a thing where she just look for me a certain way, and me just stop talk to her a certain way, cause I could see it in her eyes that I'm hurting her feelings. So me just immediately either stop talk to her or just change my tone completely. You know, and my boys don't have that effect. You know, my boy them try to look for me soft and me are like, hey, move from here, man. Go around the song and do a minute. Yo, I even tell my son, I said, why are you still standing here staring at me like I'm trying to date you or I'm trying to get your number or something? Yo, move from in front of me, man.
Hey, I remember one time my daughter did something and I spanked her. And she was crying. But
so we never do that yet.
Where we have, within 30 seconds while she's crying, she started to laugh. And from that day, that was like 2013. And from that day, no care what she do, I never spanked her again because I realized we have a relationship where she don't malice, she never hates her father. And when me see somebody is crying, I find the time to laugh while crying with, laugh with me. I've never seen such before.
Boy.
And from that, never.
I make you regret say you spank her to not true.
But I didn't spank like 3 or 4 little, just one is enough.
Okay.
Remember, sometimes some of these kids, you will take a candy from them and throw it away and they scream out and start crying.
Yeah. I've never spanked my daughters. Never. That was her for her prom.
Yeah, man, I remember her leg. She was crying, and I was talking to her, and within 30 seconds, she start laugh because me always get joke.
See.
I mean, yeah, that's what I mean, Seem like how me trouble people, so me I trouble my mother and can't. When me and my mother are talking, she can't make some certain, appear why me wire all the while. My mother always have to look at her P's and Q's when we're talking.
See.
And that's how me treat my daughter. If me teach her to drive, me say, yo, TJ. And she knows that our father, I'm going to stay in my lane. I just some me and her reason, and it's a bond when you can actually talk about your kids.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't even want them grow.
No, bro.
One of the worst thing when they hit them kicking and you're in our house and you not see them because them locked up in them room.
Wow.
And you remember the days when...
And they're changing. And that's when they're changing, That's when them get ready for left you,
When so them are fit out?
Yeah, them get ready for leave you. When them start lock up in them room, it's like them want them own space now. You and them starting to have less and less things in common now, and they're getting ready to leave you. I witness my son them do the same thing. My kids them used to run up and down playing at the backyard. Them want me play with them, everything like that. No, because I don't let my kids them go loose. So some people would be like, a big boy picking them, they're 17 and them age there. And the picking them go a road. For me, turn your ass in the house. Stay here so I find something though. So because them can't go nowhere, them just lock up in the room all day.
Yeah, because I remember when you used to just sit down and watch your daughter they sleep and just realize how life is beautiful until you pass and the room door closed. Say they're becoming adults. Now you have to say, hey, you're good. Sometimes you don't see them for a while because when you run joke and you used to read books together and sit together, Father, that's it. Grow up, Dad.
Time flies, bro.
For real, man.
Time flies, but yeah, we don't want to think about that still. We just deal with it when it comes our way, As far as...
I think that, so they say 30, then can start the...
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if she can hold off till about 30. 30 is a good age.
So what if the fact that she's a nun?
If she turn a nun?
Yeah.
That me would have liked that. No, me wouldn't like that because I want grand picnic.
So what about if your daughter not gonna make your last name live on? Your last name not gonna live on.
Yeah, my genes will still be in them though. She gonna carry on some other man last name. But my genes will still be alive, in those children.
So woman don't say you're selfish, but 30 before start having a relationship.
30. Because I want her to go to school. And I want her to get her life together before she start drop picnic. Most people will tell us that's where they not necessarily went wrong, but if they had it to do all over again, then probably would have wait a little bit. Because when you have children and you're not too stable, that go already.
All right, so I'm going to talk to you like Nick. I don't want to go to school. I want to be like Cardi and Nicki Minaj, so I'm rich and I can take her, your new dad and the family, and you don't have to work anymore. That's what I want to do, Dad. I want to be like Nicki Minaj or Cardi B.
Not a backside. Not a backside. Not a rotted backside. All right, yeah, go back in that chat, girl. Not a backside. Yeah. You know what's crazy? That's okay. So this is a picture of her for getting ready for her prom, right? You see the baby over her? That's her. That's when she was, I think this is her first birthday. She just turned 1. And then that's her this weekend gone when she did her prom thing. So, yeah. Anyhow, what you say? Carthage Empress said, very unrealistic. She 5 and her mother just turned 30. I thought about she can wait till she at 30. She can't wait till she at 32. Well, 20, she can't wait till she at 25. At least wait until you have something. At least wait until you have something. To be realistic, right? At least wait till you have something before you start pop out babies and these kind of things. I just don't want to see her suffer. I don't want to see her come suffer in life, and if she make the right decisions, then her suffering will be less. You know, I wouldn't mind if she pull a Miss Kitty. Can pull a Miss Kitty, you know. I would highly respect that. Yeah. Remember Miss Kitty said? You see Miss Kitty now? I remember when they used to clown Miss Kitty. Them used to say, move on, go. You don't have no man, cause no man no want you. And all these other things. And you don't even have no picnic. I probably God punish you and make you can't have no baby. Like I hear the woman else she can chat to say. All Miss Kitty was trying to do was trying to show these young ladies that listen, you don't have to run down certain route. You stick to a certain plan first. You put certain things in place first, and don't waver from your goal, and you will accomplish it just like that. And what better way to teach than by living it by example? So me have a high level of respect for like a Miss Kitty. The whole time Miss Kitty did not teach, remember me used to say the stuff that she was saying on there, Miss Kitty, I said some things you have to save for your husband. Cause you know, like I listen, there's some stuff out here as a man in a life, you know, we go through life already. There's some things where some girl make you do them, and what you do with them, you have to say to yourself, say, boy, like the next man will get all she know if you know say this year I got married and me don't do all them something there already. Like Miss Kitty was talking some real stuff where she was like, some things you have to save for your husband. And enough people she used to what she said? The one where had a lot of people talking, where she was like, not even backers him can. Not even backers him can get. If you think about backers and you think about how backers is explosive, not explosive enough, explosive. You know, you need them. Your body will open up to whoever they're around there looking at it. And these things. You know what I mean? For a woman to value herself so much that she would be like, yeah, I'm a woman and yes, I'm single and yeah, me want my, you know, I have innate needs too, but I don't just want to fling myself out to just anybody so and me just do everything with somebody just so and you know, me I save some things. So some things that I do will only be only one man supposed to can say, or somebody who I was married to supposed to can say them things that did go on. You know? This is a new generation, you see. Everybody are down in the back of me throat, and so you hear the young girl them talk. You know, there's a show online that is the guy go around Jamaica asking questions. I just started following him. One tall, dark-skinned brother. I don't remember the name of his channel or his content, but his content is usually on sexual level. You know, a low denomination type of material, but I engage anyways. And then we'll ask the girl about stuff like 12 inches, 9 inches, 7 inches. And the girl will be like, one and two of them you might hear say, me work with a 7, because you see how me small? Me don't know what me are doing no 12. And him have a ruler and him pull out the ruler and him say, this is 12, you know. This I want a real 12. And you know, some of them will be like, when me I go with that, look at me how me little. And then you know most of them, you hear most of them, and some of them will shock the daylights out of you. 12, that little man. I want something bigger than that still, but me go and work with the 12 for now still. That can fit in my throat back and I'm gonna say, yo. The brother say, how you know that can fit in your throat back? Can me do it all the time? And me never get no complaints yet. Come, I'm good with it. And me I say, I hope my daughters never get to anything close to any of that. Close to any of that. And mockers, we call them there, you know. I just don't want none of my daughters them become any of them sitting there. Yeah. No husband treatment versus boyfriend treatment. Yeah. And don't give away, how should you say it now? temporary should be treated like temporary, and permanent, you see if a permanent, more permanent. Like, that's one of the mistakes that are made often find that you invest a lot in temporary, and then permanent is the one where you try, like, you're not investing enough in the permanent ones. You have to go, but that's my purpose here, is to also guide them along those lines as well. I'm raw. I'm gonna be super raw when it comes to telling my daughters what out there, what to expect, how man think. Yeah, every man is not the same all across the board, but there are some things that every man think the same way about. I'm gonna put them on to all of them something there. Some women have to learn decorum, says Nance. Fast food versus gourmet, says Kai Jai Empress. Yeah, wait till she have pot for pissing her, and the old folks would say, yes, wait till you have a pot for pissing and a window for throw it through before you go big up your belly and come pass down more poverty. And you have to go struggle in a life and batter through life. So I just pray that the Creator sustain me so that I'm here long enough to instill these things and walk them through it. And you know how we go already. Picking are perfect. Nobody is perfect. So sometimes children, even no matter how good their age, their house is, where them come from, them still go wayward sometimes. That's why I say, I pray that the Most High guide me and keep me long enough for me there here to be able to, say, okay, y'all go a bit off track now, come back over here. So, or if they made mistakes, them still can call daddy, and daddy will work with them and help them to correct the mistakes and everything. One of the worst things in life is making a mistake as a young person and feeling like, say, that is the end of your life. I mean, I want my daughter them fall down that road either. Like, yo, this is the end of it. I made a mistake kind of thing. So you have to show them, say, it's not what we had planned for you, and it's not what you had planned for yourself, but let me show you how you can rise up out of this. You still could go get it. You still can accomplish all the other things that you have on your list to accomplish, X, Y, Z, right? They want them own experience. Yeah, certain experience, though, you just should never want. I think certain wanting for certain experience definitely is influenced by your environment. When I was growing up, right? I'm sound like, at the risk of sounding like an old somebody now. When I was growing up, if y'all can remember, for those of you who are in your late 30s or mid 30s to mid 40s, and probably a little older, you can remember they had bracelets that they used to wear. And these bracelets were, you had friendship bracelets and you had the virginity bracelet them. The bracelet them where you put them on your hand and you weren't supposed, that bracelet cannot come off of your hand. Them have to cut it off and they would make a commitment. Purity. Thank you, Kaitaja Empress. It was the purity bracelets. That bracelet was supposed to be cut off on your wedding day. That bracelet is supposed to be cut off when you have committed to the person who you will now say spend the rest of your life with, and you at least it was a guidance for that group. And there were a lot of young men and young women who proudly wore those bracelets. You know what I mean? Say that again. So I believe that some things where you talk about your craving to experience and you want to experience is because you've been exposed to certain things through your environment. If your environment full of hood in a back of throat talk and in the music, and the next girl them your age round you talk about it and lose your virginity early, and how them can boom off cocky and this, that, and the other, and me say it's sweet, you see. If that way your daughter them a grow up, then more than likely, no matter how you try, there's a chance that they might, out of curiosity, because they're peers. And if you know anything about human development, right, you will know that at a certain part of human development, which is during their teenage years, and it starts around 13, I believe it's 13 to 17, where their peers' approval becomes more important to them than their parents' approval or their parents' authority. maybe I'm coming from school level, but while I was at Kaiser University, we did study human development, and that's one of the things that I did learn, that at a certain part in your development, teens' peers become more important to them. This is where they get milestones from. This is why it's important for children to pass different milestones, right? This is why they call it like you're not thriving if you have a teenager who locks himself in the house, has no friends. His group of, at his age group, they're starting to look at girls, or they're starting to say, hey, I want to go on a date, or me and Keisha are going this weekend. Mom, can me and Keisha, or dad, can me and Keisha go to the movies this weekend? Go see a movie, XYZ movie is coming out. You know, we're just going to hang out at the mall, eat some food at the food court. You could drop us there and pick us back up, whatever, right? If your child is not thriving in that direction, then it might be something you want to look at, because these are norms. These are norms, and these are milestones then. See? There's a lot of coming off age thing that I don't my boys to experience. Kata Joy says there's a lot of coming of age things that I do not want my boys to experience. Them burn off the bracelet nowadays, Missy Brown Brown. Yeah, Missy Brown Brown, they're not even wear the bracelet them nowadays. Back in the day, that was a big thing. Like, there was a market for those bracelets, and whoever invented them was making a whole lot of money, and whoever made a replica of them and sell them was making a whole lot of money, because it was that many people around who, at least we were at a conscious level where your body means something. And when you let this go, you know, little girl, you can't take this back, you know. Whoever you did this to stamp you forever as the first person where God is, so, you know, can't change that forever, you know, no matter how you change everything else in your life. So keep these things conscious, you know what I'm saying? In your mind, XYZ, boy, can't tell you how much Missy over the years, me hear girls say as she lose her virginity and breed at the same time. And these kind of things, right? What's up with this trend on wedding day? The man go on his knees and put head under frock and use mouth take off the band off of the woman's legs. Says Jerome. Jerome. And the people them wedding, bro, if I that them want do. This been happening for, you know, new. It's not new. It's been happening for a while. It's called the garter belt, right? The garter belt. I think the man go under her dress and use him mouth and dry down and take it off or something like that. Me don't know. It's who choose to do it. Who choose to do it. These kids definitely want to be raised by their peers rather than their parents. Kataja Empress says, yes, it comes a certain time where their peers will become, and it's nothing to do with you as a parent. It has to do with their developmental phases that they will have to go through. There was a time for you two where you were willing to risk it all for the approval of your peers. This is how you start buckhead with mommy and daddy. This is where you did start trying to think for how you can sneak out and go yasso, or you know, you start hide stuff. Them dress you one way, send you go to school, you carry extra clothes in your bag and change and put on what you want to wear instead. Me do it too. Me telling you the story already, how my mother come catch me with different clothes on and haircut what she never give me. The woman use one big scissors and chop out the middle of my head, you know. Right down the center of my head, and the middle peel out like one elder. Just because I had a temporary color, and every time she dropped me at school, me would have like, I always wanted to color my hair. And back then, you know, 90s style, them used to have like, you would have like a high top, and some people used to have high top with steps. And then some people used to have like 3 steps, some have 2 steps. Then them have one haircut what they call the Gumby. And I was into all that. Just a kid in school trying to be with my peers. And my peers, them for them parents to have no problem with them color off one side of them head blonde and, you know, put a long part through it, designs on the side and all that. For me, different thing I go on in my household. In my household, your head shave bald like sheep. Or you get one low haircut as low as it can go all in one. No party night, no nothing. I was like, damn. So I grow up me here and I finally get to grow it out. You can grow it out, but you can't do nothing else to it. So I travel with a temporary color. And I grow me hair to the point where when I pick it up, I have a whole heap of hair. So I used to pat down one side. So I look like I have the step fade them high top. I used to color it. All this, I go in the bathroom at school, go do early in the morning, you know, before I come out in the hallway and then I start the school day, trying to be one of the fresh kids. Until one day my mother pull up unexpectedly. I see me. I'm here from the car. I know someone said to go to school this morning. Hey boy, so I take off. So I try to reach the house and she driving slowly down the same street. So I was like, get in the car now. Going out the car. She catch me twice actually. She caught me one time at the park and she caught me one time in front of my school. And you know, when me get off of school, my mother usually still there at work. But me don't know, she left early this day for whatever reason and out the door. And me forget to wash out the sitting out of me hair and fix back myself. Step out of the school just like that. And me here. I know somebody said to go to school this morning. Yo! But yeah, you were willing to break the rules and risk it all, man, because you didn't want to be among your peers them and look like them. You know, everybody come fresh. And you try to look fresh too. And them kind of sitting there. Oi, was that when you wore the cowboy boot them? Yes, King Biggs. She used to put me on a cowboy boots. I had some brown cowboy boots, like tan leather, tan like this but little lighter, brown cowboy boots with tight pants. We call them body huggers. Cause I used to squeeze up my little teely. My little balls them from one side and my little teely print out from the next side. Split you like a pum pum brethren. And then she used to put me in a them tight pants there. And me used to have some flowers shirt. And you know, my mom swore that this was fashion. And then you used to hear, oh, me not send you go to school, go no fashion show. Me buy you clothes that can last you. Me I say, God, me can't wait to go get big enough so I can buy my own clothes them and dress myself. I'll tell this woman so I can dress myself. She had dressed me still for go to school. She used to literally pick out my clothes and iron my clothes for go to school. Remember, you know, pick them age and iron no clothes, you know. Them pick out them clothes and gone. Most of them parents don't care what they wear to school as long as them cover up them body back in them day there. Not my mother. My mother, me tight jeans have seam in it to blouse and skirt. And then me have a cowboy boot. And my tight jeans print out my little body like pum pum, platina too. And then me have on them flowers the shirt and a Miami. Me I grew up already, so the shirt them used to look like. When I remember one show named Miami Vice. Yeah, I think she used to watch enough Miami Vice. Cause I be a Miami Vice. I be a Miami Vice like the black dude on Miami Vice. I be a Miami Vice dressing my mother used to have me now. One time she switched my cowboy boots, see? And carry me go buy some big old construction boot. I'll never forget them name Honchos. Some big black, they boot them thick the blouse and skirt like clown shoes. She said, yes, these will last you. Me I said, last me for what? Me a picnic, me a grow fast. Last me for what? Me never mash up a pair of shoes yet. Where you buy shoes like them ugly boots about last me for? But you know you can't say nothing loud. So you have to go and like say your happy feet, you know. So I move from my cowboy boot to my honchos with the same tight pants and the same flowers shirt them, and that's how me grow. So me used to thief people clothes. Actually, at one time I do it. Me not say me used to thief people clothes like no regular nothing. At one time I do it. We used to live in our apartment building on a Miami Beach there, and way up on like 8th floor or something. My brother up there doing laundry. I run through the stairwell, go up there. Don't know why I chose that floor. I'm going to the laundry room, and from the laundry room, you used to kind of look down and see like the whole apartment complex. So we used to like go into different laundry rooms and look down. And as kids, we used to run around and play in that complex with other kids. And we play hide and seek and run on different floor and them something there. One day, me run go up on like 8th floor and me see one laundry I go on. Somebody I do laundry and me I watch the laundry, you know, but me in the laundry room I look like I hide from a friend them where might look for me. But at the laundry me I watch because me see some sweatsuit. Y'all remember, if you're from this era, you might remember the Troop sweatsuits. Troop, Troop was the brand, right? Me see them, I try to bring them back now. So me see the brother, him have one red and white, black and white, and one next color, like 3 of them. The amount of time I spend in the laundry room, I'm gonna see nobody come check the laundry. I grab the wet clothes them because they were in the washer and they never make it to the dryer yet. I grab the wet clothes them. Down the blouse and skirt steers them with the people them wet clothes. Carry them in my apartment. I don't remember how I dry them, but me know say those were my switch out clothes for school. So you can't tell me nothing now. Me fresh at school because me no name. One time my mother buy me some sneakers, some no name sneakers. And I was good at drawing. I'm still good at drawing. So me draw my Nike sign on the side. I used to call them Ikes. I picnic call them Ikes and make fun of me. He got on them Ikes, Bobos, they used to call it. So I wear Bobos. He got on them Ikes. I know Nikes. So me draw my Nike sign on it. My Nike sign was so fresh. They actually thought I had on real Nikes. Cause I remember one girl who always used to trouble me. She said, when I put on my troop suit, she was like, damn, you finally got fresh. That means you finally look good, right? You finally got fresh. You finally got some fresh clothes. I feel good when she said that. She looked down upon my foot and said, the only thing is now you need some fly kicks. I said, damn. Because I see them shoes, them she look on. So I go home, I get a marker, I draw my Nike sign on it. I wasn't even intelligent enough to say, me draw the sign on it with a permanent marker. I just draw the sign on it with whatever marker I could find at the time. And I remember me draw one black Nike sign and then me use one blue and outline the black Nike sign. And they were like, where you got them Nikes from? Because nobody ever see the Nike with the double Nike sign, on it and everything. I draw it, you know. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, family. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm from Clarendon also.
You're from Clarendon also?
Yes.
Good.
But I want to touch on the topic of being a father. And I hope you do this. You be the first man who take your daughter out on a date.
Oh yeah, I do that now.
Yeah, you be that first man, and when you set that level of what she's supposed to expect and find into a man, he's gonna find a gentleman, a man who's gonna treat her like a lady, a man who's gonna open the door for her and let her. And I know you're doing this. For her to be strong and independent and confident, knowing that I am fully complete with or without a man. But my stepfather taught me to be a lady. And when you start from a very young age, and your daughter gonna look for you into a man, the way that you treat her mother, that's what she's gonna look for. You, when she's looking for a relationship. The way you treated her mother and all other women, that's what she's gonna look for. And your son gonna treat women the way you treated his mother. Yes. Be that first man who take your daughter out on a date. And all the little things that you instill in her from now, she will never ever forget it. She's gonna say, that's not the way my dad treated me. My dad would never say that. Be that first man. Never let another man be the first man who take your daughter out on a date. Send her flowers. Buy her chocolate. So she will not be impressed. A lot of little girls, when a boy want to give her a chocolate, she's frightened and she's impressed. But when she learns from a young age, my dad had done that for me. That's not the way my dad would treat me. And that's what little girls and boys need to learn from parents. It started from home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I always wanted to, this is my first time talking to you. I wanted to talk to you about the CMR, but I'm not going to do it today. Okay. Because one of the things I wanted to say was that never you doubt your kids. Never you doubt whatever your children tell you.
Right.
Because that little girl was not lying. I'm not going to say much on it, but that little girl was not lying. And when you as a parent let that little girl feel like she was lying, even though she knows that she was not lying, that mother made a big mistake.
Absolutely.
Big mistake. And one of the things that us Jamaicans do, we like to, but I watched that guy, and before that little girl went and complained, I knew by watching videos, he was interested in that little girl's body. And I hope a lot of people go back and sit and watch videos from before. The way he looked at that little girl. That little girl was wearing layers of clothes in the bed. Layers of clothes at night.
Right.
I won't say too much. It's nice talking to you. I hope I get to talk to you another time.
All right, my friend. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
So I hope I get to talk to you another time. You know, the chat line's always open. You can call every day if you want to. But yeah, I get what you're saying. We instill and we hope that's how it goes, right? The funny thing about life is it never goes as planned. And a lot of the times, she did say facts though. You want to be the one who try to set the example and lead and do your part, right? That way, you at least you can say you did do your part, that part. Then the rest really is up to them. And if they choose to stick to that path, I know a lot of people, and I'm sure y'all do too, know a lot of people who grew up in a structured home with all the things, bells and whistles that was supposed to be there, and got out into the world and went completely left. Some of them are just finding their way back to normalcy, or finding their way back to success, or finding their way back to decency, etc. But that's life. That's life, you know. And that's why I say I pray that I am blessed with time here to be able to instill and guide for as long as possible until they're actually able to stand on their own completely, kind of thing. So yeah, all that stuff is really sounds nice and everything, and it's cliche. It's true. And if it works that way, then it's beautiful. But we've always also seen the opposite. So take that with a grain of salt as well. But absolutely, absolutely, be the first guy. I say that all the time. Like, no guy not gonna be able to tell my daughter about you're beautiful, and she's like, oh my God, he said I'm beautiful. Because she's probably gonna, my girls are probably gonna be like, thank you. But in her mind, she's like, my dad said that like every friggin' day. You know, my dad would stare at me and tell me how beautiful I am. He would tell me how beautiful my eyes are. He would tell me how beautiful, you know, just all. My dad would admire me and feel compliments. And so I'm not flustered. And I'm going to tell you something. As a youth, we grew up out here. And every youth go through this phase in life where when you reach the age where you start look gal. Remember I told y'all, me and my little crew, we used to bet with each other who could. We had shoe boxes, and we would bet with each other who can get the most girls' numbers when we would go hang out at the mall on the weekends and whatnot, right? So, and it was a game to us. It was just a game to us. You go talk to her. No, man, you go talk to her. She looked like she would have been more your type. No, all right, you know what? Me, I go just because me, I go show you something, can get the number. And then we'll go and we'll try to talk to her. And then sometimes the girls used to be like, oh man, growing up back in the day was so fun. Sometimes the girls would see you, see the friends you're with, see where you're coming from. And when you go over there, she would be like, I don't like you, but I like your friend right there. And then your brethren them would have been like, oh, and then you'll be like, which one? That one right there. All right, come here. You come talk to her. And then you would leave and then exchange numbers. 163rd, right? Beat Batches. 163rd Street Mall, me used to them on regular. So that's I don't know. We know as young men growing up that the easy pickings, listen to me, the easy pickings were always the girls with low self-esteem. It was. They were easily picked off, the ones with low self-esteem. We could actually tell, and we weren't even trying to be predators. We were just young boys growing into being like teenage boys, graduating off into older age. And we were learning early that the easiest ones to get, the easiest ones that would do things with you, go past first base, so to speak, it was the ones who were lacking in ways where she don't have a father at home, or she don't get told a lot that she's beautiful, or all these kind of things. So we saw that growing up. Yeah, you're dark, you're ugly, LOL. This also the back in the day, BS, LOL, Beast Boys. Yeah, the girls them that they used to tell that to, that used to lower their self-esteem. Remember when them used to say stuff like, damn, she pretty, but she too black. Or they'll be like, damn, you pretty for a black girl. You pretty, you look pretty for a dark-skinned girl. And used to be like, what the fuck? You pretty for a dark-skinned girl? Like, dark-skinned girls can't be pretty. And because she dark and pretty at the same time, she is like some kind of a diamond in the rough type. Ooh, we found one. You pretty, but you dark at the same time, kind of thing. These things used to beat self-esteem down in a lot of people. But those are also the girls who used to boom flick early. Yeah, and boys were there to take advantage from early. See? So it was the guy who came along that said, you're beautiful. And all the things that a father should have been saying that wasn't saying. All the stuff that was instilled, that was not instilled at home, that she was lacking. So yeah, it's super important for, as a parent, that you instill these things, make them know, say them beautiful and you're intelligent and also to provide for them too, in a way where them no wanty and needy. Want is different from needs though, but you still have to teach them not to be wanty, but make sure that them no needy. Needs are urgent, right? You need that. You need food. So you're not hungry, you need water. So you're not thirsty, you need a roof over your head. You need medical care if you're ill. Want is different. Want is like, I want a Lamborghini. Okay, it's $160,000. Missy people that drive car where $5,000. You can't hold one of them there and still survive. You understand? Wants different from needs. But you have to make sure say you them not wanty, but you have to make sure say also them not needy. That's why poverty is a hell of a thing, because a lot of young girls that get taken advantage of as they grow because of they were needy children. They grew up needy. And the first person that was able to say, I'll buy that for you. I'll take you shopping. Come, let's go here and there. Gone, she gone. Enough get spoiled up like that. Yeah. I heard that a lot. Thank God my dad always told me that I was beautiful. Yeah, Nan. So you weren't razzle dazzled when you go out into the world and a boy I look you. But in his mind, him just try to get into your clothes, right? So him like, oh, you so beautiful, and you so cute, and you so this, and you so that. And you're like, my daddy said that all the time, that I'm beautiful. Y'all know the first guy gonna tell me something beautiful. It doesn't do nothing to me psychologically or to me physically. Some of them, when you tell them they're beautiful, them heart just a beat out of them chest, because it's like the first time them ever hear somebody really look on them and say, them beautiful. And this is where us as young boys start learning deception too. Because we used to be like, yo, bro, our body nice, but the face there. And you hear your brethren say, yeah, man, but me bag it and, bag it and tag it, we used to say. Me bag it and tag it same way, because the body nice, So you would go over there, go tell her how beautiful she was and all this, while everybody else No, say, you know, them a talk about how our face look. So when she hear you come talk about the face, cause of the body you are aim for, she gone. She gone. Easy. Games that we play. That's why, again, back to what I was saying earlier in another video, I think it was Monday, when I say a woman, you can raise a boy and you can teach him how to be a good man, as in teach him principles and teach him mannerisms or manners and respect for others, etc. But the intricacies of being a man or growing from boy into manhood, you as a woman, you're not equipped for that. You're not equipped for that. Baggy man, yeah, baggy and tag it. You know? But I just tell her, I say she pretty. So I say, watch and see. I bet me get it. You know, and it become a game. And it become, boom, I scored. And I'll call her again. Now call her again. To what? That's the girl ugly. You know, you would hate for that to be your daughter. See? My daddy said that you're a queen, always remember your name. Mel says, so true, my pretty friends are impressed. We have to rewire our boys. I see many light-skinned monkeys. A lot of beautiful dark-skinned women get passed over. They lost. Yeah, that too. I mean, I'm gonna call nobody monkey because God created everybody. I truly believe, say, you know, you just have different people that have different looks, and you might not find somebody's look attractive. Trust me, you're ugly to somebody. You're ugly to somebody. You're somebody's no, never. Yours. That's the hardest thing for everybody to accept, right? You are somebody's I would never. You're somebody's ill. You're somebody's ill. You're somebody's no. Why? Ugly? Yeah, I don't really like him. And then you're also somebody's perfection. You're somebody's damn. I don't know. It's something about his eyes, or it's something about his lips, or something about the way he speaks, or the way she says this, or the way she smiles, or you're somebody's something on both ends of the spectrum. So me not judge people by them looks. You know, them have an old saying where say every O of them stick a bush. Yeah, I just feel like look is so subjective. How them say it again? Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. That means something where you might find lots and also, and I might type that somebody is like, she's absolutely beautiful. I don't know, I love everything about her. You know, that kind of weirdness. So I think God make no mistake. So whatever we call beauty, I think was imprinted upon us by society. You know, this is beautiful and this is not, kind of thing. But for who society call beautiful, then let's put it that way into context. Yeah, we've seen a lot of very beautiful dark-skinned sisters get passed up a lot for those who we probably wouldn't think are called beautiful, but they got chosen because they were of a lighter hue and stuff. That's another issue in the black community where we can talk about all day. That would spin off into a whole nother show. That would spin off into a whole nother hour of conversation. We know we have that problem among us, among our people, you know, and that played a part in it too, throughout our growing up as well. They can be pretty on the outside, but what about the inside, says Nance. Then there's pretty dunce, says Dorothy T. You know, Nance, real talk. When somebody is pretty on the outside and ugly on the inside, it actually makes them end up being ugly on the outside. It's like, if I should explain it this way, I've been around women who were super beautiful on the outside by my standards of beauty, because mine might not be yours. But by the time we all have a conversation, or if you observe them for a couple of days, it's the ugliest friggin' person you ever seen. Like, you don't even see the physical attributes anymore. Yeah, it's like everything them do and say, the whole of you ugly. Your face ugly too. Everything about you ugly. You're disgusting ugly. And humans have to be aware of that. Not just women, men have to be aware of that. It don't matter how good you look on the outside. You see, if you're inside ugly, your outside is going to be viewed as ugly as well. I don't give a damn how hard you work on perfecting the outside. That inside will outshine the outside, and you will reap that kind of rewards, whatever it is that comes to you that way. That's why you see a lot of people who you see with the aesthetics on the outside. Nobody is choosing them. People will date them. People will try getting at them draws or get to use up them body or be a part of it for a minute. But ain't nobody sticking around and ain't nobody trying to commit to that. Not because the individual is ugly. That individual is ugly from the inside out, and that's the worst kind of ugly to have. When you ugly from the inside out, you are truly ugly. You're truly an ugly person. I've seen people who everybody thought was not a good looking person, and those people had the best spirit you could ever be around, and then they become the most beautiful person in the room. No, man, to the point where you literally did there and you're like, I just love her eyes. And your homies will be like, dog, what you talking about? She ugly as hell. And you like, no, she not. No, she. You ever really look at her? You ever really look at her and they're like, I know it's big like rotted, and you're like, that's Afrocentric. That is so beautiful. She looked like my ancestors. Damn, I could see like my grandmother to the fourth, fifth power in her. She, because our insides are beautiful enough. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Brother, I'm good. What go on?
No, I hear you talking about pretending inside and ugly on the outside and so on. But I want to know, what's the mindset when you see her lit and one sit brown skin and pretty and she talks body to turn off? Like, you're not supposed to talk, you must speak proper English if you're brown skin and pretty. Have you ever heard that before? Like I said, you're too pretty to the talk, so bad and all them things.
Yeah, me used to hear that from before, but that's back when them used to try to make us feel ashamed. Cause remember, I know me, a country me come from, so me used to see enough brown skin pretty girl which chat just like, you know, the rawest patois ever. So I didn't have nothing against it. But when we started getting around people from outside of our circle now, is when you would hear these remarks pass. But me never hold that against no girl before.
Because there's places like in Westmoreland and so on, where you have the German set of people. So there's some areas like Westmoreland and those places in Jamaica where a real white people, the red skin, redneck type of people, them there. And people don't even know that those type of people live at Jamaica.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
so
but yeah, and that's why it never mean nothing to me, because same thing for Clarendon, which part me come from. So I always see that. So it never really meant anything like talk bad or chat bad. Plus, remember me tell you how my grandmother used to do? She used to make me walk around the house and say, I know over there, so it is over here. I know yaso, it is here. I know come here. Yes, come here. You know, everything we used to have to say in a patois and then say it in a perfect English, Queen's English. She said she was getting us ready for the world. So
how did she get you for the world and then you change back? Because enough time you still speak stuff.
Yeah, I don't change, back. I fluctuate between the two.
Okay.
Yeah, when it's necessary.
Dear daddy.
Dear daddy. Dear daddy. Dear daddy.
Dear daddy. Sometimes the people they don't understand what we're saying. We're speaking a different language.
Yeah, I'm Benago. Yeah, but now we hold that with pride, you know, bro. No, that is something prideful now. You know, I think them they had the elders feeling like something them didn't have to get out of it. But now we know, say, that is a part of our uniqueness, and to be able to master it, we know also say this like can't really be taught. Because I can tell the people them who somebody I try to teach them how to do it, versus those who, yep, that you definitely grow up and do that. That is just in you. You come from these people, which are my people, kind of thing. So it's a pride thing, no. Yeah, man.
Hey, so you know, the other sense that don't know that he use that them tears to them loaded.
Yes.
Not an RG Rock.
Yeah.
You should not have it's
an RG Rock. Wait. Jerome, I throw shade. Jerome said RG wrong. Andrew right to the Sheldon well done, big up yourself. Jerome said Andrew wrong. I know Andrew right, Chanel. I want to go and eat it. Hey.
But as I talk about white skin,
yeah.
no, let me see a picture of Gage. That is not even white.
Gage.
You can see through him.
Sheldon, God. Gage, the artist.
Yeah. Me see a picture of the man and that is not white. You can naturally see through the person to say, oh, then people are taking it to another level. Like them are trying to make a different color.
Gage not the music no more.
A TikToker them.
Them telling a TikToker.
So we not even can get no songs where we can rap. So when Gage used to lyrical and so on, and he can send you to the encyclopedia.
Gage, I want bad artists, you know, man. I'm a Clarendon bad artist, you know.
So that's another falling soldier
to TikTok. Boy.
Yeah, then gone to the drama.
But now tell the next man how to pay him bills here, so come here, Gage say, boy, how him did that suffer one time, and you know, when him get more money off of TikTok than out of music, it don't make no sense. The whole heap of headache and drama will come with it, but as much as we would love for him to just do music, I guess he have to go where the bills are paid, kind of thing. And right now in the world, a whole heap of place to get some money to pay these bills. And through me now pay a next man bills. If a TikTok him can find it, make him go over there here. So about Gage, would I love for you put out some new music, bro?
True talk. I know some others like that more. Some people can't think where you're coming from whenever you say that. So you try never to box the food out of a man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You notice how me talk.
You say if you do something where them not like, you mustn't do it to make money and all these things.
Yeah, we're not true. Let's ban TV. We're not bash nobody. We're not bash them still. You know, the world's small too. You know, I remember say that my ends them man they come from. So, not that I'm scared of anybody, but me just watch how me talk because I don't want anybody feel like I'm pushing bad energy their way, kind of thing. So them know saying, you know, SouFlo always mean good. Yeah, me want to see music. Me want to hear music from you because you're a dope artist. You hear what you just said, Gage? When Gage used to send me going to encyclopedia.
Yeah.
All right. So we want, and most of them artists are right now, them just hurt up my head with them ABC lyrics and them pure frigate. It gets old. It gets old. The same topics and titles and redundant, repetitive. You know, I've got so much in a throat back and girl can suck out this and that you can take before you want to hear something different. Gage is one of those artists that actually a cerebral artist. So yeah, that you bring him up. The skin bleaching thing, I haven't seen him lately, but definitely missing music though.
But the thing is that I've seen where he's at. He go controversial, him go back black, him go back white, synthetic. So I'm trying a lot of things to bust back again. So maybe sometimes we can't do beat him because he has tried many things. Maybe just say now work.
Now work, and man get frustrated.
But instead I take up scam and take up a gun, and go TikTok and ask for things.
Ask for things are in bed. Yo, no stop. Wait there, let's ban TV. 5 up say SouFlo, it would tell you to say I beg him, I beg. Him a beggar. They're afraid to tell us say I beg them, I beg you, brother.
But you know, some people will say things about themselves, but if you say it about them, they beg.
Yes, then we call themselves beggar. But if you call them beggar, Yo!
I just said the man ask the things and flow where they come from the same area. You know, beat him.
We don't beat him at all, sir.
Are you going to try?
No, make him call himself beggar. Me, I'm going to say my ask for things too. I never call you a beggar. We just put out some music. Because we always support the music. All right, bro. Oh. And no, we're not no wagonists, because you can look right here on the same channel and you will see that I have reviewed songs from Gage before. Completely sit down, listen to the song, pen and paper review style, write out every word of the song and bring it and do a live review on the song them right there. So that's one of the artists them that I actually really check for as an artist. Not just for the fact that him come from Clarendon, so just like I do, but for the fact that he's actually really a good artist. And we just feel like him should do music. But you can't tell a man what to do with him life here, so. Moving right along though. Let's find out what's going on with our brother JAH CURE. Seeing we're up on a little extension this morning. When we get the time to, we can do these things. JAH CURE, let me set this up while the computer is pulling up the latest info. I said this before, I'll say it again, and I'll keep on repeating it. The reason why I do this, you see, is I'm not afraid to call name when it's necessary. I remember I did a video on Flipper. When Flipper got locked up. I did a video on Flipper. And because I started the video out saying, me never so happy to see a man get that time they in a prison yet. The people them never listen to anything else I had to say after that. They thought I was rejoicing because Flipper went to prison. And I think it even went to Flipper. Because when Flipper come out and reach out to him and I get no answer back. And I know so them see it, because them answer everybody else, right? So sometimes you advocate for people and they don't even say them you advocate for. But I'm used to that now from my demographic of people, because most time you can even take in, for example, how me always advocate for Jamaica become a better place regardless of who's in political control. And at the same Jamaican people them for, if me I talk about water in a certain community that don't have no water and it's 2025, me get people from that same community when I have no water, when we look for me and tell me to go suck my mother. Because I want them prime minister lose the election. So you get to realize even the people you advocate for will turn against you because they don't even understand that you're advocating for them. If they had listened more to my video when Flipper got locked up, the reason I said I was so happy was because Flipper was looking at a whole other bracket of time. It's kind of like this. If me here say John I look on 50 years in a prison and him trial on right now. And John is somebody want me check for. And me I said, John no star. I hope say the judge not really give him that 50 there. And then boom, the gavel slammed, the decision is made, the trial is done. John have to go do him time now. And them say John got sentenced to 15 years instead of 50. And I said, damn, me never so glad to see somebody get time yet. Because me happy say another 50 where him get. Them cut off the happy say another 50 where him get. And the rest side circulate out there until. This is why I speak in circles. You understand? So, because I realize too say enough of our artists them kind of caught up on not too bright neither. As far as them reasoning skill goes and whatever. Or them have a lot of yes man around them who dunce as hell. So the yes man them would be the ones to take a little one piece there from some idiot boy we call himself vlogger or girl and go show it to him. And next thing you know, the man hate you for no reason. When if him did actually watch all your content, he would realize you were rejoicing for him or you were advocating for him. So with that said, when I'm going to start the JAH CURE thing, I always say this right when we start. I don't want to kick our brother when he's down. I do believe in action and reaction. I do believe in actions have consequences, and that's how I live my life as well. You can't thump me in my face and then tell me, say, okay, make we not fight no more. No, you thump me already. I have to thump you back first, or at least thump you back first. You can't thump me and then tell me, say, me thump you one time, so you must only thump me back one time. No, I might feel like chop off your hand, so you never thump nothing again, right? You don't get to dictate how I retaliate once you violated. So the best thing to do is just never violate, right? So in JAH CURE's case, we know his situation, and we know there's an action that caused his reaction. Whether it was right, the way how he handled it or not, he's paying the consequences for it now. We don't hold nothing against him. We just hope that this, as it's happening, blow past and become something in his past as well. I've also said, I hope he gets all the help that he needs in this situation, because I went and did some research about the place where he was incarcerated at, and I don't know if he might get them services there, but I do know that this is what comes with where he is incarcerated at, like one-on-one counseling with a certified person who this is their line of expertise, behavioral counseling and these kind of things. So you can better regulate your emotions and deal with things on a more positive level then, so to speak. Because truth to tell, JAH CURE is building a legacy. And you don't want to keep on walk around and give people years in a prison or so and years in a prison there so, because you have some issues that you not never work on for yourself. Of course, I want to tear off a boy face sometime too, but I have responsibilities and I really think before I act. Sometimes you just not think before you act because you just don't have the training to think before you act. So I hope he gets to that. Kai? That's mommy?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so with that, we're now Judge JAH CURE. We're just going to tell you the update. So Reggae singer JAH CURE was remanded in custody when he appeared in the Netherlands court recently after a court-hired interpreter was unable to attend a substantive hearing in the singer's case. English is not their first language over there, even though a lot of people do speak English over there. So I guess they have a translator and the translator didn't show up. So on Wednesday of last week is when he was supposed to show up and the substantive hearing was rescheduled, but because of the interpreter was unable to attend at the last minute, the case has been adjourned. A representative of the Netherlands Prosecution Services put this information out that the case has been rescheduled and JAH CURE will be back in court again October 9th at 2 p.m. while we in June. So I'm still have July, August, September, October. I think by the end of all this, JAH CURE will have served this time that he was sentenced to. Until then, the suspect will remain in custody, the representative said. The substantive hearing on June 18th has been convened to determine whether Dutch prosecutors can pursue the reggae singer on an attempted murder charge. Again, for those who don't understand JAH CURE situation, he got sentenced. However, they're trying to re-sentence him on a more serious charge, which would require more time behind bars. So he's not out the water. You know, when you get in a trouble and you get your time and them say 7 years behind bars, you can start countdown from there and say, okay, I'll be home in 7 years. That is not the case in JAH CURE's case. In JAH CURE's case, he was sentenced, but in the Netherlands, they have the right to challenge the judge. And that is what the prosecution is doing right now in JAH CURE case, why he keeps going back to court. His attorneys are appealing his conviction first, and the prosecution is challenging the judge at the same time. If they challenge the judge and successfully wins, then their charge of attempted murder would be applied to JAH CURE instead of the lesser charge that he pled to. So JAH CURE would end up with even more years now behind bars. So over the past few months, the Netherlands investigative judge has been hearing witnesses as Dutch prosecutors press their appeal against the acquittal of the unconditional love singer attempted murder charge in the initial trial. Only hearing where there is application for judicial mind to the resolution of the dispute are classified as substantive. In other words, then, a hearing at which the outcome of a matter is expected to be decided. This may be referred to as a defended hearing, family and civil, a trial, criminal and civil processes, or an appeal hearing. JAH CURE, whose real name is Secretary Alka, has been in pre-trial detention in Amsterdam while awaiting the handling of the prosecutor's appeal of his 2022 conviction. Two things are going at once. His attorneys are appealing his conviction, while the prosecution has taken the judge them to court to try to get that decision overturned because they said they had solid proof that what he did was premeditated and amounts to attempted murder versus the lesser charge. The judge said he never said the attempted murder, so he went with the lesser charge. And the prosecution is saying, nah, he definitely did. So they're challenging there. He was convicted and he was sentenced to 6 years in March of 2022 for attempted manslaughter, which was the lesser charge, but he was acquitted of the attempted murder charge, which carries significantly more time. JAH CURE's lawyer appealed the attempted manslaughter conviction, which he is on now. The trial judge has ruled that JAH CURE's actions were not a premeditated act of attempted murder and that he was acquitted of the more serious charge. Prosecution says, nah, we proved to you that it was premeditated. We want him hit with that premeditated murder and given accordingly time for that. So yes, Virtuous Fire. And we're not saying anything that is not out in the open already. So Virtuous Fire is in the chat saying, because of that voice note then. I mean, I say yes, because of the voice note. You know, you said you were going to do it. You said what you were going to do when you see him and how you are going to do it. And you did exactly that. That is exactly what premeditated is. If me and you get in a fight right now and you try to stab me in my chest and me back off like this and pull out my gun and shoot you, that's not premeditated. That would be in a court of law as a self-defense. But if me have my gun on me and me call a person and me I say, yo, you see when the boy John reached down here, I shot him in the face. Remember me tell you that here? Me I pull him up a gunshot down here, make him come off of the bus today. Me they right here, so right now on Elmer's Street, I wait for him. And John actually come off of the bus on Elmer Street later. And me pull him a shot later. On Elmer Street, like I said I would do. That is exactly what premeditated is. So we hold we finger them cross and hope say, boy, JAH CURE doing time already. You know, 2022 he was sentenced. We're in 2025. That's he's halfway there or a little over halfway there at this point. So to go halfway into your sentence and them go fling it back now and say, now you get sentenced for attempted murder and it carry this much more time. That would suck. That would suck. But you're in the system now. I remember the message where we push. It's easy to get in and it's hard as hell to come out. You see it? So now I'm have to have lawyer fight for appeal. You must have lawyer fight for get rid of this while the state a fight for put more charges upon him and overturn when did have before is just one bag of rigmarole going on. I'm sure JAH CURE would want nothing more than to be out here right now, booked for some of these big shows that are happening. Because he probably would be booked for some of these big shows that are happening. Collect your money, live up your life, dressed in some high fashion because that's what he's into. You know, drive up some luxury vehicle, hear girls scream your name while you sing on stage and live that life, as opposed to being locked up in somebody's jail cell or prison cell. Yeah. Yeah, let's man, John not play with people. Yo, Bam says, but he also was disrespectful to the judge when he told the judge to Google him. But you know what? The prosecution is probably saying that's what the judge did and then found favor with him. And that's why the judge made a mistake in his ruling, because the judge did Google him and did realize that he was super famous. Because the judge said the only reggae singer with him know, the judge said, was Bob Marley. And you know, I forgot how the context of that came up in court. It was something about what do you do for a living or something like that. I don't remember. A reggae singer. And the judge probably was like, I never heard of you before. You know, I know Bob Marley. And then JAH CURE was like, well, maybe you should Google me then. The judge probably Googled him and probably was super surprised. Was like, oh shit, this is JAH CURE in my court. Probably went and listened to JAH CURE music after and then took favor to JAH CURE. I said, we can't send JAH CURE go to prison, dog. But I have to send him go to prison though, because I'm caught up. You do him a favor and give him guilty of the lesser charge. The prosecution is not letting it slide. You know, so I don't really think so. At the time when it happened, I did do a video on it and I said that's one of the worst things he could have done, because the judge then might look at it as arrogance, right? Like, Google me. You should Google me. Like, you should be begging for your freedom and begging for some leniency and some mercy. You over there talk about Google me. But now down the road that we look at it, it might have been the reason. That's why the prosecution might be saying, nah, he looked him up and found out who he was. He likes Bob Marley. The judge said him like Bob Marley. He probably realized JAH CURE is from Jamaica, just like Bob Marley, sing reggae music like Bob Marley, and can really sing, and he has a huge following. He's famous. Oh, I like him too. I like him music too. And it probably biased his decision in the end. If it was somewhere else, he got that time, that would have been the end of his case, and he would be halfway through his sentence looking to come home sometime soon within the other half. But it happened in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands rules, their laws are quite different. Them can go back and rehash and sue judge, and judge make wrong decision and do it all over again, and that's what's happening to him now. Yeah, never said nothing about him, no. Peter to, you know, the man say Bob Marley, him, no. I understand the situation with the promoter, but damn, JAH CURE, you sing prisoner now, bed of rose. Not true, S Diva? And you should have never want to go back there again, not true? But boy, I saw it go, you know. So it go. What's done already is done. Ain't nothing nobody can do about it. Him just have to go do him time. So JAH CURE will be back in court. For those of you who want to know, he will be back in court come October. That's the next time they've pushed him to. October 9th at 2 p.m. He'll be back in court again, where a decision is supposed to be made about where his case goes from here. And we'll see it then. Wish him all the best. He's definitely missed out here on the musical landscape. But, you know, this too shall come to pass. This too shall come to pass. So, next one on the list. We have two more. We're not going to talk about this one too long. We're going to jump into the Diddy trial thing. But we're going to talk about Iran strikes back first. So, as you know, the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, ordered a strike on Iran. There was a big hoopla in the media by other politicians who are saying that Donald Trump did that illegally because the Constitution says that no president should do that without the approval of Congress. And Congress did not approve it. It bypassed Congress and ordered that strike. Well, with all that happening, then we see where this thing is saying, congratulations on your 5 million, you're the 5 million search on Google. Let me just click off it before somebody go bait me in. So Trump orders a strike on Iran, right? Iran responded. After Iran responded, the news media. I'm starting to watch this thing and realize that there are, I don't know if y'all know this, there are a lot of AI videos that are involved. So you're seeing like Israeli people out in the streets crying, please Iran, stop, forgive us, we've had enough now. And then, you know, yesterday I saw a black girl in uniform, a young lady in American uniform. Yeah, we bombed their shit just now, and the AIs are so real that you really have to be careful what it is that you're paying attention to. So that's just a heads up for everybody. All right, too much AI. You see building a fall down and bombs are coming in, and you're like, this is Iran raining bombs on Israel. Or raining bombs on Israel, and you get to find out say, it's an AI video where somebody put up, and it looks so real, you know. End of the day, though, what we do know that happened was Iran struck back. They fired back missiles at American bases overseas in the Middle East, and none of them hit. None of them hit any U.S. interest. So the headline yesterday says Donald Trump reacts to Iran strike on U.S. base. Trump basically laughed it off. Okay? He laughed it off. He said, that it's basically must said them not ready for this yet. Because they lobbed 14 missiles were fired. We intercepted 13 of them. And then the other one, we just allowed it to continue off into where it was going because it wasn't going into anywhere where it was going to harm anybody. So we just make it fly over and just go detonate by itself. It was heading into a non-threatening direction. And then he issued a ceasefire. He issued a message saying that a ceasefire had been reached between Iran and Israel. And I thought that was quick. That was quick. The US flies over, bombs a couple of places, and then ceasefire suddenly. All the fight is knocked out of Iran. By the time me wake up this morning, I put it on, you know. By the time I wake up this morning, I saw that Israel headline this morning said they are accusing Iran of violating the ceasefire agreements. So they have ordered new strikes against Iran again. And I thought, damn, that ceasefire lasted all of a couple of hours until Israel said, nah, we're going to keep bombing their asses because they agreed to it, but then they still bombed, they still did stuff anyways. So that's the latest update as to that what's going on. Again, At the end of the day, this ain't something that we can control here. We're caught in the middle of this, so we're just going to have to watch this unfold too. Yeah, Bunches. That one. His unit just coming back today from a 2-week training in Greece. My son's supposed to deploy later this year. His unit just came back from a 2-week training in Greece. What I do recall is, and this video has gone viral again now, Kamala Harris actually said throughout the campaign, if you elect Donald Trump 6 months into his election, we'll be at war. Ain't no damn way she could have been so damn accurate. I'm starting to think that Kamala knew something that the rest of us didn't know, because remember, she's vice president. So she must know what's brewing on the back end. You know what I mean? I think she knew something she was trying to save us from, but she couldn't outright say everything that was going on. Who else is starting to think that? Because now that the video gone viral, may I watch the video over and over, and the way she said it, she said, I guarantee you, within 6 months, we'll be at war. How the hell she was so accurate? She didn't say 7 months. She didn't say a year. She said within 6 months, we'll be at war. In hindsight, I only wish she could have expounded upon that more, so people would have been more like them. But then again, I think no matter what she had said, there was a certain demographic of people who just wasn't going to vote for her regardless. For one, she was a woman. For two, she was a minority woman, and them just never ready for that in the White House as president. So no matter what she said, it wasn't going to fly anyways. You know, I think they already made up their minds. You know what's crazy about that election too? A lot of the people who stood and went to her meetings, remember during the election process, how her rallies would look compared to how Trump rallies would look? Them people that went to our rally, you know, them booths are up, you know. And then I think they went in the booth and voted against what they said they were going to vote for. So that contributed to it as well. Yeah, I don't think Kamala could have saved us from any of that. What did I go on? Or what was coming our way. But I definitely now know that she did know what was happening, popping behind the scenes, now that I think about it. Yeah. Because she knows he's an idiot and will try to flex his so-so muscles. Yep, Dorothy T. She know what was brewing, and she knew if certain persons got a hold of that situation, how they would handle it versus how others would handle it. Yeah. I'm getting that now, BM. BM says she couldn't say too much in detail. I'm getting that now. Yeah. Boy, it'll look good though. So as far as this goes, we struck Iran. Iran struck back and missed completely and then went quiet. And then our president issues this saying there was a ceasefire that was all done last night. Then by my wake up this morning, ceasefire is off. Israel said no ceasefire. They have ordered strikes to continue striking because Iran has violated the ceasefire agreements. So this is what the latest sounds like. Explosions ring out in Tehran despite Trump's order to Israel to stop the strikes. The latest update. So Israel ain't listening to Trump. Aboard Air Force One, Tel Aviv, Istanbul, June 24th. Explosions rang out in Tehran from Israeli airstrikes on Tuesday, despite U.S. President Donald Trump saying that Israel has called off the strikes at his command to preserve an hours-old ceasefire. Two witnesses reached by telephone in the Iranian capital said that they heard two loud explosions. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office acknowledges that Israel has struck a radar site near Tehran in what it said was retaliation for the Iranian missiles that were fired 3.5 hours after the ceasefire had been due to begin. So no ceasefire never took place. It said Israel had decided to refrain from further attacks following a call between Netanyahu and Donald Trump, but they did not explicitly say whether the strike on the radar site took place before or after Donald Trump spoke to Netanyahu. However, retaliation is in process from Israel against Iran's interests in Tehran. Oil price fell and share markets were lifted around the world at the prospect of an end to the biggest ever confrontation between the Middle East foes, lifting a threat of disruption to the Gulf oil supplies. Trump, en route to a NATO summit in the Netherlands, had rebuked Israel with an obscenity in an extraordinary outburst at an ally whose military campaign he had joined days earlier. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran, is what he said. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect, Trump said in a post. Is it me, or are we witnessing our president injecting himself in something where he has no control? It's kind of like making himself look like he can tell each side to stop it. You know, like that one adult in the room with the two bad picking them where fight each other, and you're like, stop, go sit over there, and you go sit that way, and the fight done. You know, making himself look greater than what he is, or as if he has more power than what he does. Because he's calling for ceasefire, and Israel is telling him ain't no ceasefire gonna happen because we striking back, or we're continuing to strike. Let's watch TV. Let's watch TV. So the man is delusional, bro. It's like even at the middle of control everything. Not true. I'm controlling everything, and I will tell them when to stop, and I will tell them when to, and I will go and strike who needs to be struck. And we dropped a couple of bombs on Iran this morning, and it's done. It's final. Now it's time for peace. You know, yesterday when he said that he dropped 3 bombs on Iran, and now it's time for peace, I said, you can't punch me in my face and then tell me, okay, stop fight. No more fight. You know, it's like you come out and then you're like, all right, done. Time to shake hands. While I'm over here like, you just punched me in my shit. Time to shake hands what? I want to dig off your face about time to shake hands. Let me get my lick back first too, and then we could shake hands, right? And I'm thinking that's what might be going on the other side. So I didn't think there was going to be any ceasefire anyways. In his head, he is in control, when in reality, it's far from it. It must think you know a video game, SD. SD must say, must think you know a video game. I'm sit over there. Like, you sit over there, and I got this. Madness are going, people. Madness are going. We talked about our plans yesterday in the event of the caca hitting the fan. Who can afford to run will run, and those who can't will have to stay. And you know, if it really gets out of control and they come down to a situation of where they're drafting, I was telling y'all that most of you are qualified individuals who will be rounded up and expected to honor that selective service stuff that you signed when you got that green card or that citizenship. So yeah, let's hope it never comes to that. Let's hope it never comes to that. Mr. One brother do a skit yesterday. I think it's Lovely Aneka sent it, where him said the troops are at his front door and they've come to bring him off to the draft because they need people to fight. Out of nowhere, homie found a wheelchair and his sister pushed him go out the door. And he's like, I had to laugh. You know, you're too old, bunches. Stuff it SouFLo, don't remind me. LOL. I'm just reminding y'all. I'm just letting you know that. So just so it's not a surprise, you know, if it really goes down, and they come knock your door, just know that some of them might want to start going to the gym from now. You know, get like a jogging in. Get yourself together, because you don't put on a couple of pounds because you were comfortable with life. You might want to get yourself together, because run up and down with rifle, my friend, a hard work. It's hard work. It's hard work. And right now, someone can run 20 feet without blow so. But I think they'll be looking for the fitter ones first. So those who are badly out of shape and severely obese, you might be able to get away with this. Now might be a good time to be badly out of shape and severely overweight. Now might be a good time. Now might be a good time. I saw yesterday, there's this Marine who he runs a channel on X that used to be Twitter. And he was talking about those who, if the draft is instated, those who they will be putting in the top 5% to grab first. And he went down the list of those who have a college degree, those who are 30 and under, those who are in good physical condition, those who, this are the first group, right? This is the first group of goals. Of course, he said, of course, they're going to come back for others as more people are needed. But you have a college degree, good to go. You're in good physical shape, good to go. Whatever good physical shape might mean. You know, probably you can run from your bed to your front door, good physical shape. We need you, let's go. Slap you on the ass, throw a uniform on you, and kick you out the door. Fight. What's the other one he said? Oh, he said if you are a convicted felon of a violent crime, then more than likely you're not good to go. They don't want you. So I was thinking to myself, this might be the time where you might want those people. You know what I'm saying? They've already proven to you that they can get violent. I'm tried and proven in the system. You had to lock me up and make me do time in the U.S. prisons because I'm violent. War broke out now. You need violent people. Why not go with them first? They were on the list of non-desirables. I'm like, what kind of selection would this be? So, if it's stuck up on ice cream and chocolate, let's watch TV, sir. Anything we can make you gain weight fast, bro. Ice cream and chocolate and a whole heap of cow milk. Ice cream and chocolate and a whole heap of cow milk. Nyam whole heap of pasta and meatballs and them something there. Virtuous Fire said my son wants his brother to go into the Air Force because he will be good for flying drones. Well, it might be coming for him. I don't know. Lulu Ridges says right before his birthday. Yes, put the prisoners on the front line. And the felon them for send as diva. Yeah, them for send the felons and them for send everybody who voted for Donald Trump. That should be top main priority. Everybody who voted for this president should stand on business. This is my president. This is who I voted for. I'm on the computer every day beating off my two thumbs like this. You see them online, right? Cussing out everybody who oppose anything that he does. This is your chance to shine. Send them first. Something tells me that majority of them would not be willing to go first. But at them first for go. And then you could go after others later. Right? Some of it only want to know where the closest airport is and which flights are heading to Jamaica or other parts of the Caribbean. As soon as them start that mess, Here. Airport, here we come. SouFlo and them for send the prisoners first. Yes, I agree. All the violent orangutan man them where have testosterone build up and want fight and tear off people face all the time. Send them. They got a lot of pent up stuff. They need to get some of that stuff out. Right? But still some have arthritis in my hip and my picnic them have the same condition in addition to the bones. In addition to the bone spurs them where him son have. You have them. Audrey said she have them there too. Oh man. Listen, we're gonna laugh our way through all of this because it don't make no sense cry. And whatever happens, happens, and we're gonna have to deal with it. I'm not worried. Are you? Anybody in here worried? Like truly worried? Are you is anybody in here truly worried? I'm 215 pounds. Them want me. Lovely Aneka, you're the front line. You're ready to go. you're in shape and ready to go. You're worried, Mel? Lovely Aneka is in the building. She's right there. That's my fellow content creator sister. And right above her is Marie's message, my other fellow content creator sister. Go ahead and hit those two names, please. And, you know, resonate with their content. Hit the subscribe button on all these things. Keep it in the family. Mel says she's, yeah, I'm worried. Me not think me a wait, you know. Me start packing, says Missy Bram. Packing. Yo, if this hit the fan, forget packing. Me will buy things on the go. Shing! Missy Bram says, I'm so worried. Too many nuclear weapons involved. Yes, and then, you know, somebody said to me a long time ago, do you know why they never have nuclear wars? And, you know, I never thought about it. And I said, no. The person said, because once one country hits another country with any nuclear weapon, it will trigger all the others who have nuclear weapons to use them too, because radiation will be spread and it blows for a long distance. So you could want to hit one country but end up killing people in the neighboring countries surrounding that one country because of the radiation. So based on that, it's best for everybody not to use them because it's a situation where whole heap of innocent people are going dead, and even nations that they are not at war with will suffer because they were trying to get to their enemy. And now that we think about it, I don't know where you would have run going on. I don't know where you would run to. There's going to have to be some underground bunker stuff, and I'm sure none of you have that. For all the worried people in here, I'm going to end this one and move on to our last topic for the morning by saying this. Again, don't worry. Don't worry because you can't fix any of it, so there's no sense in worrying about any of it. What's going to happen is going to happen. Just leave it there. See? All right. With that said, you seriously packing for real? Lovely Nika says, a military family me come from, so me ready. I ain't worried at all. I'll tell you when, if you see me worried, be extra worried. But I'm not worried. If you see me worried, pay attention to me. If you see me worried, be extra worried. If you see me worried or I'm telling you to worry, then it's time to worry. I ain't worried. I'm not worried. You shouldn't worry either. Go on with your life, man. Life is short. The day I worry about what could happen, and you drop down today for something completely different. Live your life, yeah, man, and be happy. Mr. Bram said that's why I'm going from now. Oh, Did anyone see in CBS last night said the court agree with him that him can deport you to third world countries again? They have started that again. What did I tell y'all yesterday? Is yesterday I said it or day before yesterday? Day before yesterday was Sunday, so I know that. On Friday, I said it or yesterday. I said that that man was put in place. Okay? No matter how many people voted for Kamala, they wanted this person in place for a reason. And he's in place for a reason. Watch the courts. Watch the courts. Watch all the people who oppose him. That's all they do is oppose him loudly. They speak and then they go quiet. They don't stop anything. They might stall some things for a minute, but they don't stop anything. RR123 just says, did anyone see in CBS last night said the courts agreed with him to start deporting people back to third world countries? These are countries they don't come from. You don't have to be from the country where you are getting deported to. That opens back up El Salvador. That opens back up all the others that they were deporting people to that is not their country. Yeah. So whatever the reason is, him there was part him there because higher powers want him right there. Because he's the man for the job. He's the man who won't have no heart back away, need to be done. And him gonna do it. Yeah. Kind of like put me in a mind frame now. Remember he was talking about exporting prisoners too, right? And on the high list of those to be exported as a prisoner are people who shouldn't be here in the first place. Remember, same one export Americans who become prisoners, violent offenders who are serving a significant amount of time or have been convicted of a crime and are sentenced to a significant amount of crime in the United States of America. That's on his list. Is to outsource you. So you're going to do your prison time in our next country. On the top of that list is foreigners who have done crimes here and are sentenced here. And after your sentence is supposed to be deportation. Them don't want you here anyway. So how about we send him to go do his 10 years in El Salvador, and after that, they could deport him to Jamaica. You know who I think about? You know who I think about when him said that? Squash. Dancehall artist Squash is who I think about when him said that. If they know that they're gonna send the time here and then boom, after that a deportation, which means then you're probably on the list high of those who they are going to send, outsource you as a prisoner. Yeah. So you can end up in an El Salvador prisoner do your time, or anywhere else they choose, who has an agreement with them to collect some money to host some prisoners. Yes, Mr. Bram, remember, I also said that too. Up the chain of command of all the stops he has to go to get approval was strategically already placed everybody that is in his favor. So along the way, when me and you are saying it can't happen because he have to go 2 steps up to get approval. Well, 2 steps up is his people. So they're gonna approve it. And he'll be back in a minute. This is one of them cases that hold my drink. Watch this. I'll be back. He coming back. There's nothing that he has done so far, or there's nothing so far that people are saying he can't do that he hasn't done. The only one that's on the list still is taking away birthright citizenship, which inadvertently they are doing that. But you have to pay attention. And outsourcing of prisoners. Those are the only ones haven't been really outright done yet. We're in that time. We can't control any of this. We just have to be aware of what is going on around us. People make them decisions and move accordingly. Like Missy Bram Bram said, you know, she feel like it's that time for her to move, so she's doing exactly that. The rest of we are gonna stay put and see what happens, and then see if we can move later. With that said, let's get into the last topic of the morning. The last topic of the morning is Diddy's trial. Sean P. Diddy Combs, his trial. No, we didn't talk about the sex offenders registry in Jamaica. So, local child protection advocacy group, Hear the Children's Cry, is welcoming the Office of the Public Defender's launch of a forensic investigation into the operation of effectiveness of the sex offenders registry, saying that it makes the furor around the brutal murder of 9-year-old Kelsey Farragon by a repeat sex offender in May seem less of a flash in the pan reaction. Them still are play politics with this. I want you to listen closely because I'm going to breeze through this and give my opinion so I can get to the last topic of the morning. They said that we're actually glad that we are still on the topic because it would actually have felt like a 9-day wonder when it was escalated in a sense with the Kelsey Farragon situation. When we saw that our team was of the view that the Jamaica, we are very reactive and not proactive in our behavior and responses to situations. So it wouldn't have been surprising, right? As in, make it public because one little girl dead back out now. Remember, rest her soul. I saw her funeral. It was sad. Any child's funeral is always sad. Hers was super sad considering the conditions on which she passed away. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Hi, SouFLo.
Good morning.
I'm sorry to take you away from that subject, but I just feel like with Trump, we just take it one day at a time. You can't look too far ahead, right? Also, did you hear about the Jamaican family that died in the car accident in Florida, where the vehicle caught fire and it was 3 women and 3 babies that died on the weekend?
On what weekend?
This weekend just gone.
No.
Yeah, it was a woman, her sister, and her cousin, 3 females, and then a 4-month-old, an 8-month-old, and a 3-year-old that died.
Damn.
And her husband was driving by, and they diverted the traffic, and he didn't realize it was his wife and family that the vehicle that was on fire. Was their vehicle. I was just wondering if you heard about it.
No, such sad news, but I'll go look it up after this, though.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right,
have a
my
good
friend.
day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Super sad news. Some of us can't run the bathroom under pressure. All right, listen. Let's go through this real quick. I think they're playing games with it. Like I said before, my stance is to let the sex offenders register be public. A lot of people have said, SouFLo, no, because at Jamaica, this way I talk about, and if the sex offenders registry is public, people are going to start hunt down people and kill them and these things. And I said that should be a deterrent. That should be a deterrent to not end up on that list, because what we have right now is those who do these things, they feel kind of protective. They have a safe haven because they know that even though there is a sex offenders registry, and even if they make it to the sex offenders registry, it's not available to the public. So no one will know that I'm on the sex offenders registry. You know what I'm saying? All right. So the little girl's partially nude body was found stuffed upside down inside of a barrel at her home on Job Lane in Spanish Town, St. Catherine. A few days later, the police reported that Giovanni Ellis, who had been named a person of interest in her killing and for whom a manhunt was launched, was fatally shot in a confrontation with cops in Clarendon. The The murder sparked widespread condemnation. You know, we have a kind of reservation there. So everybody who is wanted or get shot by cops in a confrontation and dead. I'm a bit uneasy about that because I need to be sure. I need to be sure, say, you do this. Because if whenever you do this and them kill you, then we have a monster among us who just got away with this and who's probably going to just move location and do this again. You know what I mean? So too many of these died in confrontation with police something here. May I wonder if them can use some non-lethal weapons and bring in some of these people. And I know people are gonna be like, bring them in for what? To come here, taxpayers' money. No man, but so we can be sure say them are actually them. Anyhow, on Monday, Dwayne said that the group supported this view, but with guardrails. Essentially, he said that we, as well as quite a number of Jamaicans, we believe that the sex offenders registry should be made public, but at the same time, we are also thinking that we have to be mindful also of the implications that can arise from this. Our suggestion at the time, and still is that we can roll out a program for different categories of individuals who will have access to the registry as we go along. It doesn't have to necessarily mean that everybody at the same time will have access, but start to do a pilot of more persons being able to access this information so that we can have a feel of how people will respond, the legal implications and things that can arise from this. According to Dwayne, the clandestine nature of this registry might be providing the perfect cover for these predators. To be honest with you, we are also of the view that the fact that you are a sex offender, you could have been benefiting from the secret nature of this registry and repeating an offense of this nature because you know that it is private and not a lot of people are able to access this information. So you have this sense of protection. So we are 100% of the view that you should make it public, but don't do it randomly. Don't just wake up tomorrow morning and boom, Jamaica Sex Offenders Registry is public and for all to view. Do it in a more controlled manner. In the meantime, she said that the Office of the Public Defender should engage interest groups during this probe. We should have more discussions with the relevant advocacy groups as to what is the best way to go about. How do we make this information more public? Do it in tranches until we see the real impact, the success rate of it, as well as give everybody an opportunity to chime in to say what exactly has happened since the exposure and the disclosure of the sex offenders registry, Dwayne said. Them might get too complicated with this. Is it me alone that's thinking that they're getting way too complicated with it, and that they should just go ahead and just let it out? I'm not gonna read any more of this long article. The article is the name of it is, it was printed today. You know what? I'm at the end of it. Let me finish it up. So the office said that in the course of its probe, it will review documents from the Department of Correction Services and the Ministry of Justice, analyze statistical data on the registry operation since its implementation in 2014, engage stakeholders from law enforcement, from child protection, and from human rights sectors, conduct comparative analysis with similar registries in other jurisdictions, and undertake a constitutional review of the current framework. Jesus Christ. Why? That is just too much jargon for me. It said both the Commissioner of Corrections and the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Justice have been formally notified and are expected to support the inquiry. The investigation has started and will culminate in a final report that will be tabled in Parliament and made available to the public, subject to appropriate redaction for confidentiality and security. In the meantime, Doheny on Monday was at pains to point out that making the registry public would require other strictures. The effectiveness of this registry comes down to the administrative aspect. Who is manning and monitoring this registry? What are the usual follow-up checks that are done? Whether the registry is updated, how often is it updated? Where are these sex offenders located? Is anybody going in the area of community to follow up on these offenders? Are they doing what they are supposed to do? Are they reporting to anybody? Are they on their best behavior, etc.? So the success for us, I know what's happening here. So the success for us is not just about making it public. We believe that it's more than that. And one of the most important things is the monitoring of the sex offenders registry. Doheny said, I know what this is. Again, they're trying to cover themselves up before they make it public. They want to make it public, but it hasn't been good. This is my view. It hasn't been monitored properly. Okay, so in the United States of America, right, the sex offenders registry is public. The persons who are on it, they are required to register. Some people are required to register for life. They're always monitored. If they miss, they have these mandatory meetings they have to show up to. If they miss, it is noted as they have absconded. Law enforcement is sent out for them, right? Arrest this person anywhere you see them, pick this person up. It's like a prisoner on the run, an escapee then. There's a great lookout for this type of person. Also, they have, some of them have what's called cessation classes. Classes they have to go to, classes that is supposed to help them to control their urges, to reorient their mind, orientate their minds to other things besides an obsession with the act of what they have done, molestation or rape, sexual abuse, etc. Who is monitoring that in Jamaica? That's the question that would happen. That's what would be exposed if they open up the sex registry now. Everybody would be able to look at it now and be able to say, but which part this a boy are there? So them not even know which part the people them they were there on the sex registry. So them they all over Jamaica still do what them a do. Who keep in touch? Who keeping tabs on them? Nobody. How often do they have to check in with anybody? Never. So them just free. Yes. We just have them name in the registry and that's it. And that's what they're trying to avoid us finding out. They bet money on it. Right. Great Goody says Jamaica don't have all that manpower to monitor all these offenders. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. You just need one location where everybody has to check in at a certain given time and date. And the people they are checking into never have to leave that location. That's where they work. And you come to us and you check in here. If America can monitor hundreds of thousands, probably if not millions of offenders, they don't have millions of people to monitor those people. Them can absolutely do it, man. It's the same way, you know, Great Goodies are the same way how when I was saying cameras need to be implemented into this crime fighting thing because we're in a new time now where technology rules. The first thing most Jamaican did tell me back in that time there is, bad man, gunman will shoot out them camera there, bro. My answer was, we have cameras that are so small, so powerful, so sophisticated. These cameras could be hidden in locations to monitor different sectors where nobody can see them, so they can't even see to shoot them out. their next answer was, well, them something that expensive and Jamaica can't afford them things there. You see, there's always an excuse instead of just holding your leaders accountable and making them do the right thing. The financial burden of a CCTV system with central monitoring points is not your burden. It's not your problem. So you as a citizen, you shouldn't be saying it can't happen because it's too expensive. That is not on your personal shopping list. This is the government's job. And just like how them have hundreds of millions and billions of dollars for all other projects, they have the money to do this too, right? Yeah. I'm talking about in place correctly. Yeah, well, when you're released, you know, when you're released and you are placed on a watch on the list, the only thing is wherever you live, they have it on record that that's where you live. And you are required to show up once or twice a month to a certain location. They can verify all that then there. In the process, who needs to get drug tested, get drug tested. In the process, all other things can happen. Sheldon Weldon says, so based on what you've read, if they make it public, it probably open a whole new can of worms of the loopholes in the system. Absolutely. And that's what they don't want us to find out as a public. Nobody now monitor them. If you are a sex offender in Jamaica, nobody is monitoring you. I guarantee you right now that some sex offender in Jamaica watch this right now and I said, boy, him know, him a talk about still, you know, because nobody now monitor me, dog. Me there in the registry too. But nobody now monitor me. Nobody is monitoring them. Where's the list of where all of them live? Because in the US, they have a list of where every one of them live. Where's the list of where they live? Who goes to check to make sure that they live where they say they live? They have to notify or get approval to move into certain areas, or they have to notify if they change address where their next address is within a certain record amount of time. They have to show up in person at a certain location within a certain, you know, whether they say once a month or twice a month or whatever. I guarantee you none of that is happening in Jamaica. But I'll say to the Jamaican authorities like this, right? I see you imitating the US. So just go all the way in and do it just like how they do it. Imitate everything about this. Everything. Some things we can take from other people. Imitate everything about this. And we'll be all right. And the last thing I'm going to say on this is stop worrying about who is going to harm who. That should be a deterrent. And if the fact that you're worried about who's going to harm who kind of comes off as you're more worried about the safety of these perpetrators than you are about the safety of the community and about possible future victims and the victims who were victimized now as well. You're more worried about the perpetrator's safety than these people. Let it be a deterrent. Make some people know that that's not the list you want to end up on, because the possibility of somebody finding you on that list and then trying to take some vigilante action, the possibility is going to be heightened. And I guarantee you more people will start flex different. When you see how the murder rate gone down in Jamaica significantly, almost 50%, cut in half. Because the police them start murder people indiscriminately. Start dash for the man them and stop talk about arrest them and carry them go to jail and make the law sort this out so them can go get lawyer and get released on bail, and we keep going through this over and over. Just dash for them Ross. And once they start doing that, your money where you have for lawyer don't matter. Because at dead, you are dead. People them start either behave themselves or them start doing less of what they were doing before. So there has to be a deterrent. There has to be a deterrent, a strong deterrent. And if the strong deterrent is that everybody can see you on the list, then so be it. And we'll deal with whatever comes next. But we have to make a change, man. Greg Goodies says the murder rate is skewed. A politics time. I believe so too, Greg Goodies. I believe so too. But a politics again, you know? Yeah. And everything in their power to win this election. Let's see what happens after the election, though. Will Jamaica continue to half? Hi, Papa. What's that? Let me see. Oh, I almost dropped it, Pop. See, Kai here, hold up. Look, Kai here building Legos, right? Look, I don't know what this is, but I'm going to ask him to work this.
It's a transformer.
It's a transformer?
Yes.
Do it on the camera, Papa. Do it on the camera, right here. So I tell them about you all the time. So, okay. Okay. So it transforms into a truck?
Yes.
Okay. So it transforms into a truck. These are, remember I'm telling you, I'm find like a lot of loose, little tiny Lego pieces and end up building these movable structures out of them and then transform it back into a transformer. And then he transforms it back into a transformer. I took it off. Okay. You hold it because I don't want to break it. Awesome, Pop. You ready for a new set?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you recycling all your little old ones. All right. I got you, Papa. Let me see it, man. I won't break it. I'll hold it carefully. He does these things, right? See that? Robotics is kind of stuff. Truck. Yo. Here, Kai. All right. Listen. See, Papa, look. Look, Virtuous Fire says the Prince. Nan says wow. Mel is Blue Hearts. Nan says amazing. And Mel says super smart with hands up. You want to go get another set today?
Yeah.
All right. And then that's from his loose pieces that he has hanging all over the place. Let's take a phone call real quick and then we get into our last topic for the morning. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
SouFLo.
Yeah, bro.
Where I go with them? May I get?
All right. May I go in at the last piece of the morning here with the whole Diddy.
Yeah, man, before you touch the Diddy thing, or touch a thing a bit. But yeah, grow somebody that you growing them, you know why go be somebody.
You know?
Okay.
You know?
Man, you know why go be somebody.
Yeah, boy.
Tell me that. Yeah, man, there's nothing go and do, I'm do.
True, bro. True.
I invest in it.
Yes, definitely.
Listen,
definitely.
Anyway, well, say something, you know, it's a little bit unorthodox, but me feel like me I go say it still.
What?
As far as what going on in Jamaica with the murder rate there. And even with the sex registry thing where I even I mentioned that, like my thing on that, why is it even a debate?
Exactly.
It being public.
Made public. Exactly.
See?
Exactly.
I think if they really want to find out, check with the public. What do they think?
Right.
And they'll get their answer right there.
I agree.
As far as the crime and violence is, we all can agree, say, politics behind the numbers right now and behind what we are seeing. However, though, am I for it? Yes, I'm for it. Because sometimes, that's how you have to deal with the thing,
Because we are get results. We are getting the results and what we've been waiting for.
But that's how you have to.
Right.
I saw it thing, but you know what I say still, you see? If it comes to prove, say, because election time now and then election call and then such person gone back in a power, just saying. You just so happen to go back in a power and then you go back where you went there. You know, more if you two things. More go man and take Jamaica this time. And when they take Jamaica this time, turn your panache. With the politicians them and the police them. And then now make it outside of them have to come in and fix it. That me have to say about that.
Same.
You see? If we can't continue upon a party and put politics aside, and that you go take.
True.
That me I tell you.
True. And you know, all right, bro. Very true. And that's what I've been saying. The numbers right now look funny to me, but I'm welcoming the change because that's what we've been waiting on, praying for all along. The thing that I'm concerned about is that after the election, I'm concerned that this is a political game. And after the election, after everybody get what they want to get, we will go back to where we were before. Now, if we go back to where we were before, all that I gotta say is they have complete control of the crime rate. And at them make it turn up so, and at them take it down when them feel like them need to take it down for their own good, and them let it go for make it go back up again when them feel like, because that's all it would have demonstrated to us, right? And that's it all demonstrate to we, So them have control of it and them can take it down when them feel like it, and then can turn it up when them feel like it. So we would then have to ask ourselves, why the hell them make it get so high? And them keep it so high all the time when they have the power to take it down 50% less than what's happening. Listen, Jamaica easily does over 1,000 murders every single year. Some years it's 1,100, some years 1,200. We've gone all the way up to 1,600 and something, right? So imagine going 500 this year. Chop it in a 50% less. All because it's an election year. You know, say a wickedness that. That would be total wickedness. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
SouFLo.
Hey.
You know me, I say, I add one more thing.
Hey.
And if the crime rate go back up to where we're in there, may go down there go up in the 5 below cemetery and mag.
God.
I rest my case.
All right, bro. All right. So, yeah, it would be wickedness. And it would show us actually that are them in control of how the murder rate goes. So me, I watch it. I'm watching it closely. You know, Mr. Andrew Holness, sir, if you win this election, you see, which I don't know if you're going to win or not, but if you win this election, and you better make sure so the murder rate there in Jamaica stay right which part it there, 50% less, and then 40, and then 30, and you better stay on that trajectory, because anyhow you win this election and you go back up, it's going to say something wicked about your administration. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Good morning, SouFLo. It's lovely, Anitra.
Morning, family. How you doing?
I'm good. I just heard a caller talking about, the police and everything down there. So I just came back from Jamaica literally 2 days ago. And when I tell you, I never seen so much cop in my life. I stayed in Montego Bay.
Hold on. Wait. You got us on speaker or something?
Hey, what if I think kind of go from it here? Hold on.
Yeah.
Everything is connected in my car. I'll probably have to fix that. I'm sorry.
Oh, you are one of them techies.
Yes.
All right, we gotta try to work with it, but we can't really hear what she has said. I got the part where she said she just came back from Jamaica 2 days ago, and she ain't never seen so many police all over the place. Which the police them are pressure them under right now, pressure to perform. Yeah, cause election is here, and the guy who is them head boss want make sure say things go according to plan so him can win this election. Cause anything fall out of place right now can cost with the election. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, better.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So I was saying, I'll share my experience. So I just came back from Jamaica and I stayed in St. James. You know, Flanca, where we come from, in our backyard.
See,
so I stayed in.
So you never done there do no badness though.
No.
All right.
I stayed in Concord and then I stayed in Portland. And let me tell you, from Montego Bay to Portland, the amount of cops that I've seen, I never see so many in my life. Every checkpoint there was cops. So I asked my husband, like, what's going on? Why is there so much cops? Versus last year we went. He was like, it's election time. They're out, crime rate go down and everything like that. I'm like, but it's kind of scary in a little way.
Kind of scary that way.
Hotel I was staying at, they have so many cops staying there. It's called Hotel Timbambo in Portland. I was like, I don't like that. I mean, it's great to have them around, but it was so much. And it was just like little young boys, like it's not even 10. It was just like, and it was just a lot of the different parties were having like a rally. It was a lot. So I just want to share that I don't know what's going on right now. It's all because of politics.
Right.
But it's good or bad. But in my eyes, I don't like that much cops.
You didn't like seeing that many of them?
No, because we from Montego Bay to Portland, and every 5-second checkpoint, big guns, and like, I hope this has to take energy all year through, not only this time around, And
that's what I'm saying. That's gonna be hard to maintain.
Yes, it's sad. It's sad. That is only now.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go back to that and listen to what y'all gotta say.
All right, fam.
All right, fam.
All right. So basically, she said she just got back from Jamaica 2 days ago, and they stayed in Mobay and drove to other places as well. And she's like, every 5 minutes is checkpoints and big guns and whole heap of police, and she never seen that many before, right? And it make you feel safe, but at the same time, it make you nervous as well, because there's so many of them. Now, this is what I'm saying. This is the strategy that is working. This is like a Zoso SOE without saying it's a Zoso SOE. And that's all that's working. So we're gonna say yes, making the country safer, but at the same time, if you have to look on how the country look. If you're driving around and you're seeing police everywhere, cops with big guns everywhere, every couple hundreds of meters, you see a next checkpoint and a whole heap of big gun, it's gonna start to feel like you can't move around the island freely. I welcome it. I'm not complaining. When I'm there and I see that, I actually welcome it. Because me not do nothing. Me not in a nothing. I me not want to buck up in a nobody way in a nothing. You know what I mean? But at the same time, me not know. Me not like the environment when it locked down to the point where there's police everywhere. And but that's what it is. That's what it is. So like I said, that's going to be hard to maintain after this election. Right now, you have to expect the Prime Minister done got to the heads of every other faction and has said, come here, listen, this is election year. I don't want no frig about. Every boot on the ground out there, extended hours, run up the payroll, make the man them get them overtime pay and the woman them get them overtime pay. I don't care. But we can't have bodies dropping like how we did before the election period. Right now, one of the premise we're running on is that we have cut the murder rate in half. in comparison to last year. That have to happen. And right now, them press feet. So it's going to take everybody on the ground, checkpoint everywhere, whole heap of guns out, uniform, police out, undercover, police everywhere, lock down the island basically. If I that we have to go through in order to get to cutting this murder rate in half, and then cutting that half in our next half, and then cutting the next half there in our next half, till we reach this place where we only have a few, then I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Can they sustain it? Will this be something that will continue to happen after the election is over? We will see. And I'm going to repeat it one more time, then I'm going into our next topic. This is directly to Andrew Holness. If you, sir, win this upcoming election, it will definitely have a lot to do with the numbers that are being put out now. Of course, nobody can fight those numbers and say you mean Jamaica good at the same time. So if you're telling us that we've gone 45%, almost 50%, I mean, if 1,000 lives were taken last year and you told me that this year we cut it by 50%, that's 500 Jamaicans. That's a lot of lives. And a bird that gets shot a bush. And a goat that gets slaughtered. These are humans. So of course we're happy for that number. However, if you do not sustain this after you are re-elected, if you win, this will actually show Jamaica that you are in control of the crime rate. You could have done something longer ago. I remember you're in here since 2016, right? You could have done something longer time ago and you did not. You did it out of desperation now to win the election, and it will only prove to us that these are things that you all keep in your pockets, just like how you withhold resources until it's closer to election time, then you hand them out to the people them and then say, remember who gave this, go vote for me. It's the same way. Remember who lower the crime rate, vote for me. And then, once them vote for you, then they'll see you again. So please don't let it be that. If you win. If you don't win, then it's out of your control. If you do win, please let it continue the way how it's going now. I don't know how long the people in Jamaica are going to stay under the police rule, police by every corner, one bag of police everywhere. Me don't have no problem with it, because me drive right past them. Me not in nothing where I going to make my heart skip 20 beats because me guilty, or me a traverse with anything I shouldn't have on me. He's not a criminal, so I don't really mind. And if that's what we have to do to get to these numbers I have in my mind, then let's do it. Let's do it. But just make sure you sustain this. Because if you don't, I'll call you out on it again. And I'm going to say, you see, him control the crime rate. Can turn it up when him feel like it, turn it down when it's convenient for him. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
SouFLo, I'm me again.
Yes,
I
friend.
don't know if we're still on the same topic because I'm driving and I think the service is lagging.
Perfect timing.
I forgot to tell you about the airport. So you think the roads are bad with all the cops? The airport is even 10 times worse coming back. So apparently, because we're bloggers, so we're blogger stuff.
Right.
And I brought my computer, my blogging camera, and my regular camera. Tell me why they pull me to the side. Swap me down for explosive. I was like, what? I never what is, there was so much happening at that airport because I got all the way through TSA because they got in my chat funny line, okay? The two TSA girl in my task early in the morning, I went through my 2 bag of mango. I wanted them to hear me. I went through my 2 bag of mango and they kept talking, but they never stopped me and set my laptop at that point. It's before I got on the plane, they pulled me to the side and told me I have they need to swap down my shoes, take out my camera, turn on my laptop, fingerprint. What things? And my husband is studying like, what? So if I had explosives on all that, you would have told me that. You wait till I got to the point before I get on the plane. You know what I'm saying? Look at that, blow up the whole airport. That's how much, like, man, I tell you, SouFlo, it's an eye opener.
What the line? Wait, you go through Mobile?
Mobile, yeah, Mobile.
All right. What the line look like?
May rock the line longer than me. So long.
All right. So that let me keep up now then.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a lot change. It's similar to the US where you take your photos on that little thing. They change up a lot.
Yeah, because when I wasn't there in January, was the lines were unbearably long, and
yeah, it's still long,
and it took forever to get through, which I had never seen before.
Yeah, man, it's still long, but don't understand. There's a lot of things have changed. It was just to a point. It reminded me of coming through the U.S. We call immigration. It reminded me of that.
Right.
So I was okay with it, but it was just the fact that the ladies could have that would come to PSA, but I got in the airport, took up my camera. So me have black my camera mirrors. Oh, please no recording. It's prohibited. I'm like, since when?
So at the airport?
Yeah, man. You're not listening to me. I felt like I was singled out from the day I got there to the day that I returned. Because I'm like, why me pick up my camera? Me record me not open. All I hear is, oh, please no recording is prohibited. So I put out the camera. Remind me, it's a small little black in GoPro. And then, and then I say, all right, but put that way, about to get on the plane, you're going to tell me to swap me down for explosive. If I had explosive, the whole airport would have been gone. That's where, like,
so when I was coming back January, right, I put up my camera in at the airport and I do a 360 with it. And me hear one of the workers them there said, don't put me on your camera, you know. So I responded and said, I'm not putting you on my camera. I'm recording myself, but that's about it. So after that, now me put on my camera because you already get the feel. So somebody will come tell us if you put on the camera. Yeah. So once one person said it, I just put on the camera myself. So it's turning into that type. But I usually vlog in there and nobody said nothing though.
So weird because I have two cameras, like I had a lot of tech, but I brought my stuff in the fact that I was combing through files and sitting in the airport, vlogging but it was more like for them I get it suspicion. But look at what woman I saw me the floor, man, I explored the lady wanted to laugh because it's very comical. But I'm like, I could have blown up the whole airport if I said that.
If I know I check for that.
Man.
Listen, wait, so I put up footage?
I don't know. I don't want to come to me because I want to travel down there.
Well, I want to see your channel anyway.
Oh, I know. I haven't put up, but I started to get back into vlogging and stuff, and I felt good. But when I saw that, I said, you know what, they come to me,
So you don't have other things for your channel?
Oh no. So I have, mainly like a content creator, makeup and natural hair, but I started to get from the vlogging. So this is my first vlog, really, but I'm gonna put it up regardless. But it's just that experience in terms of vlogging, because my mama take a going the fund them cost me for the camera on my face, to put no camera on my face. So me back on me even after the Reggae band with the lens, so nobody knows that, but me let it. So me bring my smart. Yeah, that one worked well, but me just trick up for.
So you have all your James Bond glasses with the camera in the glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, move like 007.
No man, SouFlo, I tell you. Yeah. Just trying to get. Yeah, tell you.
Yeah.
It worked. Nobody knows that you trust me.
Yo.
And they switched up a lot. They make it harder now in terms of coming through. Yeah, but we just want to show that we never get swapped.
All right, family.
All right, bye.
Why? But she not tell you which part the channel there, but when you're ready, 5,000 on a box food. Mr. Brown, 5,000 on a box food. Until you're about to board. Live on the air with SouFlo, good morning.
Yeah, man, as yesterday election, I come on with the Prime Minister keep us was style thing, right?
Yeah.
Eventually. But for the Jamaican people, them, the whole story thing about the matter. All the man want to do is win back. The man don't really care about, you don't really care about the massive, you understand? And all the Zozo for eventually. What about them white collar thing in Jamaica? Corruption is the biggest problem in Jamaica. So if you don't solve corruption, then crime will always be. And that is the root of the problem. You understand?
Same.
So if we don't get that deal with them, there's nothing else to make no sense because we have got the little man downtown where I pick up 2 orange. That is the main man, if the top partner deal with them, not make no sense, kind of always be. Because this is the root of the matter is. You understand?
Right.
Can we have a tendency of praising the police who murder the ordinary man? What about the real criminal? Are the real criminal the problem? And Jamaican people just look at the bandit. No, the bandit can work the country corrupted and get the tool. And if we not get the head, then that doesn't make no sense. You understand?
That's true to a degree.
They are run right now.
That's true.
Run right now is a smoke screen. I said a smoke screen. I said, okay, just win the election. The man don't really give a crap about nobody just to get back in.
So you feel like after this election done, all that are go away. The smoke screen are go away.
You see the whole thing about the matter. The ordinary people believe it because they are part of the regular people. Yes. They say, yeah, how stupid can you be? Just like Trump, you can't situate the situation. Just like Trump, the situation. It's called bull, straight bull. Nothing else but bull. Yeah, man. Anyway, go on your thing, Uncle So later.
All right, brother.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, time will tell and we will see, right? It happened to me in 2022 when I went to Jamaica for my brother with Down syndrome. I was making videos of him and was told I can't record. Shaking my head. My brother died that same year. Let's Bond TV says, damn. I was recording in the usually when I go to Jamaica, I don't like to record in airports anyways, but I kind of hold it down when I record because I don't feel comfortable in those spaces. Not necessarily for law enforcement, but more like for other people. Cause other people will be like, why you turning your camera on me? Why you recording me? Worst thing for me. Me as a black man, me no want nobody go point out them little picnic or them girl picnic or boy picnic and say, oh, he's filming my child, kind of thing. So I'm very, as much as I would like to walk through and record, the places I go doesn't allow that for me to do it comfortably. However, I usually record in at the airport, a little short clip here and there, string it back together when I do the video them. But this time, as I put up my camera, me here, don't put me on your camera, you know. And I was like, the hell? I've never heard that before. Don't put me on your camera, you know. I said, no man, you're good, they're on my camera. But then I didn't feel like recording anymore because it was somebody who was in uniform that worked at the airport that said, don't put me on your camera, you know. Them never said I couldn't record in there. Them just said, don't put them on the camera. Them never need to tell me no more. So I take down the camera. Right? Boy, 5 up it rough. Yeah? BM says, my condolences. All these things in life, friend. BM says, Portland is one of my places. I'm building 2 houses there at the moment. Beautiful place, says BM. All right. Finally, on to our last topic for the morning now. 2 people who are super popular were implicated. Them name call up. Let me switch to my more American than patois talking. Maybe I won't. Maybe I will. Anyways, Oprah Winfrey and Bishop T.D. Jakes were both mentioned in the Diddy trial. Oprah Winfrey and Bishop T.D. Jakes have publicly denied attending any of these parties that were hosted by Sean P. Diddy Combs. Diddy is currently 55 years old. He's on trial in New York. He's facing charges of sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, and racketeering conspiracy charges. Many of the allegations center around drug-fueled sex parties that are known as freak-offs. So on social media, unsubstantiated claims and AI-generated images have linked both Oprah Winfrey and Bishop T.D. Jakes to these events. According to the EEW magazine and news media, the publication of Christian organization Empowerment, Everyday Women, the pair address these scrupulous rumors while on stage at the Good Soil Forum in Dallas, Texas. Billionaire businesswoman and television host Oprah Winfrey, who is now 71 years old, said, "Let's make this very clear for the public. I don't know why my name is in there because I have never been near a Diddy party. I have never been near a Puff party. Not that I attended and left. I have never been near one." She continued by saying, "Anybody who knows me knows that if there is a party, I am the first person to be out of there. The nature of my personality is that I am not a party person. That is not who I am. I like to sit at home with my thoughts by the fire with my dogs." And then Bishop T.D. Jakes said, who is 68 years old, who recently stepped down as the senior pastor of his Dallas mega church, the Potter's House in Dallas, Texas. He said that he briefly visited one of Diddy's parties during the daytime. He never stayed and partied. He briefly stopped by, and it was in broad daylight. And I stopped by Puffy's house for about 30 minutes to say happy birthday to him during the day at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had staff people with me. As for the online rumors that have been connecting him romantically to Diddy, he said, "I'm almost 70 years old. What do I look like? And I'm a grandfather." Bishop T.D. Jakes announced earlier this year that he is handing over leadership of his megachurch that he founded to his daughter, Sarah Jakes Roberts, and her husband, his son-in-law, Torrey Roberts. All the rumors, all the speculations, both individuals have taken themselves completely away from this. Please stop mentioning our names in this. This has nothing to do with us. We have never been. We don't attend these types of events, even if we do know the individual, and there's nothing out there that can say that we did, right? So clearing up themselves first. Yeah, both of them said, leave me out of this. Oprah says she has never even been near, much less to attend. Bishop T.D. Jakes said he's only been to Diddy's house once, and that was in broad daylight at 2 in the afternoon when he stopped by with a team of people from his church to wish Diddy happy birthday, and they were there for about 30 minutes, and then they left. So all this talk about him attending freak-off parties and all this other stuff, and his name is called, and he might be in these video footage and all that, it's all lies. All right. Now, Diddy's defense courtroom strategy, calculated risk. As far as the decision by Sean P. Diddy Combs' lawyers to not call any witnesses at all. You know that his trial is wrapping up right now, right? So they said by today, I think the prosecution will rest its case. Tomorrow, Diddy's attorneys will have their day in court where they will present to the jury what they have to present to the jury and go through evidence with the jury. And then the third day will be, I believe, for the judge to instruct the jury, and they will wrap up. So by Friday, the jury should be in deliberation. The decision by Diddy's lawyers to not call any witnesses at all to testify in his federal federal trial comes down to the prosecution's burden of reasonable doubt. This is what one top legal expert is saying. Diddy's lawyer, Mark Agnifilio, he indicated on Monday in court that the defense plans to review evidence with the jury and they won't require witnesses to testify on Diddy's behalf. This is risky. The rapper's legal team expect to rest their case Wednesday, with closing arguments are expected to follow Thursday. And then, the judge instructs the jury and they go off into deliberation Friday. The decision on whether or not to call witnesses during the defense case is a calculated risk, says criminal defense and civil attorney Adante Pointer, which is a lawyer for the people at LLC, told Fox Digital that this is a super calculated risk that they're taking. They asked him, why is this a super calculated risk? He said, because, for one, if they don't, remember, Diddy is not going to go up there and testify. And then he has no witnesses to testify on his behalf either. This can say to a jury, he has nobody who believes in him. He is super guilty to the point where no one is willing to risk their credibility to stand up to testify on his behalf. In reality, though, why his attorneys would not want him to testify and would not want to call anybody else to testify, for one, the jury has sat. The jury can be a set of people who are actually very vindictive. Y'all gonna make us sit here through all this BS all this time, and then here you go now with more BS and more people to listen to, telling the same stories over and over again. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stream it, short stream it, streamline it. We won't call anybody. We won't put them through that again. What we're gonna do instead is we're gonna go over the evidence that the prosecution presented to them with them. This is where his team is going to say, okay, so remember when they said that when that rapper came in here and said Diddy burnt his car, his Porsche, cut a hole in the top of the convertible, firebombed the inside, broke into his house, etc. Did you notice that there was no proof given for these accusations? And then, okay, moving right along. Remember when they said, and they'll go through the different accusations and whatever else like that with the jury. If they put Diddy on the stand, that would open Diddy up to a cross-examination that could last for days. Just like how Cassie took, 2 weeks on the stand or a week and a half, and then 50 Cent's baby moms, who is actually Diddy's piece now, she took a whole week on the stand. If Diddy gets on the stand, the prosecution, according to this attorney, he said the prosecution lawyers dream of cross-examinations like this. They'll be salivating for, this is like a raw, big, nice piece of steak in front of a big, hungry animal. Like, give it to me. I want this, because they could tear him apart on the stand. They would then have to go through everything that was already presented. So the time that Cassie said that you did this to her, do you recall that incident? Tell us from your own words. Where were you when that happened, and what happened, if you were there at all, right? That he would have to go rehash every single thing. They don't want to put him through that. Not that he won't be able to answer, but he might answer something wrong. He might be off with a date. He might come off as he's trying to separate himself from something. He might come off as if he's trying to lie about something. He might come off as if he is not emotionally invested enough in something. He's showing no remorse for something. Whatever the case may be. So don't risk putting him up there. It's too big of a risk. Plus, if he goes on the stand, they would have to add like another 7 to 10, maybe even more days to this trial, because prosecution would probably keep him up there cross-examining him that long on the stand, right? I wish he had taken the stand, says Lady J. Lady J, Me and you both. Because I heard one news reporter say, oh, so he's going to do exactly what all these rich, famous people do. He'll just have his lawyers talk for him. He's not going to take the stand and speak up for himself. And I said, damn. Yeah, I heard a reporter say that yesterday. And I said, damn, that sounds bad. Even though his attorneys are explaining why they wouldn't put him up there, which is very valid to me. Who the hell would want to put their client up there and risk having him cross-examined for another 2 weeks, week and a half, day in, day out, he getting drilled? Diddy could have took the stand and humanized himself. Listen, I worked my ass off. Everybody who is a fan, who has followed me, even if you're not a fan, go back and look at the old videos. Go back and look at how I got into the industry. I was fresh out of college. I was eager to learn. I was, he could have humanized himself, and I found fame and I was driven and I did this and I did that. And my companies were formed legitimately. And it was because of our hard work and because of my driven personality that we got to the level of success we got to. It takes a lot to get to the level of success that we've achieved with these companies. I might not have been the best person around a lot of people, and I admit that sometimes I might have gone off the rail, but performing under heavy pressure all the time, with blah, 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 and could I say anything to humanize himself and then get the hell off the stand? But the thing is, you can't just go up there and get off the stand. Once you take that stand, you leave yourself open because the judge is going to ask the prosecution once you're up there, anything further from the defense, your team is going to say, no, we're done. That's all we wanted him to say. The prosecution is going to say, oh, yes, Your Honor, we would like to cross-examine. And boom. Now you're stuck on the stand for 2 weeks. Pressure. So as much as I would like to see him take the stand, I understand how things work, that it wouldn't have been a wise idea for him to take the stand. What the outcome of this case is going to be, it's going to be hard to tell. They pulled a move at the last minute that kind of tells me that the judge is kind of like working with the state to bring a conviction. Now, remember, a judge is not supposed to be working with anybody, neither defense nor prosecution. A judge is there to judge and make sure that things go fairly, and then a fair verdict is reached. However, I've seen a couple of times where they called for a mistrial where I thought that was definitely a move that could have warranted a mistrial. And then I've seen where last minute, just a few days ago, they removed one juror who sat through this entire trial. And they replaced him with an alternate juror. Somebody who was completely the opposite of him. They replaced the 41-year-old black male from the Bronx who is a hip-hop, 90s hip-hop fan. They replaced him with a 51-year-old or 52-year-old suburban white male from out in the sticks who is an engineer with a master's degree and is not a hip-hop fan. I'm thinking that was a super calculated move to move towards a much of a guarantee of a conviction. If we're to go off of what was presented in this case, I said it the whole case. I'm still waiting to see it. I don't see racketeering. I don't see it. And I don't see sex trafficking either. I think people who have been sex trafficked if they have watched this whole case, they would tell you themselves, like, this ain't sex trafficking. Let me tell you what sex trafficking is, because I was sex trafficked. I didn't see no sex trafficking happen in Diddy's case, and I didn't see racketeering. Anything else they found? Was he in weird relationships? Does he have some freaky ass fetishes? Is he an abusive person? Which, if they could prove that, it would be yes. If we're going off of proving that he's an abusive person, we saw the video with Cassie in the hallway, but that's about it. Everything else only came as word of mouth, no proof. And remember, this is a court of law, right? So a court of law requires proof for accusations. You can't just get up in a court and just say something. If that's the case, any one of us could get up in court, make up a story against the other person, and have you tried and convicted based on the story I made up. I could make up a story, that's cool. But then I have to bring proof to make my story valid enough for somebody to be prosecuted, tried, convicted, and sentenced from that story. In this case, I'm just a guy outside looking in, and I'm no legal expert, but I know what racketeering is, and I know what sex trafficking is, because I took the time to go read it up, and I didn't see any of those in this case. Honestly, I don't think Diddy's case should have even went to the level that it went to if they were going to have a case against him. For those of you who don't know it, you can file these lawsuits and you can sue somebody for some money. The state can pick up that lawsuit if it's not a criminal lawsuit. The state can pick it up and say, well, there are things in here that makes us think we could hit this person with a RICO, especially if it's multiple of these kind of lawsuits. Remember, Diddy didn't have any criminal lawsuits against him. He just had people seeking money, right? And lots of different people seeking money. And what the law did is they gathered all these accusations and they said, wow, there's a lot of people who are saying similar things. This looks like this guy was running this type of and they came up with whatever they came up with. I went and read up how do they come up with a RICO. They gave a couple of people the case to look at, and they sat at a round table. They discussed it amongst each other, and then they come up with a yes or a no. Does this qualify as a RICO? Should we take it to trial? It's yes or no. In Diddy's case, they said yes, and he ended up with a criminal case versus what he had before. Sheldon Weldon says, SouFlo, I think Diddy can beat the RICO case as it is. And if he's found not guilty for the RICO, I believe it's an overall will. I guess you mean win. The other two charges he may be guilty of. The trafficking, not trafficking, because nobody was trafficked. Nobody was trafficked. In trafficking, it doesn't qualify for his case for trafficking. So I guess you mean like the traveling to engage in prostitution, that one, they might get him on that. They might get him on the traveling to engage in prostitution part. Might. But I don't even see that. I do not see a RICO charge or trafficking. Me neither. So it's going to be interesting to see what the outcome is. But, you know, I hate to do this because people always say, oh, there you go. Now you're going to pull the race card, right? But I have to pull the race card because everything in the United States of America ends up being about race. Even when you think it's not, it still ends up being about race. So I'm going to pull the race card right now, and I'm going to say, I could stand on my square and say I didn't see trafficking. I followed this all the way through. I didn't see trafficking. I didn't see racketeering. I didn't think that this case should be a RICO either, and should never have been tried at the level that it was tried at. This case was more or less for a lower court. These were domestic issues at best. With that said, this is the United States of America. Diddy is a black man, and if they have already a plan in place to take him down, then there's nothing that he can do to wiggle out of this one. He's just going to go down. I'll end this by saying this. The same strategy that was used in the Vybz Kartel trial. I've been saying this for years because I realize that it's something that is done. In order to crucify, they must first demonize. Because you can't grab a good guy and crucify him. You will have created a martyr. The people will rise up. But if you crucify somebody who is dirty already, you will have at least a good portion of the people saying, yep, he deserved that crucifixion. Crucify his ass. And that might explain the campaign that happened before Diddy's case even went to trial, right? With all the major news media houses releasing all these stories every day. Like every single day I turned the TV on, it was a new one, or got on the internet, it was a new one with new accusations. The amount of baby oil that was found, and remember, the baby oils were supposed to be laced with drugs, so when people rub it on their bodies, they would lose their minds and all kinds of stuff like that. It turns out all those baby oils were just baby oils. It turns out it wasn't even half the amount of baby oil that was reported was actually found. He has a fetish for baby oil, for sure. Baby oil was in his collection, for sure. Half of the stuff they said wasn't what they said it was. But all that misinformation had already gone out to the public before the case even started. So a lot of people in the public eye already tried him, judged him and tried him and found him guilty before he even went to trial. So while his trial was going on, most people weren't even paying attention to it because they're just like, he guilty, guilty as hell. I don't give a damn what nobody says. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Why are we still watching this? Why haven't they found him guilty yet? Lock him up, throw away the key, guilty, guilty, guilty. And that was because of what they did before his trial, not who watched his trial. A lot of people who took the time to actually watch this trial, they came up with this. Damn. They don't really have anything on him. I'm not seeing what they said they had. Man, I'm getting tired of this case. Every day I wake up, it's the same shit. That's all I've seen people saying. Here we go again. More Cassie and Diddy story. Don't they have any other victims or alleged victims? Don't they have anybody else, you know, that he might have trafficked and SA'd and no, just him and Cassie? They don't have a case. Anybody who actually watched it, even if they thought he was guilty before, if they watched his trial, they came up with they don't have a case. It's the people who didn't really pay attention to the trial. They're like, he guilty, he guilty. I don't care what they put up, he guilty. Those are the people who feel like he's guilty. We're going to see what happens next. But today is Tuesday. By Friday, we're about to hear. The jury goes off to deliberation. Let's see how long the jury deliberates. Let's see how long the jury deliberates. And let's see what the verdict is. Sheldon Weldon says, yes, I thought I would have seen trafficking of minors and things like that too. I did too. Because news media made us think that that's what we were going to see. We were going to see freak-off videos with people begging to be let out, banging on doors, running for the doorway trying to escape a room. Please, I don't want to. Stop. Please let me out. Against their will. Or people drugged so badly that they were completely unconscious and there was people going to town on them and they just couldn't. They were limp dead. We didn't see any of that. They had no such thing. They had no minors involved at all. They had no videos of anybody who was completely incapacitated and being taken advantage of. They have no videos of nobody saying, come on, stop, please get off me. I don't want to. Nothing. But they made us think that that's what was coming, though. So that was the demonization before the crucifixion. If they find him guilty, would I be surprised? No, because he's a black man in America. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think he should beat the case, though. I think it was a BS case. And I'm highly disappointed in the feds because I thought they had like way better stuff than this. When you hear about the feds, you hear 90-something% conviction rate and how they gather their evidence and they only come at you when they have everything stitched up together and you better cop to a plea because this is the worst example ever of the feds. And I'm thinking now too, they might be trying to save face. But the decision will ultimately come from the jury. And it all depends on how that jury sees him. Like I said before, there's the age group on that jury goes from, I believe, 40-something to 70-something. There's a 71-year-old on there. There's a 60-something-year-old on there. If I'm to think of 70 and 60-something-year-olds watching freak-off videos, you hitting something from the back, they're probably like, oh my God, this is so disgusting. What type of a lifestyle does this man live? He was like filming himself doing these acts. And they could be super biased against you just for that. Without even thinking about all the other stuff, like it was never proven that he did this, this, or that. They could just have a hang up on you about seeing you on video butt-ass naked doing what you were doing, or seeing other people doing it and you instructing what needs to be done. And they would have a way about that and end up voting for guilty for you. Worst if they're not black and they're not from your demographic, like they didn't come up how you came up. So it's ultimately up to the jury. It's out of our hands as the public. I'm just saying, as a member of the public who followed this every step of the way, this case should have been thrown out long ass time ago. But Judge Subramanian decided to let it ride. And I even think Judge Subramanian has something against Puffy. We're going to see where this one ends. All right. They will have a high conviction rate, but how many of those cases have been appealed and the sentence is overturned, says Nance. That's another thing to look into, Nance. Right along with many high-profile names included. Yes, I thought I'd see trafficking minors. Yes, along with many high-profile names included, right? I thought I was going to see how many other stars were involved, and these free calls were star-studded, and there was a Hollywood sex ring that involved lots of celebrities, and this is what they geared us up for. And this is why many people went away convicting him already without even a trial. For those who watched the trial, you realize not even 1% of what they was gearing us up for was actually in that trial. Not even 1%. America could do themselves a favor, and I'm speaking on a government level, and throw that damn case out. But I think somebody wants to prove to Puffy that no matter how much money you get, boy, you're still a boy to us, boy. No matter how big you think you've gotten, we still run this shit. So we're going to drag you all the way through it so it sinks in. Don't ever play with us this way again. I think that's what's going on. You know, they're in a circle that we're not privy to, right? So when I heard Ray J said on Pierce Morgan's show, Ray J said, okay, it's all fun and games aside now. You know, I don't see sex trafficking. I don't see racketeering. For the people, I think they're trying to teach him a lesson. You have to be like, who is they? Ray J said, I think Ray J is very much an insider of this industry. I think they're trying to teach him a lesson. Okay, I think he gets it now. Lesson learned. You can stop now. We get it. Who is they? Who is they? Lulu Ridges. Ray J's name was called in Whitney Houston's situation. Just go and Google Ray J leaving the hotel where Whitney Houston died. Google that and you'll see. Because I don't want to start speaking on it, but I did do video on it way back in the day. So Google that and you'll see. Right? And it was like, I mean, it's Hollywood. And people know people. So if Ray J knows somebody that got some good weed and you in town, then he'll go get it for you, or whatever your vice is, kind of stuff. I think that's what they were implying. I'm not gonna say it's facts because I don't know, but they were implying that Ray J was Whitney Houston's supplier. He had connects, and he probably gave her a bad batch, like fentanyl or something might have been involved in it, and it ended up killing Whitney. Well, if they wanted to embarrass him, Nans, they sure did that, boy. But you know what? They won't stop until they get exactly what they want, though. So do they want a conviction, or do they just want embarrassment? We will see. We'll have to see. We wish Diddy all the best, man. We watched it. Let me close by saying this. When I say I'm a super fair person, it's because I try my best to be a super fair person. If they showed anything that said, yup, damn, they trafficked those friggin' girls or they trafficked those people, I would not be the one to sit up here and say, I didn't see any trafficking. I didn't see any exploitation. I didn't see any racketeering. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. And even when I read through the details of everything that was said on a daily basis in a courtroom, it was like a soap opera. It was people just talking about their time with Diddy and their exciting times with him at that. Close off by saying this. Diddy's team is not calling any witnesses, and they don't have to call any witnesses. They don't have to call any witnesses because the witnesses that the state called, or the people who the state called to testify, those people ended up making him look good. They did. They ended up making him look like everybody were adults and they consented to everything that was happening. We were a wild bunch. A lot of money was in the air. A lot of fame was in the air. A lot of wild stuff was happening. We were a wild bunch. That's about it. They did a good job of doing that. So his team doesn't have to call anybody. Who you know is paying for your attorneys or your attorney to represent you while you come testify against them? Who you know is still paying for the house you're living in while you're working with the prosecution against them? That speaks volumes about his character. If that's what you were trying to prove, you ended up proving that this is a guy who, that's not how you treat people you're exploiting. Favors for favors. Grown people making grown decisions. I know that being with this man and giving him his free coughs can get me $100,000 shopping sprees. I don't know anybody else out there in the world that will give me $100,000 shopping sprees. Free cough it is. I'm just saying. We're going to leave this one right here. Manners and respect to everybody tuning in. I appreciate you greatly. My next channel is called Brainflow TV, BRAINFLO TV on YouTube. Go check out my other channel where I cover topics that have nothing to do with the Caribbean diaspora, nothing to do with Jamaica. There on the other channel. Big up on yourself. Like my grandmother said, Miss Ruby said, be good. If you can't be good, be careful, but it's best to be good. And my grandfather, Mas Clevey, said, I will see you tomorrow if God spare my life. All right? I appreciate you greatly. Walk good. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'm out. Peace.